In the not-so-spacious rental house, Chen looked at the game pod in front of him and felt his breathing quicken. This was the year 2050. It was the year when human civilization had made a qualitative leap compared to decades ago. It was also in this year that the countries of the world joined together to develop an online game, Second World. Finally, today was the official beta testing time for this game. It was 7:59 a.m. when Chen checked the time. There was still 1 minute before the official beta testing time. As of now, the number of people online for the Second World beta testing had already broken through 4 billion. The amount of people that had joined was absolutely ridiculous. The game occupied almost half of the global population right now. Moreover, the number was still on the rise. More people were still joining. The reason why Second World was so crazy was not only because players could experience a whole new world. More importantly, the gold coins in the game could be transferred with the currency of the real world. This directly overturned the operation of how the financial status in this world worked. This meant that by playing Second World, it could provide many opportunities for one to change their fate. In the real world, there were very few opportunities to change one's fate. That was why all kinds of forces, big and small, all surged with the desire to make a change. There were also many veteran players of other games who had formed a union before the game was launched. Everyone around the world had attached great importance to Second World. The various game departments in each country were even doing their best to promote this game. It was because this was the only game in history that was like this in the entire Dragon country. Even the gaming pods for the players were provided by the capital. The game spread like wildfire, and everyone soon realized that Second World was not as simple as a typical game. In this online game, even the major countries were ready to fight for resources. It was so real to the real world, and that was why the Second World was worthy of its name. Ding! Once the time reached 8 a.m., the entire gaming pod began to light up. Let the game commence. Chen did not hesitate and quickly stepped into the gaming pod. The moment he put on the helmet, everything in front of him began to slowly fade. What replaced it was a black interface. The system's electronic voice rang in his ears. The system is loading. Commencing iris scan. Confirmed as a citizen of the Dragon country. Data loading. Information completion completed. Welcome to the Second World. Please enter your ID. After the system's notification ended, a blank dialog box popped up in front of Chen's eyes. After thinking for a moment, Chen filled in his ID on it. Morning mist. Then, the darkness in front of him began to dissipate. Chen felt a hint of coolness, followed by a bustling noise. These sensations became clearer bit by bit. Finally, it turned into a concrete image that appeared in front of Chen's eyes. This is the Second World? Chen opened his eyes, and the image in front of him shocked him to the core. He was in a huge plaza, surrounded by beams of light that were falling from the sky. Countless players seemed to have been transported from another world. Everyone had joined the game the same as him. All of them were shocked by the game, as it felt almost the same as the current world. Towards the sky, a transparent number was marked, 9205. Chen, who had read the guide on the official website, knew that this was the number of this novice village. He gathered his thoughts and began to walk quickly towards the NPC in the middle of the plaza. In the early stages of the game, time was of the essence. There had always been such a sentence on the official website of Second World. In the middle of the plaza was a white-bearded old man with a hunched body and a rotten cane. When Chen approached the old man, his voice was as old as his age. Brave adventurer, welcome. Before you start your adventure and leave this village, I would need to assess you. If you can catch 3 hares for me in the cave outside the village, then I shall acknowledge your identity as an adventurer. Ding! You have successfully accepted the mission. Please head to the hare's cave and hunt 3 hares for the novice village chief. Mission difficulty: beginner. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a class, adventurer. You may now equip and use simple weapons. Chen blinked his eyes and saw that the adventurer title had already been marked on the position of the class on his interface. This was the starter class. In the early stages of the game, all players would have this class before they obtained a class change. This class only provided the most basic life skills. For example, gathering, making a fire, switching basic weapons in his hands. After accepting the mission, Lu Chen did not stop to wander around and sightsee. He quickly rushed to the hare's cave outside the village. He remembered that this was an extremely simple mission on the official website. Even if he stood in front of any rabbit hole, he would be able to catch at least one careless rabbit. Moreover, these rabbits did not have any lethality to them. Even a 3-year-old child would be able to survive without getting injured. Around that time, many people had recovered from their shock. They quickly accepted the mission and rushed out of the village. When Lu Chen saw more people incoming, he could not help but quicken his pace. After a few minutes, he arrived at the mouth of a cave. Were one to look inside, all they would see is darkness. Ding! An entry-level dungeon has been detected. Danger level: none. Do you wish to enter? Without any hesitation, Lu Chen chose to enter. He chose yes as the option and went straight in. Huh? It's quite spacious inside. After entering the cave, Lu Chen found that it was not as narrow as he thought. Moreover, the visibility was not low. Because it was a dungeon, he had been completely separated from the other players. Therefore, he knew that he was the only one in the cave. Lu Chen stretched out a hand. Within a second, an iron sword appeared in his palm. It was not too heavy to wield. There was a cold light on it, and it gave off a bright feeling. Clang! Lu Chen's sword struck a stone at the side and sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, the iron sword did not break from the impact. Instead, a crack appeared on the stone. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This starter equipment was not bad at all. It was enough to kill wild boars, not to mention, even a few harmless rabbits. Lu Chen held onto his sword as he ventured forward. When he looked up, he saw a few gray rabbits approaching him. He could not help but smile and shake his head. This dungeon was way too easy. A bunch of careless rabbits did not know that they were about to be murdered by the human in front of them. With that, Lu Chen took a step and rushed forward. He raised his iron sword and killed 3 rabbits in 2 or 3 moves. He picked up the corpse from the ground and threw it into the system backpack. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Mission completed. He had expected everything to go as planned. This was because he had read the guide. However, when he quickly walked to the entrance of the cave and wanted to leave the dungeon, the system gave him a notification that made him freeze on the spot. Warning: due to some mysterious reason, you are temporarily unable to leave the dungeon. What the F***CK? What the F***CK is this situation? Lu Chen was dumbfounded. He could not leave? What was going on? He refused to believe it and started to touch the dungeon exit again. Warning: due to some mysterious reason, you are temporarily unable to leave the dungeon. The system notification kept repeating itself each time Lu Chen attempted to leave. What the H***? I don't believe it, he thought in his mind. Lu Chen began to try all sorts of methods to leave. However, no matter how many times he tried, the result was still the same. He could not leave. Lu Chen could not sit still anymore. He did not know what was the meaning of any of this. Time was of the essence in the second world. After being pulled apart in the early stages, he would have to spend countless amounts of time and energy to catch up with other players in the later stages. While the others were doing all kinds of missions and unlocking their achievements, he was going to be trapped in this lousy place to hunt rabbits. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He quickly opened the game panel and tried to exit the game. However, it was to no avail. The result made him even more desperate for a solution. Lu Chen was on the verge of collapse. Although his body was in the game pod and there was stored nutrient fluid to supply his body's normal functioning, this also meant that he had no way to leave this place. Who knew how long he would have to wait here? A day? 2 days? Forever? Lu Chen began to pace around the cave in deep thought. As he did so, 3 wild rabbits appeared in the cave again. This caused Lu Chen to be stunned. The guide on the official website stated that in the same normal dungeon, the monsters inside would not respawn unless a player re-enters the place after killing the monsters. He looked at the 3 dead rabbits in his backpack and felt his scalp go numb. This dungeon was respawning the rabbits? Did this mean that if he was stuck here forever, he would have to keep killing rabbits? At this moment, Lu Chen had the urge to smash his head into a rock and die. The others were playing Second World by exploring everything, and he was playing Second World killing rabbits? Looking at the few rabbits that were charging at him foolishly, Lu Chun raised his hand and swung his sword. Swoosh! The rabbit's corpse fell to the ground, and 3 more rabbits' corpses appeared in Lu Chen's backpack. Turning around, he tried to touch the dungeon exit again. Warning! Due to some mysterious reason, you are temporarily unable to leave the dungeon. Dang! Lu Chun was so angry that he sliced up the rocks beside him with his sword. What the F***CK do you want me to do? He started to get a little mad. At the same time, 3 more rabbits appeared in the distance. Moreover, they seemed to be even bigger than the rabbits from before. On the system interface, it showed that the attack power of these rabbits had increased a little. Does this mean that these rabbits will continue to grow stronger as they respawn? Lu Chen's expression froze as he came to a realization. Time began to pass quickly. Ever since that encounter with the abnormal dungeon, Lu Chun had been continuously hunting the hares in the cave. At the beginning, he used a sword, then a knife, then an axe. He even used a shield and a stone to smash them. Countless of days and nights passed, and he had been continuously killing hares. In the beginning, he was mad. Later on, he gradually became numb. Later on, it became his instinctive reaction to get rid of the newly spawned rabbits. He moved like a machine and formed an extremely conditioned reflex to finish the hares off. During his time in the dungeon, Lu Chun had tried countless ways to leave. He had tried all kinds of ways to commit suicide, reducing his HP to 0. However, every time it happened, he would be resurrected in the cave. He had also tried allowing the rabbits to respawn to fill the entire cave. However, when the number of rabbits reached a certain level, they would F***king kill each other, and Lu Chun did not even need to do anything. During these years in the dungeon, Lu Chun had also learned to cook rabbits in all sorts of ways. It was even until he began to vomit when he smelled the stench of rabbit meat. Lu Chun often sat at the entrance of the cave and pondered about things. He even started to imagine what the outside world was like. The cave walls were filled with densely carved marks. Looking at these mottled marks, Lu Chen's lips trembled slightly. He had been in this cave for 1,000 years. He has been killing hares for 1,000 years. The hare's corpse and fur in his backpack even piled up like a mountain. This dark, broken cave had caused him to have many mental breakdowns. Every time these hares respawned, they would come back stronger. Hares that had evolved for 1,000 years were apparently extremely terrifying. However, to Lu Chun, they were still as fragile as a piece of white paper. In the distance, the 3 hares had just appeared. Then, Lu Chun subconsciously raised his hand. Whoosh! A stone directly pierced through the bodies of the 3 hares. The corpses fell to the ground, signifying the end of the respawn this time. He just killed 3 birds with 1 stone. This was the trained skill of Lu Chen's response. A skill that had been honed over 1,000 years. He could casually throw a stone to clean up the hares that had respawned. However, the moment he killed these 3 hares, the cave's exit that had been sealed for 1,000 years finally lit up with a glimmer of light. Lu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He was dumbfounded. Following that, the system notification sounded. The game has ended. You may now leave the dungeon. F***CK this game. Lu Chun could not help but roar. Even the corners of his eyes were a little moist from the notification. He had been locked up for 1,000 years. A whole 1,000 years, and now he could finally get out. Without any hesitation, Lu Chun directly rushed towards the exit. He did not want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. Walking out of the dungeon, the long-lost light made Lu Chun feel a little dazzling. Although he had come out of the dungeon, he did not feel much joy in his heart. Instead, he felt a lot heavier. Second World was a popular online game all over the world. Its significance was no less than a person's second life. The moment it was released, it meant that this online game would be closely related to the lives of the entire human race in the future. However, 1,000 years had passed since the game's public beta. He was a full 1,000 years behind as compared to others. What kind of cruelty was this? No matter how big the world was, no matter how many resources there were, after being explored by the entire human race for 1,000 years, how many things were there left to explore? How many opportunities were left for him? He originally wanted to rely on the Second World to change his fate, and let everything else fall into place. But how much time would he need to catch up with the difference of 1,000 years? Lu Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the Novice Village Plaza. That was the place where he started, but now it just seems like a place to end. Wait a moment. Why were there so many people in this King Novice Village Plaza? He remembered that he could not open an alternate account in Second World. Everyone only had one account that was bound to their personal information. Once they left the Novice Village, they would not be able to enter again. However, there were so many people in front of him. Even if 1,000 years had passed, it would naturally make sense for this place to not have many new players. With that, Lu Chen immediately stopped a passing player. Hey there, what year is it this year and date? That person looked at Lu Chen strangely and said, September 4th, 2050. As he said that, Lu Chen's mind exploded with a buzz. An indescribable sense of pleasant surprise surged into his heart. The F***CK. Only a day has passed? In that case, I'm not too late. I can still complete everything in time. Lu Chen happily thought to himself. The other person looked at the smiling Lu Chen and frowned. Dude, what's the matter? Don't drag me into whatever you're doing. The game has been online for a day, and I just barely got in. Don't disturb me while I'm doing my mission. Lu Chen nodded and immediately let go of the other player. It's nothing. Well, I'm going to go then, bye. The man quickly left and did not forget to look back at Lu Chen. He muttered, that guy must be crazy. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Ding. Because of the increase in your proficiency, your class has changed. Ding. Your axe's proficiency has reached the max level. Axe God. Ding. Your sword's proficiency has reached the max level. Sword God. Ding. Your heavy shield's proficiency has reached the max level. Shield God. Ding. Your weapon's proficiency has reached the max level. All-round master. Hint. Due to your proficiency exceeding the limit and not changing classes for a long time, along with your proficiency with weapons, you may now undergo a special class change, War God. The sudden notification stunned Lu Chen. A wall of golden titles appeared on his status panel. What was going on? Sword God? Axe God? War God? Those dazzling golden titles caught Lu Chen off guard. Could it be that I had maxed out the proficiency of all kinds of weapons in the dungeon and unlocked a special achievement? He thought to himself. He had seen it on the official website's guide somewhere. If a certain hidden condition was met in the game, a special achievement would be unlocked. The rewards for these achievements were extremely generous. Sword God, Axe God, War God. These golden titles were obviously not ordinary. Moreover, this was only the second day of the game. Lu Chen had not wasted any time at all. At this moment, Lu Chen's resentment towards the Hare's Cave dissipated by a lot. Oh right, I have to rush back to hand in the mission. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that he had accepted the mission from the Novice Village Chief to hunt the hare. However, he did not expect that an accident would occur in the dungeon and that he would be gone for 1,000 years. To his luck, only one day had passed in the outside world. Moreover, one day was enough for him to widen the gap between others. This won't do. I have to hurry up. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly walked towards the Novice Village Plaza. Very good, young man. You've completed your mission. I've acknowledged your strength. These 3 hares. Before the village chief could finish his words, he saw Lu Chen directly pour out a hill-sized corpse of hares from his backpack. From the looks of it, more and more hares were overflowing out of the backpack. Almost half of the plaza was flooded with dead hares. This. The village chief almost pulled off the hair from his beard. He had never seen so many hares in his life. All the players looked over and were extremely shocked by the scene in front of them. What the F***CK is going on? This guy killed tens of thousands of rabbits? F***CK. Is this guy a wild rabbit maniac? That's ridiculous. How could he have killed so many rabbits in just one day? I'm very curious, what kind of reward can this guy get from the NPC from this? Oh my gosh, the entire plaza is almost full of them. There are millions of them? A few million? This plaza is enough for 100,000 people to stand on. Now, it's basically full of rabbits. Think about how many there are. Whoa! The old village chief looked at Lu Chun, trembling. He could not help but say, "Enough, enough. Young man, you have so much rabbit meat and fur. You could make a good fortune out of this. Although I don't know where you've got so many rabbits, these things are very useful to our village. Brave adventurer, are you willing to sell these hares to us?" Ding. Triggered a special mission. Novice Village Chief's transaction. Sell all the hares to the village chief. There is a probability of obtaining gold coins, hidden items, equipment, etc. Lu Chin's eyes lit up. He was worried that these hares had no benefits. In the dungeon, these hares respawned about 10 times a day, 3 at a time. He had King fought for 1,000 years and had a total of 10,950,000 hares. Now, not only could he deal with the hares in his backpack, but he could also exchange them for rewards. So he did not hesitate in accepting the mission at all. Lu Chen immediately said, "I'll be very happy to sell these hares to contribute to the village." The old village chief looked at Lu Chen with admiration and nodded repeatedly. "Good, good, good. You're really a simple young man. To tell you the truth, our village people have always traded with the White Fog City. The wild rabbit fur meat in the village has always been exported as a best-selling commodity. It's a pity that there are no more young people in the village, and wild rabbits are difficult to catch. Life in the village just gets more and more miserable every day." "Young man, wait a moment. I'll go and find someone to count the wild rabbits. I definitely won't let you down." The old village chief tapped his walking stick, and a white light lit up under his feet. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he directly teleported away. Everyone in the novice village was so shocked that their jaws dropped. The F***CK, am I seeing things? Was that magic? Isn't that something that only high-level elite monsters would use? The old village chief of the novice village actually has this ability? Oh right, I remember now. There is a hint on the official website. Don't underestimate any NPC. They might all have hidden special missions. **T. I never thought that a novice village chief would also have a special mission." Lu Chen waited where he was, but what he did not know was that the video of him taking out tens of millions of wild rabbits had spread. The views on all the major platforms skyrocketed. A moment later, the plaza lit up again with white light. The old village chief appeared with an NPC dressed like a merchant. The chubby middle-aged man was stunned when he saw the number of hares on the ground. "Oh my gosh, Elder Sue, there are so many hares. I'm afraid the entire White Fog City will have enough for a few years. Only our shop can afford such a large quantity. I'll start counting now." After saying that, he opened a scroll and threw it into the sky, enveloping the rabbits on the plaza. The wild rabbits that were like pilled into a small mountain were then kept inside. Along with that, a string of numbers appeared on it. A total of 10,950,000 rabbits. "What do you think, Elder Sue?" The old village chief did not answer him, but turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled slightly from that and nodded his head. At least the merchant did not tamper with the numbers. "That's right. There are too many of them. I won't calculate the cost for each rabbit. Let's just say I'm only selling you 10 million of these rabbits." In his opinion, no matter how valuable these wild rabbits were, they were not worth much. It would be more convenient to take away a small amount to make the offer more enticing. As soon as he said that, the fat merchant's eyes almost popped out. That was with 10,950,000 wild rabbits. Even if it was a copper coin, it was still 10,950,000 rabbits. Not to mention the fur and meat of the processed wild rabbits. He took a deep breath and looked at Lu Chen excitedly. "Really?" Lu Chen shrugged and said, "Of course. If you're not willing, you can calculate it according to the original amount." When the merchant heard this, he quickly said, "I like it. I'll agree to it." He kept rubbing his hands. After a while, he looked up at Lu Chen and said, "How about this? I'll give you 2,000 gold coins for this batch of wild rabbits." 2,000 gold coins. Everyone in the plaza was going crazy. This was not worth $2,000. According to the currency in the second world, a copper coin could be exchanged for $1 in the real world. 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins could be exchanged for 1 gold coin. 2,000 gold coins, that would cost $20 million. On the second day after the server opened, this man had managed to receive 20 million. What the heck was going on? The merchant still rambled on. Considering that you are an adventurer, in order to express my gratitude, I will personally gift you a set of silver-grade armor. The old village chief chuckled and said, "This old man has nothing to show for it. In order to express my gratitude, I will give you 3 teleportation scrolls." The old village chief spread his hands, and 3 scrolls lay on his palm. Everyone quickly determined the grade of the item, and it was an epic-grade teleportation scroll. Instantly, the entire plaza fell silent. An epic-grade item. Everyone's scalp tingled from the sight. In the second world, equipment and item grades were divided into 8 levels: bronze, silver, gold, epic, legendary, mythical, and worldly. The silver-grade armor that the fat merchant had just taken out was already shocking enough. One had to know that this was only the second day of the game. Most of the players were still carrying beginner equipment that the system had given them. Not to mention silver-grade equipment, even bronze-grade equipment was rare. As for legendary equipment, they did not even dare to think about it. F***CK. If it wasn't for the novice village's protection mechanism, I would have tried to snatch that item away from that kid. This kid's luck is way too good. An epic item. How much would it fetch if it was auctioned off? Many people were extremely jealous. Each of them wanted to be Lu Chen right now. Lu Chen looked at the old village chief and the fat merchant and smiled. "No problem. These wild rabbits are yours." The old village chief and the fat merchant looked at each other and quickly handed the equipment and scrolls to Lu Chen. "Kid, I have high hopes for you. Remember to look for me when you arrive at White Fog City." The fat middle-aged merchant's figure disappeared, then disappeared from everyone's sight. Ding. You have obtained an epic-grade teleportation scroll X3. Ding. You have obtained brand new silver-grade armor X1. You have obtained the favor of the Vice Guild leader of the White Fog City's Chamber of Commerce. You can enjoy a 20% discount when you trade with NPCs. You can also change your class at the Chamber of Commerce, Profiteer. Lu Chen was elated when he saw the system notifications. The first one was an epic teleportation scroll. It was gray in color and only the size of a palm. The system had a further elaboration on it. Teleportation scroll created by the old village chief. It can be teleported to any corner within a 100,000-mile radius. It can even ignore the dungeon's barrier. This was an extremely good item. Lu Chen was shocked. He could teleport to any place within a 100,000-mile radius whenever he wished. After becoming an adventurer, all players would have to arrive at White Fog City if they wanted to change their class. On the way, there were all kinds of dungeons and all kinds of monsters in the wild. The journey to reach the city would be extremely long. The official guide estimated that all players could only arrive at White Fog City in about half a month. According to the guide on the official website, the first player to arrive at White Fog City would receive a rare title. Moreover, as an online game that was supported by Dragon Country, the first player to do so would receive a special reward as well. Now, with this scroll, Lu Chen could instantly teleport to White Fog City. The title and reward were almost certain to be obtained by him. However, Lu Chen did not choose to use it immediately. The reason was very simple. He needed a certain amount of time to familiarize himself with this game and raise his character's level first. On the other hand, other than him, no one else could reach White Fog City in a short period of time. So he knew he did not have to rush. Lu Chen put away the teleportation scroll and looked at the second item in his backpack. Silver armor, silver. Level requirement, 5. Intelligence, plus 15. Vitality, plus 20. Defense, plus 10. Magic defense, plus 10. Health, 60. Special effect, additional defense plus 10. Having silver equipment was very good, but there was always a level limit before being able to equip it. Right now, his level was only level 1, so he could not equip it directly. With a sigh, Lu Chen opened up his attribute panel. Name, Morning Mist. Level, 1. Class, Hero. You may now change classes to War God. Titles, Sword God, Hidden, Shield God, Hidden, Axe God, hidden. Blade God, hidden. All-round Master, hidden. Vitality, 5. Increases 10 health points per health point. Strength, 5. Increases 10 attack points per strength point. Agility, 5. Increases 0.1 attack speed per agility point. Intelligence, 5. Increases 10 mana points per intelligence point. HP, 50. MP, 50. Attack, 50. Defense, 5. Reduces 10 damage points per defense point. Magic defense, 5. Every increase in magic defense reduces damage by 10 points. Lu Chen glanced at his attribute panel and made up his mind. His current task was to level up as quickly as possible. Moreover, he really wanted to try out the functionalities of the golden titles he received. After making up his mind, Lu Chen walked out of the novice village. At the same time, videos began to spread across all the major online platforms. On the second day of the game, a rabbit-killing monster appeared in the novice village. Shocking! A young man blackmailed the old village chief and received a reward of $20 million. Major event. The world's first silver-grade equipment is born. So terrifying. The novice village gives out epic-grade items when the game opens. The video with these headlines instantly became a hot topic. The forum was filled with the words F***CK, as these players cursed Lu Chen to no end. F***CKU. Is this kid on drugs? How can he kill so many hares in one day? 20 million. I only dropped 10 copper coins after fighting wild monsters all night. 20 million is nothing. The most important thing is the equipment and that epic-grade scroll this kid received. Don't you know what rewards the higher-ups have offered to encourage the players? The first player to enter White Fog City will receive 100 million in cash. This is not even counting the rewards like the title of the first player to enter White Fog City in the game. This is a competition to reach there first now. Don't you know what the second world has in store for us? The moment the video was posted, many fancy words that shall not be mentioned were shared between the commenters. At the same time, the top 10 hot posts in the Second World official forum were all about Lu Chen. Outside the novice village, number 9025, come and watch the big boss. The Night Union is willing to pay 150 million for the teleportation scroll. Bounty operation, target, morning mist. Experts are welcomed. Outside the novice village on the hillside, watch the rabbit-hunting demon dispose of the loot. If I manage to catch that rabbit-hunting demon... Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not know anything that was happening in the outside world. Having already walked out of the novice village, he was ready to test his skills. In a place named Peaceful Town, a man in a neat suit was reading the Second World official forum on his phone with a frown. Rabbit-hunting demon? Epic-grade teleportation scroll? His slender fingers tapped on the table as he suddenly spoke. Men. As soon as he finished speaking, a few servants quickly entered the room. Go and investigate the origin of this person named Morning Mist in this game called Second World. Also, send someone over as soon as possible. If possible, by all the 3 scrolls that he gained. The servants were shocked. Young master, all 3 scrolls? One had to know that the price of the scrolls had already been raised to 200 million. 3 scrolls meant that he would have to offer at least 600 million up. Even for their family, it was not an easy task to fork out 600 million in petty cash in one go. The young man in the suit nodded and said, "That's right, there are 3 of them. It's useless to take only one. Holding these 3 scrolls in my hand would be equivalent to me being half a month ahead of those other players. So I'm pretty sure you know what I mean when I saw I need all 3. The servant's heart skipped a beat. Half a month was enough to prepare for anything. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I'll do it right away." After saying that, all of them quickly disappeared from the room. At the same time, in the real world and in the game, various forces began to pay attention to a person. Morning Mist. Outside the novice village, Lu Chen felt that there was some trouble. Ever since he left the novice village plaza, there was a large group of people that always followed him from behind. The number just kept accumulating. Perhaps it was because the actions he did had garnered a lot of attention. It could have caused him to become the focus of everyone's attention. If it was just a random fan crowd, Lu Chen would not think much of it. However, He could clearly feel that there were many malicious gazes in the crowd. There were whispers of them calling him a man who had a treasure that he did not deserve. Were Lu Chen to lose all his money right now, he would probably attract a lot of flies to the pile. Morning mist, right? Let's get to know each other. Soon, another man blocked Lu Chen's path. Get out of the way. Lu Chen's voice was cold. This was already the 7th group of people he had rejected. That person's expression showed one of hostility. It was obvious that he was very embarrassed about being rejected. Seeing Lu Chen walk past him, he said coldly, "What are you so arrogant for? You've received so many good things. Do you really think you will have a good ending?" Lu Chen ignored him and directly stepped into the wild monster area. His goal was to level up. In other words, to increase his strength. He knew his current situation, so leveling up was imminent to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Chen saw grassland in front of him, and a few gray wolves appeared above him. The information of the wild monsters appeared when he checked the attributes. Thin and weak wild wolf. Level 1. HP 100. Attack 55. Defense 4. It was obvious that this was an extremely weak wild monster. Its attack power was only 55. Even if Lu Chen took its damage head-on, the monsters would only be able to deal 5 damage to him. Lu Chen began to approach the wild wolf. The eyes of the people around him were burning with passion. Many people came over after hearing the news. They had heard all sorts of legends about the rabbit-killing demon for the past half-day. However, they had never seen how powerful this demon was in battle. Lu Chen glanced at the people around him, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Initially, there was nothing in his hand. With a thought, a sharp iron sword appeared. Player's sword proficiency has been detected to be at max level. Do you wish to switch to the title of Sword God? Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, and directly gave the order of agreeing to it. Switch. Clang. In an instant, the iron sword in Lu Chen's hand suddenly burst out with a terrifying sword intent. Holy sh*T. What's going on? This doesn't feel like he's fighting a level 1 wild monster. Why do I feel like he's about to slash a big boss? The F***CK. Is this AF**King ordinary iron sword? Why is it completely different from mine? Look at the golden words above his head. The sword. Sword God. The heck? How is this possible? Someone already has a golden title at level 1? Sword God. Your understanding of the sword has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a sword-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Sword Intent. When you use a sword-type weapon, it will burst forth with sword intent. Attack power will be increased to 500%. God of Sword State. A state whereby your attack would be accurate and sharp. It will cause irreversible damage. Items damaged by the God of Sword State cannot be recovered. 10 MP is consumed per second in the God of Sword State. Godly Speed. The speed of your sword attack is now godly. The attack interval will be greatly shortened. Attack speed increased by 500%. In an instant, the system sent out a message, letting Lu Chen know the attributes that the sword god possesses. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was hunting rabbits in the cave. The kind of natural state where his heart was as clear as a summer's day was born spontaneously. It was as if no matter how strong the enemy was, he could kill them with a single slash. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp. On the system interface, the buff given by the sword god's title was simply too heaven-defying. With a 500% attack bonus, his current 50 attack points could be directly increased to 250 points. His attack speed of 0.5 seconds could be increased to 2.5 seconds. In other words, he could now deal over 500 damage per second. After all, he was only level 1, and all his equipment was starter types of equipment. Lu Chen could not suppress the excitement in his heart and directly slashed at the wild wolf. Shing. The sword rippled in the air. Lu Chen seemed to turn into a ray of light and flashed past the monster. Suddenly, a red number floated in the air. -250. Before everyone could see clearly, the wild wolf's corpse was cut in half, and it fell to the ground. On the grass, a bottomless crack was directly cut open. It extended all the way, and was at least 10 meters long. What the F***CK just happened? Is this the F***King attack level that a level 1 player should have? A single sword slash that could even shatter the ground? This is 2F***King awesome. May I ask if we're playing the same game? The spectating players were dumbfounded, and their eager gazes instantly dimmed. They now looked at Lu Chen with a hint of fear. In this world, they could freely fight with players in the wild. However, from the current situation, if they wanted to fight Lu Chen, they would have to consider the option of death before attacking. Lu Chen clearly felt the gazes of those people. This was what he wanted, to intimidate those rascals that have been bothering him for the longest time. Your level has risen to level 2. 4 free attribute points can be allocated. With a flash of golden light, Lu Chen's level rose to level 2. In his mind came the sound of the system's notification. Did he just level up so quickly? Lu Chen was slightly delighted. He did not expect the early stages of leveling up to be so simple. Killing a wild monster could increase his level so easily. He then glanced at the attributes on the interface. Due to him leveling up, he gained attribute points that could be added to his 4-dimensional attributes. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and directly added all 4 attribute points to his strength. Having a higher number of strength points directly increased Lu Chen's attack power to 100 points. With the help of the Sword God, his explosive power could now reach 500 points in an instant. With such combat power, he would probably be able to fight even small-scale bosses in the early stages, right? Lu Chen did not stay any longer and continued to carry on with his journey. He directly passed through the area of level 2 wild monsters and arrived at the territory of level 5 wild monsters. One by one, black-maned wild boars that were as strong as an ox could be seen casually strolling at the field. Strong wild boar. Level 5. HP 300. Attack 180. Defense 15. Skill Savage Charge. Savage Charge collides with the target at an extremely fast speed, dealing 300 damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second. All the players who followed Lu Chen looked at the wild boars that were as thick as steel needles and felt their scalps go numb. This guy isn't thinking of fighting a level 5 wild boar alone, is he? He's only level 2. Among the level 5 wild monsters, wild boars were the most difficult to deal with. They have thick skin and high attack power. Most importantly, they have explosive and crowd control skills. Most players would take a detour when they see this group of wild boars. Even if they wanted to fight, they would team up and attack together. Level 5 wild boars were considered small bosses by the players in the early stages. However, to Lu Chen, it seemed that he was okay with fighting them head-on, alone. Was he crazy? Lu Chen looked at the wild boars in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A level 5 wild boar had a defense of 150 points. If he did not activate the Sword God state and only relied on the attack power on his attribute points, he might not even be able to break through the wild boar's defense. However, if he activated Sword God state, he would be able to kill it one by one. It would be as easy as eating a whole pie, for one. However, Lu Chen did not intend to do that. He stood where he was, and with a wave of his hand, a wooden bow appeared in his hand. This was the initial bow and arrow given by the system. In his title column, there was a series of golden words. Among them was, "Bow God." Lu Chen's eyes were sharp. He took out an arrow from his system backpack. He raised his hand and drew the bow into a full crescent moon shape. 2 golden words appeared above his head. Bow God. When the golden words appeared, everyone was shocked. What? Again? How many golden titles does this guy have? The F***CK. Having Sword God is already ridiculous enough. What the H**LL is a Bow God? Lu Chen's gaze locked onto a wild boar in the distance. The analysis of the Bow God appeared in his mind. Bow God. Your understanding of the bow has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a bow-type weapon, you will receive a special effect. This effect will grow along with your level. Accurate arrow. When you use a bow-type weapon, your attack is set to hit. Armor breaker. When you use a bow and arrow-type weapon to attack, you will dispel 90% of the target's armor. 7-star succession. You can shoot 7 arrows at once, and your attack power will be increased by 300%. Whoosh! Lu Chen directly released the arrow, and it turned into a ray of light and flew out. The terrifying force drew a white line in the air, and the sharp sound of an arrow piercing through the air made people's scalps go numb. The arrow directly pierced through the wild boar's head, nailing its enormous body to the ground. A bright red number floated out from the air. 285. The level 5 wild boar was instantly reduced to a pile of its bloody skin. The wild boar was still groaning and struggling on the ground, and it did not have the time to react. Whoosh! Another arrow pierced through the air and entered the wild boar's body. 285. The wild boar was completely annihilated. With that, Lu Chen leveled up yet again. How is this possible? He killed the wild boar with just 2 arrows? The damage done was simply ridiculous. Is the wild boar's high defense just for show? Holy *T, look! While everyone was still exclaiming in surprise, Lu Chen had already pulled back his bow again. This time, the scene they saw would be etched in their minds for the rest of their lives. They saw Lu Chen holding 7 arrows in one go and placing them on the bowstring. The bow bent like a crescent moon. The moment he let go, it was like the Big Dipper was converging in the sky. 435. The red number slowly floated up, and the 7 wild boars in the distance were instantly killed. Lu Chen's attack power, which had risen to level 3, increased once again. He could already kill wild boars in one shot. Seeing Lu Chen being enveloped by the white light, the music of leveling up sounded once again. Everyone was livid. They had seen too many miracles today. Everything before their eyes was like a dream, truly unbelievable. They could only watch as the man who was like an ancient god draw his bow and shoot arrows. Not only that, but he did it effortlessly as he slaughtered the wild monsters that even they could not kill. A moment later, Lu Chen's level rose to level 5. He also could now be seen with silver grade armor. When he equipped it, the stats on his interface instantly soared. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 5. Class: Hero. You may now change classes to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden; Shield God, Hidden; Axe God, Hidden; Blade God, Hidden; All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 10 plus 20. Strength: 30. Agility: 10. Intelligence: 10 plus 15. HP: 360. MP: 350. Attack: 300. Defense: 5 plus 10. Magic defense: 5 plus 10. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the increased stats on his interface. After putting on the silver grade armor, even if he did not activate anything, he would be able to take on the wild boar alone. However, these 2 waves of attacks were quite disgraceful. Other than some common materials, nothing else dropped. Lu Chen looked at the surrounding players and thought for a moment before choosing to log out. He did not like to be surrounded by people all the time. He felt quite oppressed with them following him around. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of testing his strength and intimidating those little rascals. There was no need for him to stay any longer. Another reason was that he felt like he had been trapped in the game for 1,000 years. So much so that he had almost forgotten what the real world was like. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's figure slowly disappeared in the game. Did he just go offline? When Lu Chen's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Did he just leave after acting so coolly? Many players looked at the crack that Lu Chen had cut on the grass, deep in thought. Normally, after the terrain in the game was destroyed, it would automatically be repaired after a short period of time. However, this crack had not disappeared yet. Even though the monsters in front had respawned several times, this ravine did not seem to be disappearing at all. Everyone was terrified of the powers that Lu Chen had. Could it be that the damage caused by Morning Mist's God Sword state was irreversible? If that was the case, what if he killed someone in the game? Could it be that this person would never be able to revive again? Many people thought about it in horror and listed Lu Chen as a dangerous player to encounter. Even if he could not completely kill the player, he could directly stab the equipment on his opponent's body. If his opponent could not repair it, it would be enough for him to suffer for a long time. At the same time, The video about Lu Chen once again rose to the top of many popular video platforms. I can't believe that the Royale identity of the rabbit-killing demon is 2-level increase by killing wild boars, a god from the novice village. 7 arrows in a row? Sword god and bow god coexist. Almost all of these videos were recorded when Lu Chen was fighting the monsters. Whether it was his sharp sword that transformed into sword god, or the awakening of the skill bow god, the scene of 7 arrows killing the 7 wild boars in a row made countless people gasp in admiration. This video even spread from the Dragon Country to the outer places. It caused a huge uproar in the entire world. OSH*T. Why didn't such a powerful person appear in the Western region? Impossible. How could someone be able to instantly kill a level 5 monster at level 2? That's right. I have reason to suspect that this video was deliberately forged by the Easterners. No, this is real. I've asked my friend that's from the East. He watched that scene with his own 2 eyes. Oh my gosh, if such a person is allowed to continue playing, it would be a nightmare for us in the Western region. In the capitals of the Western countries, many high-ranking officials had gloomy expressions as they watched the video. Suddenly, a solemn voice came from the office. When did such a person appear in the Eastern region? Many subordinates lowered their heads, not daring to answer the official. They had already done their best to investigate the major guilds in the East. They knew the movements of the people they had put on the list. However, they did not know where this so-called morning mist came from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Quickly find out where this morning mist player came from. And from today onwards, put him on the priority list. The second world is not a simple game. He is now related to the growth and structure of this world. Do each and every one of you understand? Bang! The leader of the Western countries landed a loud punch on their desks. Everyone was shocked and immediately replied, "We will do it right away, sir." In the Dragon Country, the unions and families were also in a mess. In Golden City, an old man in a tunic suit with white hair and beard said slowly, "Where did this kid come from? I know the kid's from the East, but I don't know where this kid came from." The young man next to him said, "Sir, do you wish to get in touch with him?" The old man thought for a while, then nodded and said, "We can try to get in touch with him in the game and observe his character first. If possible, let him join our Sioux family." Then, he looked at a graceful woman not far away. "Ziyuan, I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, even if you can't win him over, don't make him an enemy. It's impossible for the higher-ups to not take such a talent seriously. Do you understand?" The woman nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." In the South City, countless unions were gathered. The presidents of the major unions all had gloomy expressions on their faces. "Investigate. You must find out who this person is. The first teleportation scroll is extremely valuable. What sword god and bow god was it? Get those no matter what. He can't fight us all." In Peaceful Town, the young man looked at the butler in front of him and said in disbelief, "What do you mean you have no idea who he is?" The middle-aged butler in a suit sighed and said, "Young master, the higher-ups have made a move." The young man immediately sat down on the chair back again. He then said absent-mindedly, "This quick? It seems that everything is going to change." After a moment, he came back to his senses and pondered for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. He then said, "In that case, pass on the notice to sell 80% of the family's real estate. Sell it as quickly as you can. In 3 days, I need to see all the people in my family in the second world." The butler was shocked and could not help but say, "Young master, this dash." The young man stared at him and said in an indomitable tone, "Do as I say. Remember, this is a big gamble that we're participating in." In the Dragon Country building, 99 stories high, it was filled with the most elite forces of the Eastern region. Everyone present was amazing in their own way, whether it was in terms of strength or intelligence. At this moment, in the conference room on the 99th floor, the big screen was flashing with a video clip. It was the scene where Lu Chen turned into his god sword state and slashed out a ravine with his weapon. About 10 minutes later, the entire conference room fell silent. A square-faced middle-aged man walked to the front. "How is it? You've all seen this young man. His strength is without a doubt amazing. The higher-ups have already classified his file as an S-rank secret. Do any of you have an idea of who this kid is? A woman with a strong figure stood up. The player's real name is Chen. Male, 20 years old. Height, 184 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. His parents died when he was young, and he's relied on his own hard work to get into Shanghai University's sports major. He has no romantic experience, but there are many women around that chase after him. He currently lives in Shanghai's Beishe District, 301. According to the information, this is a precocious boy with a strong physique. In fact, he is a playboy. He has a certain degree of control over his charms and is quite ruthless towards women. If he is recruited into the Eastern Formation, should I go through the assessment? The woman looked at the people in the room and asked. The middle-aged man on the stage nodded and said, I agree. From the looks of it, this Chen does have a lot of potential in store for us. But his character is unknown. We need to fully understand this person online and offline. Let's try and find out his background a little further before the big battle. After saying that, everyone in the room nodded in agreement. I agree. I agree. I agree. The square-faced man raised his hand and said, All right, since that's the case, 0927 you shall keep close contact with this boy. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman with the strong figure pouted and said, Why should it be me? The square-faced man smiled and said, Because you're about the same age as him. Moreover, you're from Shanghai too, so you'll be more familiar with him in all aspects. Moreover, he can be considered as your junior if you think about it. And as a senior that happened to move next door to your junior, there will definitely be a lot of topics to talk about, right? The woman sighed and said, All right. The square-faced man immediately became serious and said, 0927. This mission is to find out the details of Morning Mist. It will last for 6 months. Are you confident in your capabilities? The woman immediately stood up and said loudly, Reporting as 0927. I promise to carry out the mission faithfully. While everything was in shambles, Chen casually walked out of the game pod. Everything in his rented room was the same as it had been 1,000 years ago. Nothing had changed at all. It made him feel as though a lifetime had passed for him. He checked the game pod and found that the nutrient fluid that maintained the player's bodily functions had not been consumed at all. It seemed that he had really stayed in the game world for only a day. Chen frowned slightly, but the 1,000 years he had spent in the cave felt surreal. It could not be fake. Those dark, traumatic days were deeply engraved in his mind. Chen shook his head and did not want to relive those memories any further. After returning to the real world, he needed a good night's rest. He picked up his phone from the coffee table to check the time. It was 2 in the afternoon on September 4th. It had been less than a day since he left the game. He opened the second world coin exchange system on his phone. To his satisfaction, it showed that he now has a gold coin balance of 2,000. That was a total of 20 million that could be converted into real money. As a college student who had dropped out of school, Chen did not have much money on him. Moreover, he was 2 months behind on his rent. The 20 million he had earned in the game was a huge sum of money for him to save himself. In the game, it might not have been very realistic, but now that he saw the redeemable value on his phone, he got a little excited. Chen thought for a while and decided to ask for 10 million to be cashed out from the game. Due to the exchange of gold coins being only one way, he could not ask for a refund. There was no channel for real money to be exchanged for gold coins. Chen clicked a few times on his phone. A few minutes later, he received a text message. Dear user, a transaction has occurred with the ending number 0868. The transaction amount is 100 million.00. It was done. A hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Chen's mouth. He changed into a clean shirt and prepared to go out shopping. After getting out of the rented house, the shops were only a few steps away from the bustling street. Chen directly hailed a taxi and directly arrived at Business Street. Chen, who was 1.84 meters tall and had handsome features, attracted a lot of attention as he walked down the street. In just a few minutes, a few girls even had the courage to ask for his number. However, Chen waved his hand and refused. Before he went out, he had already seen videos of himself on various major online platforms. Under such circumstances, he decided that it was better for him to keep a low profile in real life. After shopping in the mall for about half an hour, he bought a few sets of clothes and changed to a decent fit for himself. He spent more than $300,000 in total. In the past, Lu Chen would not have dared to imagine it, but now he had $10 million in his hand. He did not care about frivolously spending his money. The pleasure of spending money came naturally now. After walking out of the mall, Lu Chen directly hired a car and threw all the items that he had bought into the back seat of the car. There were a lot of daily necessities inside. Lu Chen had already planned to live in the second world for a long time, so these preparations were necessary. The business street was not far from Lu Chen's rented house. When he moved the things upstairs, he found that the room 302 opposite him had been rented out. The door was slightly open, as if someone was cleaning inside and airing the space. He did not think too much about it and shrugged his shoulders. When he unlocked his own door with his keys, Lu Chen saw a woman sitting near his kitchen area with her legs crossed. She had a key ring on her finger, and her expression was relaxed. When she saw Lu Chen return, she was about to complain, but she was attracted by the watch on Lu Chen's hand. She was not a fan of luxury goods, but her eyes were sharp. Lu Chen's watch was similar to her father's. It was worth at least $100,000. When did this kid become rich? Lu Chen put down his things and said in surprise, "Lin, why are you here? Where's the landlady?" The girl in his room was the landlady's daughter. There were dozens of apartments in the building to collect rent. She was a fair, rich, and beautiful girl. The girl blinked her eyes before she came back to her senses and said, "Oh, my mother is not free today, so I'm here to collect the rent. By the way, Lu Chen, have you made a fortune recently?" She gestured at Lu Chen's wrist. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "You sure have sharp eyes. In fact, you're right. I've earned some good money recently. You're here to collect the rent, right? I'll transfer it to you now." Lu Chen picked up his phone and transferred the money over. Ding. The young girl picked up her phone and was shocked when she saw it. $100,000? Bro, you didn't transfer the wrong amount, right? The place that Lu Chen rented was a small apartment that was well decorated. The location was not bad either. In Shanghai, the monthly rent was about $6,000 a month. However, transferring $100,000 in one go was too much. Lu Chen waved his hand as Lin watched him with wide eyes. "It's for the rent that I owed you guys from way before, plus the rent for next year's water and electricity are all in there. 100,000 should be enough. The extra money could be considered as a bonus for your hospitality. It's all thanks to you and your family for taking care of me during this period of time." The young girl smiled and said, "Well, when you put it that way, how can I not accept such a generous offer? At least you have a conscience. Oh, right, there's a beautiful woman moving in next door. When you're free, you should get to know her more. Don't stay at home every day and live like a neat." She walked out of the room and turned her head to say, "Don't bully her either." Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Got it." After Lin left, Lu Chen closed the door. His expression was a little solemn. At first, he did not feel anything. However, after he went to the mall and came back with all kinds of heavy daily necessities, this feeling was very obvious. First, he seemed to have endless strength. In the past, big and small grocery bags used to be very strenuous for him to pick up. However, now, it was as if there was no weight in his hands. Secondly, his body felt exceptionally light, and his five senses were terrifyingly sharp now. He could hear everything clearly. Even the girls on the street, who were more than 10 meters away, could be caught by him when they praised his good looks. This was completely out of the realm of reality he had ever experienced. Lu Chen looked at the gaming pod and suddenly had a bold idea. He quickly walked to the kitchen and took out a fruit knife from the kitchen utensils. He thought silently, "God's sword state." In the next moment, something magical happened. The fruit knife, which was only a few centimeters long, was suddenly covered in a layer of white cold light. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly expanded. The feeling of being able to cut through anything and everything once again filled his body. He held the fruit knife and lightly slashed at the 3-centimeter thick chopping board on the stove. Then, a cold light streaked across. The chopping board and the stove were directly cut into two halves. The cut was so smooth It was no different from cutting a piece of white paper. To Lu Chen's horror, his heart pounded from what had happened. It seemed as though the powers learned from Second World could affect reality. Knock, knock, knock. While Lu Chen stood in his place horrified, there was a knock on the door. Lu Chen took a look at the mess in the kitchen that he had destroyed and rapidly blinked. He shook his head, walked out, and closed the kitchen door. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart and calmly said, "Wait a moment, I'll be right there." The door opened and a tall woman appeared. She wore a fitting suit, and her white shirt was tightly taut. Her slender legs were wrapped in black leggings as she stood confidently with her high heels on. A pair of lively eyes were looking at her curiously. "You are?" Lu Chen was a little unfamiliar with this face. If it was a woman he had come into contact with before, he would definitely have an impression of this beauty. The woman was clearly stunned for a moment. She had not expected Lu Chen to be so good-looking. "Hello, my name is Lu Yuan. I just moved into the apartment opposite you today. I hope that we could be friendly neighbors." Lu Chen sized up the woman. Her figure was hot, but she did not have a vulgar look. Instead, there was an air of confidence that surrounded her. This kind of temperament and beauty was really rare to find. "Hello, I'm Lu Chen." He reached out a hand and shook the woman's hand. "Oh, aren't you going to invite me in?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Lu Chen scratched his head and thought of the mess he created in the kitchen. He then said a little awkwardly, "I'm sorry, it might be a little inconvenient for you to come in." A hint of surprise flashed across Lu Yuan's pretty face. How was that possible? Had she been rejected? What's wrong with this guy? In order to get close to him, I even especially changed into tight-fitting clothes. Is it because I'm not charming enough? She thought to herself. She forced out a smile and said, "No, it's okay. I'm hoping to come in next time then. I won't bother you anymore." After saying that, she turned around and went back into her apartment. After the door closed, Lu Yuan's face instantly darkened. Then, the voice of the leader came through the earpiece. "How's the mission going for you? 0927? Lu Yuan kicked one of her high heels away and threw her outerwear against the sofa. She then spoke in distress, 0927 here to report. "The mission isn't going well. I just talked to him, and he doesn't seem to be interested in me. According to the information gathered, this kid should be a promiscuous person, but he didn't even give me a chance to enter the house." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. 0927, did you use the wrong method? Lu Yuan kicked away another high-heeled shoe and said, "I don't know how to interact with boys in the first place. Leader, you're making things difficult for me. I've never been in a relationship in my entire life. How would I know how to get closer to boys?" There was no answer on the other end of the phone. Only a peal of faint, stifled laughter could be heard. From that, Lu Yuan's face turned even darker. "Ahem, Yuan. Uncle, we're currently on duty. Please call me by my code number," Lu Yuan said angrily. Okay. 0927, you're already at the age of 23 or 24, I don't know. The organization agrees that it's okay for you to use this opportunity to fall in love. I'm just saying, if that kid's a reliable person, go to H**. Lu Yuan's face flushed red, and she immediately cut off the connection. Then, she turned over and looked at the tightly shut door angrily. Isn't he just a 20-year-old kid? We'll see about that, she thought to herself. Humph. On the opposite side of the apartment, Lu Chen could be seen cleaning up all the items that had been destroyed in the kitchen. His face looked a little solemn. He held the fruit knife in his hand, and it kept flashing. He was almost 100% sure now the power provided in Second World could definitely affect reality. Although it was not as exaggerated as in the game, it was still ridiculous enough to happen in real life. If this fruit knife could cut the chopping board and the stove in half, what kind of concept could be gained from that? What if it was a different weapon? It was no wonder that the whole world was promoting this game. It was no wonder that all the major official forces paid so much attention to the game. He was sure that the higher-ups must be keeping high-ranked secrets about this game. Second World was definitely not an ordinary game after all. At this moment, Lu Chen thought of many things. Perhaps in the future, the structure of the world could change because of special events in the game. The possibilities of things changed caused a fire to burn passionately in Lu Chen's heart. In that case, he decided that it was of the utmost importance for him to train and become the most powerful in the game. Lu Chen looked at the game pod, and his eyes bore no hesitation. He directly stepped into it. Right now, he had countless golden titles, a large number of game funds in his hands, and 3 epic-grade teleportation scrolls. His starting point as a starter player was probably the highest in the game right now. As the light covered Lu Chen's line of sight, he once again returned to Second World. At this time, most of the people outside the novice village had already left. Lu Chen crossed the wild boar grassland in front of him and directly walked towards Stone Mountain. This was the place that the game map had specially marked for him. The entire Stone Mountain was red, indicating that it was an extremely dangerous location. There was also a boss marked on the small map. This was the Wild Boar King's territory, a level 10 elite boss. Lu Chen, who had made up his mind to quickly increase his strength, did not want to blindly farm those ordinary wild monsters. Fighting a boss could gain a huge amount of EXP, gold coins, and various items. It was undoubtedly the best choice for him. Lu Chen quickly walked towards Stone Mountain. The players along the way decreased as he got closer to the mountain. Obviously, no one dared to approach this place. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chen saw a hill-sized mountain of meat lying at the foot of Stone Mountain. The 2 fangs gave off a chilling aura, and the mane of the creature looked like steel needles. The entire body was pitch black, and it emitted a terrifying pressure. Mutated Wild Boar King. Level 10, Bronze. HP 3000. Attack 750. Defense 50. Skills: Earth Stomp, Death Slam. Earth Stomp. The Wild Boar King would stomp on the enemies within a 500-meter radius with brute force, causes 1,000 damage, and stun them for 3 seconds. Death Slam. The Wild Boar King's slam will lock onto a target, causing 2,000 damage. Lu Chen looked at the Wild Boar King in front of him and felt his scalp tingle. With 3,000 HP and 50 defense points, it was no wonder that no one dared to contend with it. Its attributes were too strong. Coupled with the area of effect skill, Earth Stomp, it could basically kill as many players as it could. There was also a full 3 seconds of stun that came after. It was not enough time to save someone. There was also the Death Slam. When locked onto the target, the attack would definitely be too overwhelming for a player to handle. That was why, on the second day of the game, no one still dared to contend with the Wild Boar King. Lu Chen looked at the boss in front of him and pondered. According to his current stats, he would not even be able to break the Wild Boar King's defenses. If his 360 HP was depleted, he would be finished. Generally speaking, the boss in the game could never be killed by just one person. At least 5 or 6 people, or even hundreds of thousands of people, would be needed to work together to kill the boss. In the early stages of the game, monsters like these were existences that should not be carelessly provoked. No matter how beneficial it was to be stronger in number, one could not make up for the difference in attributes. However, was Lu Chen going to give up? That was clearly not Lu Chen's style. It was not like Lu Chen had never faced such a monster before. In the Hare's Cave, he had faced countless of ferocious rabbits for 1,000 years. Those wild rabbits that were constantly getting stronger as they respawned had also turned into huge monsters. He had enough battle experience. Bow God. Lu Chen waved his hand, and an initial wooden bow appeared in his hand. Then, 2 large golden words flashed above his head. The arrow was locked and loaded, ready to fire. Then, it was aimed at the Wild Boar King. Whoosh! The arrow directly entered the Wild Boar King's huge body. A red number floated up, -250. The Bow God's skill, Armor Breaker, dispelled 90% of the armor. Now, Lu Chen could deal direct damage to the Wild Boar King. Roar! The Wild Boar King, which was the size of a tiny mountain, was obviously enraged by this arrow attack. The intense pain made it go crazy as it quickly locked onto the intruder. With ferocious intent, it crashed towards Lu Chen like a madman. The huge Wild Boar King's pace kept building as it charged at Lu Chen. It did not give Lu Chen a chance to draw his bow and shoot a second arrow. At this moment, Lu Chen instantly changed his form. Suddenly, a shadow above enveloped him. In an instant, his body was swallowed into the void. Dark Shura. This was the title that appeared after the mastery of hidden weapons was perfected. In the 1,000 years he spent in the cave, other than using knives, swords, bows, and other weapons, Lu Chen was also good at using hidden weapons such as stones. The Wild Boar King brashly hit nothing, and Lu Chen's body disappeared into thin air. The system's notification came into his mind. Dark Shura, your understanding of darkness has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a hidden weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Shadow state. When you transform into a shadow, your body will be hidden into the void. Ordinary attacks cannot deal any damage to you. When you encounter special damage, you will be immune to it. Shadow kill. When you use a long-range hidden weapon, your attack can surpass the opponent's armor. This attack will not deactivate the shadow state. One-hit kill. When you use a close-range hidden weapon, shadow state will be deactivated. Attacks will surpass the opponent's armor. Critical strikes, dodges, and shield blocks from opponents will be ignored. Deals 300% true damage. Lu Chen's entire body was hidden in the void. His entire body was covered in black fog, and only his eyes were emitting a terrifying killing intent. When he disappeared, the Wild Boar King was in a furious state outside. This was because the Wild Boar King thought that it was about to kill Lu Chen, but it was unsuccessful. Shadow kill. Lu Chen directly shot out a flying knife from his hand. The attack accurately pierced into the Wild Boar King's eyeball. 330. A red number floated up. Roar. The Wild Boar King's eyeball had been shattered instantly, and it let out an explosive roar. With a stomp, it shattered the ground beneath it. It then tried to frantically search for the enemy that had ambushed it. Under the fruitless search, the enraged Wild Boar King's aura began to surge wildly. Suddenly, some sort of terrifying power converged beneath its feet. This was definitely not a good sign. Lu Chen was shocked. He had guessed that the Wild Boar King was going to use a skill to force him out of the void. His shadow state was immune to normal attacks. However, being immune to a single attack might mean he would be immune to the effects of this skill. If he was touched by the Wild Boar King's Earth Stomp at a close distance, he would be stunned for 3 seconds, which was enough for him to die several times over at the hands of the Boar King. With that thought, Lu Chen hurriedly retreated further away. However, he was still one step too late. The Wild Boar King's 2 front limbs stomped onto the ground. The air current surged, and a terrifying shock wave directly spread towards Lu Chen. The intense dizziness instantly caused Lu Chen to lose consciousness. With that, his figure was instantly exposed more than 400 meters away from the Wild Boar King. Lu Chen felt that his body could not move at all. He could only look at the Wild Boar King as it slowly turned around to seek the opponent. Finally, the Wild Boar King locked its gaze onto Lu Chen not too far away. The gaze it held was filled with endless anger. It wanted to crush this despicable human into a speck of dust. Its sharp fangs began to gather some kind of energy. Under the earthquake, Lu Chen could only watch as the Wild Boar King charged towards him. The Wild Boar King was about to use Death Slam, locking onto Lu Chen as the victim. Lu Chen's scalp went numb. If he was hit by this, his HP would definitely return to 0. He was extremely nervous. "I can make it. I can make it. I can make it," he repeated in his mind. As Lu Chen had appeared from the void, the Wild Boar King had spent a long time searching for him, and he had also put enough distance between himself and the Wild Boar King for that search to last longer. After 3 seconds, he might have a chance to make it. Even if he was locked on, he had to think of a way to take this attack head-on. The Wild Boar King was getting closer and closer, and just as its sharp fangs were about to reach Lu Chen's face, the feeling of being stuck finally dissipated. Shield God. A dazzling white light enveloped Lu Chen. Then, a small white shield appeared on Lu Chen's arm. In that instant, it expanded around his body to protect him. Shield God. Your understanding of the shield has reached an unfathomable level. When you use any shield, you will receive a special effect. This effect will grow along with your level. Indestructible. When you receive damage, you will be immune to 90% of the damage. Shield Backlash. Return 90% of the damage you received back to the enemy. Bang! The Wild Boar King slammed into the light shield in front of Liu Chen. The huge backlash almost made Liu Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his internal organs had shifted from the impact. A line of red numbers floated above his head. -200. His health bar was almost depleted. At the same time, a red number also floated above the Wild Boar King's head. -1. 800. Liu Chen's eyes narrowed. The boss's health bar was on the verge of death. Without any time to rest, Liu Chen once again went into the void and directly disappeared into the darkness. The weapon in his hand also transformed into a dagger. After losing its target, the Wild Boar King was at a loss for a moment. At this moment, Liu Chen's figure charged out from the darkness. The dagger directly slashed across the Wild Boar King's head. One-hit kill. A red number floated up. -900. Bang! The Wild Boar King's HP bar was bottomed out, and it finally fell. On the ground, equipment and gold coins were shimmering on the ground. At the same time, a huge banner appeared on the broadcast of Second World. Congratulations to player Morning Mist for killing an elite-level boss. This player has now obtained the title, First Kill Boss. The player has been rewarded 1,000 reputation points. With the appearance of the broadcast, all the players in Second World were shocked. What the F***CK? It's only the second day, and a boss has already been killed. How? The SH**T. Who's the monster that did that? A single person can take on boss alone. Is this a private server? I'm so envious. A boss can drop so many good things. A guild's share of the loot would not be given to him alone. Reputation? What's the use of this? Countless players were stupefied. It was common knowledge that the bosses in Second World were extremely dangerous. In the past 2 days, countless first-rate guilds have been wiped out. However, now, the boss they tried so hard to defeat had actually been single-handedly killed by Morning Mist. All of the guild leaders had solemn expressions on their faces. As the leaders of a guild, they knew how terrifying the bosses in this world were. According to the intelligence report, this Morning Mist player was only level 5. How did he manage to kill a boss all on his own? At the foot of Stone Mountain, Liu Chen was surrounded by white light. The music of leveling up sounded 3 times in a row. Killing a boss this time had given him a huge amount of EXP. He had leveled up 3 times in a row. Your level has been raised to level 8. 12 free attribute points can now be allocated. Liu Chen did not hesitate. As usual, he allocated all his attribute points to strength. Looking at the items on the ground, Liu Chen's face lit up with joy. He immediately put them all into his backpack. You have received 10 gold coins. You have received a decaying ring bronze grade. You have received a broadsword. You have received a tusk necklace. You have obtained a Wild Boar King's leather. You have obtained a skill scroll, Earth Stomp. Looking at the dazzling array of items, Liu Chen was extremely pleased. This was a great harvest. A bronze boss had dropped 10 gold coins for him. That was $100,000. That was only the early stages of the boss. There were even 3 pieces of equipment. One had to know that right now, other than the silver-grade armor on Liu Chen's body, the other equipment columns were all empty. In the online game world, the attributes of equipment were beneficial to players. Decaying ring, bronze. Level requirement, 3. Vitality, +10. Strength, +8. Agility, +8. Intelligence, +10. All attributes, +5. Liu Chen took a look at its attributes. A piece of bronze equipment was not that good. It seemed that special effects could only be obtained from silver-grade equipment. However, it was still not bad for a single piece of equipment to be able to match the increase in his attributes by several levels. Liu Chen continued to check the other items. Broadsword bronze. Level requirement, 3. Vitality, +5. Strength, +10. Agility, +3. Intelligence, +3. Attack power, +150. Tusk necklace, bronze. Level requirement, 3. Vitality, +8. strength, +6, agility, +3, intelligence, +10, HP, +100, MP, +100. Lu Chen did not hesitate to equip these 3 items. With that, his attributes immediately received a huge increase. Then, he looked at the skill scroll in his backpack. This was the second time he had received a scroll. The first time was in the novice village. The old village chief had given him 3 teleportation scrolls. They were all epic-grade items, but they were one-time consumables. However, this time was different. This scroll was actually a skill type. In the early stages of the game, it was basically impossible for players to obtain skills before they arrived at White Fog City to change their class. Only bosses would drop such skill scrolls. Lu Chen took a look at the description of this skill scroll. Earth Stomp, bronze grade skill, uses violent brute force to stomp on enemies within a 500-meter radius, dealing 500 damage and stunning them for 1 second. Consumes 100 MP per use. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Player can use reputation points to level up the skill. Obviously, this was the Wild Boar King's skill. Such an AoE control skill was practically a monster clearing skill, and it even allowed players to have control over it. As for reputation points, it could be used to level up his skills. Moreover, he had a feeling that this thing might have other uses in the future. Therefore, Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to learn the skill. In an instant, a trample mark appeared on the skill pane. On his own panel, there was another silver title. First Kill Boss. Title: Unique. You are the first person in the entire server to kill the boss alone. The system will grant you this honor. The title's attributes will take effect under any state. Vitality, +50. Strength, +50. Agility, +50. Intelligence, +50. Passive. Your damage to elite bosses will be permanently increased by 50%. F*CK. Lu Chen was shocked. He had never thought that being the first to kill a boss would have so many attribute bonuses. It directly gave him 50 points to 4 of his attributes. What kind of concept was this? With the bonus from this title alone, he would be able to increase his attributes by more than 10 to 20 levels. More importantly, there was a passive effect of this title that could deal 50% more damage to elite monsters. This additional passive bonus was a big deal. In the future, the difficulty of Lu Chen's solo battle with bosses would become much lower. He could not wait any longer and opened his own attribute panel. This time, killing a boss had given him a qualitative improvement. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 8. Class: Hero. You may now change classes to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden; Shield God, Hidden; Axe God, Hidden; Blade God, Hidden; All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 111. Strength: 124. Agility: 82. Intelligence: 106. HP: 1210. MP: 1160. Attack: 1390. Defense: 15. Magic defense: 15. Reputation: 1000. Skill: Earth Stomp. Attack speed: 8.4. The luxurious stats on his interface blinded Lu Chen's eyes. Under such improvements, Lu Chen was sure that if he were to encounter the Wild Boar King again, his opponent would have died in one single attack. His current attributes were equivalent to other people's attribute panels if they were level 20. Lu Chen looked at the items in his backpack, and his heart was filled with joy. It seemed that fighting bosses were the fastest way to increase his strength. The second world set out from the novice village, passing through a grassland for beginners to level up. After that, there would be countless paths that were all shrouded in white fog, and all of them headed towards White Fog City. However, after 2 days of exploration, countless players announced the information of these paths. The leftmost path was the Wolf Valley. The most common wild monsters were all mostly level 8. These types of wild monsters had high attack speed and high damage. If one was not careful, they could be instantly killed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Wolf Valley was a silver boss, the White Wolf King. After passing through the Wolf Valley, one could reach the outskirts of White Fog City. However, the prerequisite was to kill the White Wolf King of the Wolf Valley. It was only then could one pass through. The second path was to Bear Ridge. It was also full of level 8 monsters. However, this type of wild monster had high HP and defense, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Similarly, deep within Bear Ridge, there was a silver black bear king. After that, there were other paths that had the Snake Pond, Bat Cave, Massgrave, and Tiger Mountain. There was a silver tier boss camped in each path. This caused countless players to complain endlessly. Without their class advancement, how could they possibly defeat such a terrifying silver tier boss? It was absolutely impossible for one player to pass these monsters and arrive at White Fog City safely. No matter how big the guild was, they were destined to be stuck here with these monsters. According to the information released on the official website, the class advancement requirement was level 10. However, there was no way that someone who was only level 10 could wipe out all the monsters along the way and arrive at White Fog City safely. The information on the official website showed that after arriving in White Fog City, the strength of the players would undergo a qualitative change. In regards to that information, the 3 scrolls in Lu Chen's hands became even more precious. At this moment, outside of Wolf Valley, countless players had gathered. This was because there was news that the number 1 guild in South City, White Alliance, was going to surround and kill Morning Mist here. Moreover, someone had seen with his own eyes that Morning Mist had already stepped into Wolf Valley and was walking towards the White Fog City. Damn, there's finally a major power group making a move on that dude. This time, I think this so-called Sword God skill is going to be overturned. Hee, you're dreaming, bro. We're talking about the rabbit-killing demon here. He has the title of Sword God and Bao Sword on him. Even just now, he single-handedly challenged the first boss in the entire server. Do you think he's that weak? You have to know that this is the largest guild in the South, the White Alliance. Plus, they have countless experts. They were the ones who killed the second bronze boss in the entire server. They were just a few minutes slower than Morning Mist. What a joke. How many people in their guild were fighting one boss? Morning Mist fought the boss one-on-one. Hee. So what if the White Alliance guild needed more people to win? This time, there are more than 1,000 players. If they fight him with this amount, I bet that Morning Mist will definitely not survive. Countless players were looking forward to Lu Chen's appearance. After all, such a good show could not be seen every day. Meanwhile, around the Wolf Valley, the major forces of the Dragon Country were lurking in the dark. There were even quite a number of people who were familiar with each other and recognized each other. I didn't expect the Su family to come either. Why are you interested in this Morning Mist dude? A handsome young man holding a slender white sword said to the group of people in front of him. The group of people in front of him was mainly comprised of tall and slender women with an aura of a delicate flower. They were surrounded by a few people. One woman took a glance at the young man and was secretly shocked. This person actually had a silver-grade weapon in his hands. He only had been in the game for 2 days. Other than the one that Lu Chen had obtained, this was only the second silver-grade equipment to be seen. Morning Mist seems to have endless potential. Even you, the eldest young master of Peaceful Town, have come. How can my Su family not join in on the fun? The young master of Peaceful Town smiled but did not say anything. On the other side, at the White Alliance Guild's ambush, a man dressed in a black robe said with a serious gaze, "Xiaochuan, is your White Alliance Guild really going to make a move?" In front of that man stood a young man dressed in white. His face was filled with arrogance. "I don't see Morning Mist in my sight at all. The Night Union plans on protecting him, you know that?" The man in black shook his head and said, "I just think that Morning Mist is a force to not be reckoned with. It's much better to not be his enemy if he joins the Union." Xiaochuan, the leader of the White Alliance Guild, simply waved his hand and said, "I admit that this Morning Mist is strong. Of course, I will give him the chance to join our White Alliance Guild. But the premise is that he must bow down to us and know his place. I don't want there to be a wild horse that can't be tamed here." The man in black shook his head and said, "Your personality is much too strong. One day, you will suffer a great loss." Xiaochuan smiled coldly and said, "In this world, the strong are always respected, right? Even if he has a golden title, do you think I'll be afraid of him?" As soon as Xiaochuan finished speaking, 2 golden words appeared above his head. Overlord. A terrifying aura circulated above his head. This very action from Xiao Chuan made the black-clothed man stop in his tracks. After a long while, he said deeply, "I only hope that you know your limits and take care of yourself." As he finished speaking, the black-clothed man's figure strangely disappeared in front of him. Not too far away in the forest, a woman with a strong figure was sitting on a tall tree branch. Her voluptuous curves pressed against the branches, making her extremely alluring. She was wearing emerald green leather armor, giving off a solemn killing intent. At the same time, on the surrounding tree trunks, there were 4 other people wearing the same leather armor as well. Lu Yuan, is this kid really not afraid of death? If he dies once in this world, the consequences will be very serious. A man's voice traveled through the dense forest and reached the woman's ears. Shut up. Call me by my number when you're on a mission. The woman was Lu Yuan. She had been feeling resentful ever since she was rejected by Lu Chen. However, when she heard that Lu Chen was in danger, she still gathered the members of the Dragon Country team for backup. After all, Lu Chen was someone that the higher-ups paid special attention to. If Lu Chen was in danger, they would help him out. All right, 0927. By the way, the boss wanted you to investigate the situation, right? Did you get any information? The man's voice sounded again. Lu Yuan's face turned black from the question. She was angry whenever this matter was brought up. Shut up. Since you're so concerned, how about you teach me how to conduct the mission? The voice smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm not as charming as you are. Shut up. The next time I see laughing at work, I'll make sure you'll never get to be a father ever again. After she said that, the man zipped his mouth shut. Lu Yuan finally had a smile on her face, satisfied with the response. This man really deserved to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, her eyes focused and she saw the figure of a man in the distance. She immediately sent a message to her people. Attention all departments, the target has appeared. Lu Chen's footsteps were light. He had practically forced his way into Wolf Valley. These level 8 monsters simply could not withstand even 2 slashes from Lu Chen. With his current attack speed, his maximum attack speed was 8 slashes per second. With close to 1,400 attack power, he could deal close to 10,000 damage per second. However, with his maximum attack speed, he would consume a certain amount of HP and MP. In Second World, even if it was just a game, his body would still experience the fatigue of constantly exerting energy. At the same time, his equipment would also experience wear and tear were he to use it for too long. After a character reaches level 10, their attack speed would change, and they would no longer receive such a high increase in points. At this moment, Lu Chen had walked from the outskirts of the Wolf Valley to the depths of the Wolf Valley. His level had already risen to level 10 after encountering so many monsters. In the valley, Lu Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. It seemed like countless players had gathered here. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Morning mist, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, a man dressed in white walked out from the forest. His appearance looked strange to Lu Chen, and his entire body exuded a certain unruly aura. At the same time, a large group of people surged out from the forest and surrounded Lu Chen. Lu Chen was displeased by the gaze of the man in front of him. He was even more displeased when he realized that he was surrounded, and the people around him were looking at him with malicious eyes. The man in white spoke up. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Chuan, the leader of the White Alliance Guild. I believe that my reputation precedes me. White Alliance Guild. Lu Chen did know of this guild at all. This guild was established 20 years ago. Whether in-game or in the real world, the White Alliance had a huge influence in the East. In Dragon Country, there was a saying, it said that the South was white, and the North was goo. The white referred to the White Alliance in the South, and goo was referred to the legendary goo family of the Dragon Country. It was said that when the White Alliance was at its peak, there were 1 million members in the guild. This number only accounted for the core members of the guild. It did not count for the external forces that were connected to it. It could be said that the White Alliance was the most powerful guild and had a great influence on the country. Moreover, the members of the White Alliance had always been overbearing and tyrannical. Everyone knew that those who followed their orders would prosper, and those who went against them would perish. Lu Chen glanced at Xiao Chuan and could roughly guess the other party's plan. After all, he was currently in the limelight. The leader of the White Alliance had personally gone out and brought so many people to meet him. Lu Chen concluded that this meetup may not necessarily be a good thing for him. As expected, Xiao Chuan spoke indifferently in a condescending tone. I'll give you two choices now. The first one is to join our White Alliance. I'll give you the position of becoming the second in command. The annual income would be no less than this amount. Xiao Chuan then showed Lu Chen the amount on his fingers. 10 million? Lu Chen smiled and replied. Xiao Chuan shook his head. No, it's 100 million. Lu Chen said calmly, You're being really generous with your offer, sir. An income of 100 million, and getting to be the second in command? It sure does sound enticing. Although, nothing really is free in life, isn't it? So what's the catch? Xiao Chuan said, It seems as though you carry a little bit of intelligence, boy. You are indeed right that nothing is free in life. He paused for a moment and continued, I want the 3 scrolls in your hands. I'll pay you whatever amount you wish for. The man in white pointed his finger to his head before speaking again. Think it over carefully. Our White Alliance's sincerity is not one to disregard. Up until now, no one has been able to deserve this much respect from us. We are being kind here, know this? Lu Chen looked at the White Alliance players who were getting closer, and he sneered in response. I'm not sure if I can see the sincerity that you're talking about, nor can I disregard the malicious intent coming out from your people. Have you ever seen a group of subordinates surround the other party when they're discussing important matters? Xiao Chuan frowned and said, It seems as though you have decided to go with the second choice? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, what's the second choice? Xiao Chuan's face was filled with anger as he spoke. The second choice is to become the enemy of the White Alliance starting today. You should know that whatever the White Alliance wants, they will by any means get. No matter where you resurrect, there will definitely be people from the White Alliance guarding the spot. I'll kill you time and time again. Think carefully, boy. Option 1 would give you unlimited glory and to be second in command in the greatest guild, and the other option is to be pursued by the White Alliance indefinitely. Lu Chen smiled, looked at Xiao Chuan and said, I think we should choose the third option. Xiao Chuan was stunned and said, The third option? A broadsword suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's hand. He laughed sinisterly and said, That is to send all of you back to the resurrection point. After he said that, everyone was shocked. You dash. Xiao Chuan wanted to call Lu Chen an arrogant jerk. However, before the words came out of his mouth, Lu Chen's broadsword had already arrived in front of him. Guild leader. No one in the entire White Alliance had expected that Lu Chen would be so bold as to directly attack Xiao Chuan. 2 large golden words appeared above Lu Chen's head. Blade God. The group was shocked. Was this guy going to F*King kill everyone here? Was having the Sword God and Bow God not enough? How did he manage to obtain the title Blade God too? Just how many titles did this guy have? Lu Chen raised his broadsword and slashed down. His one strike caused everyone around to tremble in fear. The Blade God's analysis popped up as a system notification for Lu Chen. Blade God. Your understanding of the blade has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a blade-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with your level. Frenzied Blade. When you transform into the Blade God, your attack will definitely be a critical hit. You will have a critical hit immunity effect and receive a 400% critical hit damage bonus. Bloodbath Blade God. When your enemies exceed 100 amount, your attack will become an area of effect damage of 100 meters. 50% of the damage will be converted into your HP. Everyone present felt the terror of Lu Chen's attack. Even Xiao Chuan could not help but turn pale. The pressure exuded from Lu Chen made him feel suffocated. Finally, the broadsword directly slashed into Xiao Chuan's body. A bright red critical hit number appeared above the man in white. -5, 560. Holy H*T. Everyone was shocked. A damage of over 5,000 from a single slash? Was this guy not only level 8? Even if all of his attribute points were focused on strength, he would not have such a high attack, right? Everyone thought that the number was too ridiculous to even comprehend. Moreover, What was even more shocking was that Lu Chen had actually dared to make an enemy out of White Alliance. He did not hesitate to draw his sword towards Xiao Chuan, sending him back to the resurrection point. Many people who were hiding in the shadows had looks of approval in their eyes. The young miss of the Su family, who was dressed in an ocean blue dress, nodded slightly and analyzed Lu Chen. His strength is formidable, and he is decisive with his decisions. The old man's judgment is indeed commendable. If such a person enters our Su family, he will definitely be a great help in the future. The eyes of the rich and the noble young master of Peaceful Town were filled with shock. This kid is much too bold. He even dared to kill Xiao Chuan. With such great strength, I'm afraid that the Dragon Country won't be able to live in peace in the future. Lu Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but praise her neighbor. He is indeed worthy of being regarded highly by the higher-ups. I have long disliked Xiao Chuan. Well done to Lu Chen. On the battlefield, Xiao Chuan's figure slowly disappeared. He reappeared less than 200 meters away from Lu Chen. With a gloomy face filled with anger, he said, "It seems to me that you are courting death." Xiao Chuan's figure appeared once again, and his body was unscathed. It was obvious that he had used some sort of method to dodge Lu Chen's attack. If I'm not mistaken, did Xiao Chuan just use a substitution scroll just now? He did. In fact, he used a gold-grade scroll. It's said that the White Alliance paid a huge price to kill a boss to obtain it. I didn't expect it to be consumed this quickly. This item should be worth at least $20 million on the market, right? In Second World, the function of a substitute scroll was to duplicate a clone with the same attributes as oneself. The duration of its existence would vary according to the quality of the scroll. To powerful players, this scroll was undoubtedly a powerful combat power. It could also be equivalent to one having a second life. Now, Xiao Chuan's clone was killed by Lu Chen without any hesitation. Therefore, Xiao Chuan was extremely furious. He looked at Lu Chen and said fiercely, "You will regret it." After saying that, he took a step back and countless White Alliance players swarmed towards Lu Chen. I'm afraid you'll be the one regretting it." Lu Chen held the broadsword in his hand and turned around to face the sea of enemies. Under the buff of the Blade God's effect, he slashed out with his blade. The area within 100 meters was instantly affected by his attack. Red numbers floated up one by one. -5, 560. The Saber God's AoE's lethality shocked everyone. This is a skill? Impossible. There was no indication that he used a skill. That was just F*King normal attack. The F*CK. Wasn't that too ridiculous? A normal attack can cover such a large area? H*T. Not only is the AoE large, but the damage is also high. Who the F*CK can withstand this overpowering attack? The scene fell into a strange silence. After Lu Chen killed a group of people from White Alliance with a single slash, the subsequent players were already cowering in fear. He had killed everyone with one slash. What was the point of fighting anymore? At this moment, a golden light flashed in the crowd. Xiao Chuan did not expect Lu Chen's strength to be so terrifying. The players of the White Alliance knew that they could not deal any damage to him at all. Knowing this, Xiao Chuan took matters into his own hands and took out his weapon. He was ready for another attack. After Lu Chen's one strike, his current level had reached level 12. Moreover, he had also obtained a new special title, Overlord. He had gained a piece of new equipment, the Sword of the Overlord. Lu Chen also quickly noticed the abnormality of this new equipment and wondered what it could do. You have the all-round master title, you may see the hidden effects of the player. The system notification sounded, and Xiao Chuan's attributes immediately entered his sight. Name, Xiao Chuan. Level, 12. Class, Hero. Title, Overlord. Vitality, 80. Strength, 37. Agility, 37. Intelligence, 37. HP, 1000. MP, 500. Attack, 2471. Defense, 40. Magic defense, 30. Reputation, 500. Overlord. This player is born with an overbearing fate and was born to be a leader. When this player leads a faction, they will receive a special effect. This effect will change with the level of the faction. Conqueror's Domination. All attributes of the Overlord will be buffed to the Strength attribute, receiving a bonus to attack power. Equipment. Sword of the Overlord, exclusive to the Overlord. Grade. Unknown. Attack power. Plus 600. Special effect. When the Overlord uses the Sword of the Overlord to attack, the damage it causes will be converted into their own shield. This effect has no limit of use. When Xiao Chuan's information entered Lu Chen's mind, even he could not help but gasp in admiration. This Overlord title's effect was really heaven-defying. Although the other four-dimensional attributes were not that high, the attack power had actually reached over 2,000 points. The most ridiculous thing was that the weapon could actually stack shields indefinitely. It was no wonder that this guy was so crazy. At this moment, Xiao Chuan did not hide his attribute panel, so everyone saw this shocking attribute. One player after another cried out in shock. F***CK. What the F***CK am I looking at? Over 2,000 attack power from his attribute panel. Is he even human? He has a golden title. Why are there so many monsters that have golden titles everywhere? I don't think it's the title that's abnormal. It's that weapon. Endless damage and AF**King shield buff. He would be practically invisible. Look, the shield bar on Xiao Chuan's head. It's a 100,000 point shield? Morning Mist is dead for sure. The hearts of the people hiding in the dark tightened. Although they did not like Xiao Chuan's title, they had to admit one thing. This guy's strength was indeed terrifying. Moreover, his influence in Dragon Country was not ordinary. He was arrogant, but he sure did have the status and strength to back up his arrogance. With a shield value of 100,000, even if he stood where he was and let Morning Mist hack at him, it would cause no damage. This time, Morning Mist was dead for sure. The young lady in the ocean blue dress of the Su family revealed a worried expression. She clenched her fists and was already prepared to make a move. Moreover, the noble young master of Peaceful Town had a solemn expression. This was also the first time he saw Xiao Chuan's attribute panel. Such stats should indeed put pressure on Lu Chen. Among the people in the forest, Lu Yuan prepared herself to rush out and save Lu Chen. However, a woman with a strong figure pulled her back. Don't be anxious, let's see how this plays out. Everyone's gaze was focused on the battlefield at this moment. Lu Chen looked at the shield number above Xiao Chuan's head and smiled. A shield? The thing he was least afraid of was the shield. His Dark Shura skill had a bonus, which was to directly ignore all the shield and armor of his opponents. As Xiao Chuan approached, Lu Chen's figure instantly disappeared into the darkness. Title change, Dark Shura. Xiao Chuan's sword cut through the air, and he could not help but feel aggravated. Stop playing tricks. Do you think you can escape the pursuit of our White Alliance guild with baby tricks? I advise you to come out obediently and hand over the scroll in your hand. Otherwise, the White Alliance will pursue you to the death. We will let you know what it means to live a life worse than experiencing death. To Xiao Chuan, accumulating 100,000 shield points would give him an invincible upper position. He was not afraid of any tricks from Morning Mist at all. No matter how strong that kid was, it would be absolutely useless to his high shield points. However, just as Xiao Chuan's voice fell, Lu Chen's voice rang in his ears. Hee, you really won't stop until one of us dies? Would you like to see how it ends when one of us dies? That voice sounded like an evil spirit from hell, causing Xiao Chuan's hair to instantly shiver from the sound. A cold chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Before he could react, a dagger that emitted a cold light directly pierced through his neck. A bright red number floated in the air. -4, 170. Xiao Chuan's HP was instantly reduced to 0. Before he could say a single word, he dropped to the ground. The scene quickly fell into a strange silence as everyone was dumbfounded. A one-hit kill. What was going on? A shield of 100,000 was nothing in Lu Chen's eyes? Moreover, his form seemed to be different. How many trump cards did this guy still have? Lu Chen looked at the White Alliance players who were extremely terrified and said, "Since your guild leader has spoken, it would be disrespectful if I didn't reply. Was it not? He did say that the White Alliance would fight to the death. All right, I, Morning Mist, shall take up on that challenge. The dagger in his hand instantly turned into a broadsword. He grinned, revealing his ghastly white teeth. His voice was filled with killing intent as he continued speaking. From today onwards, all the White Alliance players shall become my mortal enemies. I shall kill every single one of you. As he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly charged into the crowd. Chen stepped into the crowd with his broadsword in hand. He looked like a tiger entering preying on a flock of sheep. The players of the White Alliance did not even have the strength to fight back. In just a few minutes, almost all of them were sent back to the resurrection point outside the novice village. The players around Wolf Valley who witnessed the battle unfold were amazed by Chen's boldness. This was the first person who dared to publicly declare the White Alliance as an enemy. However, based on the strength that Chen had displayed, it really was an extremely exciting battle. Countless White Alliance players complained incessantly as they were sent back to the resurrection point almost in a flash. In Second World, every time they died, they would lose a large amount of experience points. Moreover, they would be under a 24-hour period of weakness. During this period, they had almost no ability to clear monsters. They needed to wait for their status to slowly recover. By being unconsentedly held back, their levels would lag far behind the others. At the resurrection point outside the novice village, a white light flashed. Xiao Chuan's figure appeared. His face was gloomy, and his expression was slightly distorted. As the leader of the White Alliance, he felt humiliated. The number one person in the south was actually killed in one slash? He did not even know how Chen did it. He realized that his shield was completely ineffective in front of Chen. At the same time, rays of white light flashed around Xiao Chuan. Then, the members of the White Alliance appeared one by one. Xiao Chuan was shocked and furious at the same time when all his men appeared here. This meant that they had all died once. Who did this? His voice was low and deep as he tried his best to suppress his anger. It's Morning Mist. All the remaining guild members in Wolf Valley have been killed by him. Not a single one of them was spared. He also said. The player stuttered as he spoke. Xiao Chuan snorted and asked, "What else did he say? Quickly spit it out now." That person's body trembled and he immediately said, "He declared that since you would not rest until he was dead, he would not show mercy to the people of the White Alliance in the future as well." Xiao Chuan clenched his fists and almost gritted his teeth when he heard this news. After a while, he spoke, word by word. "Good, very good. He is the first person who dares to openly oppose the White Alliance. Inform everyone that from today onwards, the entire White Alliance will go all out to kill Morning Mist. No matter the price, those who can kill him will have the chance to be the second in command. The monetary reward will be 200 million. As soon as these words were said, everyone's eyes flashed with a fiery light. That was $200 million in the bag were they to succeed. They might not even succeed even if they worked hard for 10 lifetimes. For a moment, all the members of the White Alliance burned with greed. At this moment, in Wolf Valley, within a 200-meter radius of Chen, no one dared to come any closer. The young lady in the ocean blue dress from the Su family looked at the figure of the man in the distance and nodded her head in praise. Not many people in the Su family had Chen's strength and boldness. The seniors had said that if he was outstanding enough, he would have to be scouted into the family at all costs. However, what did this guy like? She frowned slightly. For a moment, she could not think of any condition that could persuade Chen. On the other hand, the president of the Night Union in the real world, who was hiding in the dark, had a shocked expression. The Dark Knight Guild was an iconic union. Unlike other guilds, it only recruited talents that met certain specific requirements. In the Second World, the Dark Knight Guild only wanted assassins. There were even rumors that the leader of the Dark Knight Guild, Heiyu, was a top-tier assassin in real life. If we can get Chen to join our union, he will definitely be a great help. That method he carried out just now, I can't get it out of my mind. That's the method of an assassin. His heart was surging with excitement. On the other side, there was an old man beside the noble young master of Peaceful Town. Chen, what do you think of this Morning Mist? The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said, He's a very energetic young man. His strength is not bad, but his future is hard to predict. If I'm not wrong, there must be a lot of people watching him now. If we want to befriend him, we should do it now." The noble young master nodded and walked out directly. In the depths of the forest, Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "He gave me a fright. I thought this kid was dead for sure." The woman at the side smiled and said, "Don't worry. If he did not have the capabilities, the higher-ups wouldn't have taken him so seriously." Lu Yuan nodded and looked at Lu Chun in the distance. She said seriously, "From the looks of it, this Lu Chun is someone who will take revenge for everything. He won't hesitate in losses. Moreover, he has a strong personality. If he is recruited into a team, it'll be easy for him to lose control. Therefore, he must have someone who can contain his excessiveness. All right, let's continue to observe this kid further. I have a feeling that he will give us another surprise soon enough." In the Wolf Valley, Lu Chun had just put away the broadsword in his hand. Right then, a noble-looking young man walked out from the forest in front of him. Lu Chun's expression turned solemn, and he became alert again. "Don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble." The young man smiled and quickly explained himself. Lu Chun frowned. Today was really baffling. Strange people kept approaching him, one after another. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Gu Yiming of Peaceful Town." As soon as he said this, all the players present turned pale with fright. The Gu family of Peaceful Town? Could it be he's that Gu from the Gu family? The current leader of the Gu family, Gu Yiming? Nonsense. Who else could it be? In the entire Dragon Country, the Gu family had businesses all over the place. Everyone's clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all inextricably linked to the Gu family. In fact, the Gu family was the one who single-handedly pushed the development of this gaming pod for the people. This was a colossal figure that stood before Lu Chun, a truly important figure. Lu Chun naturally knew of the existence of the Gu family. Although this great aristocratic family with a 1,000-year history kept a low profile, their influence was extremely huge. "Mr. Gu, what business do you have with me?" Lu Chun was still somewhat on guard. Gu Yiming smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Morning Mist. I don't have any ill intentions. I just want to befriend you. I saw what happened just now. The White Alliance Guild seemed domineering. Mr. Morning Mist, you might be in trouble in the future." Lu Chun waved his hand and said, "I don't think so. They're just a bunch of pests. I'll kill them all no matter how many come." Gu Yiming nodded and said, "I naturally believe that you have the ability after what you have shown to us. However, no matter how strong you are, there will always be times when you feel troubled. As a sign of sincerity, my Gu family is willing to become Mr. Morning Mist's ally. Although the White Alliance is domineering, no matter how arrogant they are no match for my Gu family when it comes to status. Ding. 1,000 Miles requests to be added as a friend. As long as Mr. Morning Mist says the word, our Gu family will definitely make a move." Gu Yiming chuckled. At this moment, the entire Wolf Valley was in chaos. Gu Yiming's words represented the Gu family's whole attitude. This family that dominated the north actually chose to side with Morning Mist and did not hesitate to offend the White Alliance in the south. From what he said, it seemed that as long as the White Alliance and Morning Mist were enemies, by extension White Alliance would be enemies with the Gu family. When the two forces of the north and south clashed, it would not be a small matter. What power did Morning Mist possess for such a big issue to occur? Right when Gu Yiming finished speaking, another group of people walked out from the dark. The leader was a young girl that wore an ocean blue long dress. She was fair and beautiful, full of gentle and virtuous temperament. "My Su family also has the same idea." The young girl walked toward Lu Chun and spoke up. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present was even more shocked. Even the Su family was here? In Dragon Country, there were quite a number of large families, but only the 10 great families had high status rankings. Among the 10, the Su family was in existence that could be placed in the top 5. Moreover, it was said that the Su family seemed to only have one direct descendant female. She was incomparably beautiful, and all the large families wanted to use her to form a marriage alliance. Could it be that she was the one in front of Lu Chun? Lu Chun looked at the young girl walking over and was somewhat stunned. It seemed that what happened in Wolf Valley today was not a coincidence. Ever since he showed his talent in the novice village, all the higher forces had probably noticed him. I'm Su Ziyuan, a direct descendant of the Su family. Mr. Morning Mist, you may refer to me as Ziyuan in the game as well. Su Ziyuan walked to Gu Yiming's side politely and smiled sweetly at Lu Chen. Ding. Ziyuan requests to be added as a friend. The system notification appeared again. Lu Chen looked around and shook his head slightly. How many more people are there? Come out wherever you are. Lu Chen spoke in a jokingly manner. However, as soon as he said that, a large group of people came out from the forest of Wolf Valley. Ahem, Mr. Morning Mist, you really are a charming person. I'm Lu Chongchong of the Lu family. I wish to befriend you too. White Alliance has been a nuisance for much too long, but fret not, Mr. Morning Mist. As long as you are willing to cooperate with the Zhou family, I guarantee that White Alliance won't dare touch so much so as a hair on you. Mr. Morning Mist, do you want to consider our Mabe union? Out benefits are definitely not lower than White Alliance's. For a moment, Lu Chen was surrounded. The system was filled with all kinds of friend requests. Su Ziyuan and Gu Yiming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed as though Morning Mist had really become a hot commodity and countless forces were fighting for it. However, they had already achieved their goal. It would be much more convenient for them to leave a good impression in front of Lu Chen and interact with him should an opportunity arise in the future. This world was so big, there would always be a suitable opportunity. There was no need to rush. The entire Wolf Valley was noisy, and the surrounding players who were ordinary were so shocked that they could not speak. It took a long time for someone to react. My gosh, what the H*L is going on? Are all the major forces of the Dragon Country gathered in the Wolf Valley? Is this Morning Mist dude really so popular? Hee, if you have the titles of Sword God, Bow God, and so on, you would definitely be popular. I dare say that as long as these forces offer enticing conditions, he will definitely agree to any of them. Money, beautiful women, properties, he would have whatever he wishes for. F***CK. I'm so envious. Why didn't I receive this fate? Lu Chen looked at the people around him and felt a headache coming on. He only heard bits and pieces of everyone's offer and introductions. These people were all high and mighty. Usually, in the real world, with a snap of their fingers, they could easily move mountains. However, now, they were all carefully introducing themselves to him. There was even a hint of flattery involved. If it was an ordinary person, they would already be in a daze from all the offers thrown their way. However, Lu Chen was a very clear-headed man. These people only respected him because of his strength. It was because he had that value. At this moment, for the first time, Lu Chen felt the change brought about by becoming stronger. Amidst the noise, a man squeezed in. When the crowd saw him, they immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes then gathered over to the man. It was a middle-aged man dressed in black. I'm Heiyu from the Dark Knight Guild. It's our first time meeting, and I have nothing to offer you right now. When I saw your techniques just now, the dagger in your hand seemed to be a piece of starter equipment. Take this short dagger as a token of my goodwill. As he spoke, he took out a dagger from his waist and handed it over. On the bright silver scabbard, there were a few gems embellished. Could this be a gold-grade equipment? T. How can that be a gold-grade equipment? F***CK, this attribute. Isn't this 2F** king overpowering? This value. It's not something that can be measured with money. Guild leader Heiyu sure is a generous man. When Heiyu took out that dagger, everyone was shocked. When Lu Chen saw the attributes of that dagger, he too could not help but gasp. Blade of Darkness, exclusive to assassins. Grade. Unknown. Attack. Plus 500. Special effect. When you successfully assassinate an enemy, you will permanently gain 10% of the enemy's attributes. This effect will grow with the growth of the wearer. Another exclusive weapon. Moreover, the grade was unknown. Putting aside that heaven-defying special effect, just the 500 attack bonus in the early stage was already extremely terrifying. Such a valuable treasure could no longer be measured with money. Moreover, those who knew about the Dark Knight Guild knew that Heiyu was an assassin himself. To him, Such a piece of equipment was simply a divine weapon. How could he so easily give it away? Lu Chen naturally knew this as well. Therefore, he glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and shook his head. I'm sorry. This item is too valuable. I can't accept it. There is no reward without merit. Heiyu shook his head and said, Mr. Morning Mist, I have no ill will. I only represent the Dark Knight Guild and wish to befriend you. This equipment to you is to show my sincerity. Among the many polite people, Heiyu garnered the attention of everyone by taking out a piece of equipment. Compared to those who only knew how to talk, this gesture was indeed full of sincerity. Lu Chen was also somewhat tempted by this dagger. After all, growth-level equipment was something that could only be found by chance. It was a perfect match for his dark Shura. He pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, I'll accept it. As soon as he said that, Heiyu's face lit up. What he wanted was for Lu Chen to accept it. If he could gain Lu Chen's favor, it would be worth it to give the equipment away. However, before he could say anything, Lu Chen's voice sounded again. However, I don't like to owe others favors either. After saying that, a scroll appeared in his hand as he spoke. This is a teleportation scroll. Consider it my return gift. Lu Chen's action made everyone feel suffocated. Even Heiyu was stunned on the spot. I'm giving you a gift, not asking you to give me an even more F*King valuable one. Do you know the F*King value of this thing? Heiyu thought to himself. The scroll itself was still fine, but the most important thing was that he now had the opportunity to be the first to enter White Fog City. Even the higher-ups around had expressed their disdain. The first person to enter White Fog City would most likely receive the full benefits of the higher-ups. Heiyu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Mr. Morning Mist, I hope you're not pulling a prank on me. This item is much too valuable. I can't take it. Everyone's eyes were burning. If not for the fact that they were all big shots, they would have expressed themselves differently. Everyone was trying to hold themselves back in order not to start a fight. Even Gu Yiming and Su Ziyuan did not expect him to do that. How could the teleportation scroll be given away that easily? At this moment, everyone regretted that they did not prepare a gift that could move Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Heiyu, and he could feel this guy's sincerity. In fact, the teleportation scroll did not mean that much to him. The first to enter White Fog City? Getting the resources of the higher-ups? A 100 million reward? Did this mean anything to him? That would only place him in the limelight of the storm. Today's even had made Lu Chen realize something. Sometimes, it was not a good thing to be too dazzling. He did not believe that there would be no price for the higher-ups to provide benefits to the first player that enters the White Fog City. There would definitely be many restrictions, and the more he thought about that possibility, the more he did not like it. Therefore, he might as well give the first scroll to someone else. In exchange, he would get this dagger that was equally as rare. Lu Chen waved his hand and said to Heiyu, You don't have to say anything else anymore. If I give it to you, it means that you can keep it. How you want to deal with it is up to you. I'm only exchanging it for this dagger that you've given me. Deep in the forest, Lu Yuan was so angry that she cried out. This be *starred. Does he know what he's giving away? Lu, let go of me. I must go out and smash his tiny head. Behind Lu Yuan, an older woman hugged her tightly and said with a helpless and bitter smile, Calm down. Heiyu has a clean record. He can more or less guess the value of this thing. She did not expect Lu Chen to be so reckless. How could such a thing be given away casually? This could change the game structure of the early stages of Dragon Country. She looked at Heiyu with worry in her eyes. This guy was a top-notch assassin trained by the organization. Due to some internal conflicts, he fell out with the higher-ups. Now, Lu Chen had given him an extremely good opportunity. If he were to seize it, he might really get into big trouble. Meanwhile, Heiyu's breathing had quickened. This teleportation scroll had an extraordinary significance. With it, he would have the opportunity to do something big. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for decades. Initially, he only befriended Lu Chen so that when the time came, he would seek Lu Chen's help. However, now there was a brand new choice. The question standing would be if he was going to seize the opportunity that has befallen him. Lu Chen looked at the silent crowd with some displeasure. He then threw the scroll directly into Heiyu's hand. You people are just dawdling. I'll give you the scroll. You and I are even. I don't owe you any favors. Goodbye." After saying that, he walked straight into the depths of Wolf Valley. Only the petrified people were left behind. Such a valuable thing was given away just like that? Also, this guy was still walking into the depths of the Wolf Valley? Could it be that he was going to challenge the silver-level Wolf King boss? Was this guy crazy? Bronze bosses and silver bosses were completely different levels. Was this guy seeking for a deathbed? Lu Chen ignored the gazes of others and resolutely stepped into the depths of the Wolf Valley. In the Wolf Valley, all the people left exchanged a look of suspicion towards each other. Then, they began to quickly disperse. Heiyu held the scroll in his hand, not knowing what to do. After a long time, almost all the people around him left. Only a few people came out from the depths of the forest. "Heiyu, long time no see." There was a thin and weak man, but his eyes were sharp and his eyes were even twinkling. Heiyu raised his head and looked at the man. "Hey, why are you here?" Then, Lu Yuan and Lu Yu also walked out. "I didn't expect this scroll to be in your hands." Lu Yu looked at Heiyu and shook her head. Heiyu was silent. He used to be the top soldier king in the organization. However, because of a certain mission, his daughter died in the West. What he wanted to do was to take revenge. His personal grudges were suppressed under the consideration of the overall situation of the Dragon Country. From then on, he had left the organization. This scroll was very likely an opportunity for him to achieve his goal. It was a bargaining chip that could give him a chance to kill his enemy. Heiyu's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at his former teammates and said, "What are you guys doing here? You want me to give you this thing?" Lu Yu shook her head and said, "There's no need for that. It's a gift for you. You can use it however you want." The higher-ups didn't say that this thing must be used by Morning Mist. Lu Yuan was shocked and said, "Sister, this?" Lu Yu raised her hand to interrupt her and said to Heiyu, "But, old friend, think carefully about what you wish to do with it. You can be the first to enter White Fog City. The higher-ups might even agree to give you this opportunity to attack. But, can you really kill everything that stands in your path? I hope you will think about it carefully and not do anything stupid." After saying that, she turned around and left. Lu Yuan also left with Lu Yu. Only the old man, who was originally not in a proper shape, was left. He walked over and patted Heiyu's shoulder with a solemn expression. "Don't worry, Lu Yu has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She just doesn't want anything bad to happen to you. If the higher-ups really agree to give you a chance to make a move, I, Long Air, will be the first to go with you." Heiyu was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Thank you." Long Air stood up and sighed. "Take care of yourself. It's good to get closer to that kid, Morning Mist. The higher-ups are paying attention to this kid after all." Long Air quickly left after he finished speaking. Heiyu looked at the scroll in his hand and fell into deep thought. A moment later, countless players from the Dark Knight Guild gathered in Wolf Valley. "Heiyu, is it true that the teleportation scroll is really in your hands? Does that mean we have a chance?" "Yes, as long as the higher-ups agree, we will be the first to follow you." "That's right. Kill those sons of B** cheese. That B** Tard's luck was off the roof in the past. He won't be so lucky this time." Heiyu was silent. Suddenly, he said sternly, "Enough." Everyone fell silent. "I've decided. I won't be the first to use this thing." Everyone was stunned. "Why?" "Heiyu, this is your only chance. Didn't you dream of taking revenge ever since it happened?" Heiyu sighed and said, "I want to take revenge, but have any of you thought about it thoroughly? Even if the higher-ups give me this chance, how confident are we if we go to the West? If I take this chance, the higher-ups will get into trouble, and so will all of you. When the time comes, if the higher-ups really force me to go back, will I have a choice? I'm from the Dragon Country. Should my country need me, I won't sit idly by." The players of the Dark Knight Guild all lowered their heads and remained silent. Heiyu held the scroll and slowly said, "Apart from that, I have another thing to consider. Morning Mist has already been noticed by the higher-ups. I think no one else should be the first to arrive at White Fog City. Give him this opportunity to be the first. I'll go only after he arrives. This is a favor." Although he won't say it out loud, he will remember it in his heart. I believe in my own judgment. He is a person who values friendship. I also believe in this kid's potential. The internet was once again in an uproar. All the hot searches were all about Lu Chen. Breaking news, White Alliance's guild leader declared war on player Morning Mist and would not rest until one of them was dead. The overlord with over 100,000 shield points was killed with a single slash, and guild leader Xiao Chuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Miss Su threw herself into the arms of the Gu family's young master to support Morning Mist. Player Morning Mist said that he would not let any White Alliance player off the hook. The epic level scroll has finally appeared. The Dark Knight Guild may become the biggest winner. The comments section from all the major videos blew up. The entire Dragon Country players were all attracted by this Wold Valley incident. F***CK. Even the Gu family from the north and the White Alliance from the south were there. Not only that, the Su family and Chen family that are low-key major forces were there too. Is this Morning Mist person really that awesome? Hee brother. I'm afraid you don't know the value of the Sword God and Bow God. This video is too awesomely ridiculous. I feel like it's a F***king joke. With a single slash, he killed the guild leader Xiao Chuan. He completely ignored the shield. TSK, this is definitely an assassin's trick. I'm sure that Morning Mist has a hidden title. That's right. Otherwise, why would you give that dagger to Morning Mist? At the same time, the various major powers on the market all revealed their high prices in order to snatch the teleportation scroll from Heiyu. Our Chen family is willing to pay 300 million for this epic-grade scroll. Heiyu, our guild knows about your past. As long as you give us the scroll, I can send you to the western region easily. Heiyu, you know the strength of our Gu family. As long as you can give us the scroll, you ask for any conditions. Our Gu family won't even bargain with you. Right when countless people were fighting over this scroll, Heiyu finally spoke up. I, Heiyu, hereby declare that I will not use this scroll casually, nor will I sell it. This is a gift from Mr. Morning Mist. I hope everyone understands. After making this statement, Heiyu disappeared. This made everyone confused. What did Heiyu mean? Instead of taking this huge benefit, he was being pretentious? He would not wait until Morning Mist was the first to arrive at White Fog City before using it, right? This action of his was too despicable. When the outside world was exploding, Lu Chen had already walked into the depths of Wolf Valley. Wolf Valley was very large. From the outside, it looked like an open valley. After passing through the open valley in the middle, the path became narrow and long. On both sides stood tall mountains and dense forests. Wild monsters had also been leveled up from a level 8 to level 10. Lu Chen had been walking for a long time. He had a faint feeling that Wolf Valley might not be an ordinary place. The structure of Second World was completely different from other games. For an online game, this place was filled with unreasonable existences. Apart from the guide for the first mission in Novice Village, there were no other guides for future missions. Everything depended on the players to figure it out themselves. Meanwhile, outside of White Fog City, everyone was complaining. There were wild monsters everywhere that were extremely difficult to kill. The difficulty of the new location felt like a living hell. During this period of time, there were no class upgrades and no business transactions. There were even no equipment purchases allowed either. This place was all based on the players killing monsters and leveling up by themselves, exploring step by step. There were no quests, and especially no guidance whatsoever. The road leading to White Fog City was divided into 6 paths, and each path had a silver-grade boss. To ordinary players, this was simply an insurmountable mountain to overcome. No game would allow players to be trapped outside of the Novice Village forever. If it were not for the fact that the whole world was pushing it, and that the currency was bound, such a game would have long persuaded the players to leave. Lu Chen's eyes were solemn. The monster in front of him had already been raised to level 15. The very sturdy giant wolf's eyes were filled with a cold demeanor. White mist was spewing out of its nose, and the soles of its feet were enough to cover a person's face. Its body was the same size as an ordinary car. Sturdy Wolf King Guard. Level 15. HP 2000. Attack 700. Defense 30. Characteristics: extremely fast, has a high attack and high critical hit rate. Skills: Squall, Swift Claw. Squall spits out a strong storm, dealing 50% maximum HP damage to the enemy in front of you. Those caught will be restrained for 2 seconds. Swift Claw enhances the agility of one's body, grants 100% critical hit probability, lasts for 10 seconds. Lu Chen had a total of 2,000 HP 2 skills, and an attack power of up to 700 points combined. This was almost comparable to a bronze-tier boss. Elite monsters were everywhere in the depths of the valley. This was not something that an ordinary person could defeat. Lu Chen then activated his Sword God status. His attack power instantly received a 500% bonus. The attack power on the system interface was now 1390 points. After receiving the bonus from God Sword State, it directly became 6,950 points. Lu Chen then took a step forward and instantly killed the wild monster in front of him with a single slash. A bright red number floated above the head. In the valley, the sound of corpses falling to the ground alarmed the wolf pack, and many pairs of green eyes looked towards the sound. Due to the synchronization of time in the second world and the real world, the Wolf Valley had already fallen into darkness. In the dark night, the wolf pack started to surround Lu Chen. It was densely packed, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Such a sight could make anyone cower in fear. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and directly switched to the form of the Blade God. Although the Sword God had strong combat strength, he could not win in such a large-scale battle. Oh, whoa! With a wolf howl, the wolf pack charged at Lu Chen. He held the dagger in his hand and waved it. Therefore, within a radius of 100 meters, the cries of wolves could be heard. The dagger in Lu Chen's hand, due to the enhancement of the Blade God, burst out with a sharp aura, covering the surrounding 100 meters. Even so, there were still wolves that broke into the defensive circle. They managed to dodge the attack and caused a lot of damage to Lu Chen. Lu Chen even saw the existence of a level 20 giant wolf. If not for the terrifying recovery effect of the Blade God, he would have died several times over. Finally, after half an hour, Lu Chen stopped. Although his HP was still more than 50%, his mind was indescribably tired. At this moment, there were no more wolves around him, however. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His level had also risen to level 10. He did not even have the time to pick up the various gold coins and equipment on the ground when on the hill in front of him, a huge black shadow appeared. On the hill, the bright moonlight illuminated the area. With the help of the moonlight, Lu Chen gradually saw the appearance of a swift-moving black shadow. It was the Wolf King clad in snow-white fur. Under the breeze of the strong wind, its eyes were filled with compassion. The sound of falling leaves around it was like a hymn, filling its appearance with a holy feeling. Lu Chen seemed to feel human-like emotions in its eyes. Was it odd to learn that a wild monster could be filled with complex emotions? Oh, whoa! As the Wolf King howled, the valley echoed itself back. The silver moonlight gathered on the Wolf King's body as specks of dust flittered around its body. The information about the Wolf King appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Ancient Wolf King. Level 20. Silver. HP 100,000. Attack 8,000. Defense 100. Magic defense 100. Skill Howling Moon. Howling Moon. An exclusive skill of the ancient wolves. There will be different effects depending on the awakening of the bloodline. The Wolf King howls at the moon. It now deals 1,000 magic damage per second to enemies under the moonlight. Lasts for 20 seconds. The Wolf King howls at the moon. It has strengthened its body, giving it a chance to awaken the bloodline in its body and complete its transformation. Cooldown time is 3 months. Lu Chen was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a skill that lasted for this long. Ever since the appearance of the exclusive equipment, this so-called exclusive skill had also appeared. As for the ancient Wolf King, there was no information about it on the official website of the Second World at all. Moreover, how could such an early boss have 100,000 HP? Plus, its attack power was as high as 8,000 points. Was this really a level 20 boss? How could a bunch of players who have never gone through a class change defeat such a monster? Apart from that, even the Howling Moon skill was just as ridiculous as the whole situation. This skill deals 1,000 magic damage per second to the enemies under the moonlight and even lasts for a full 20 seconds. How in the world was Lu Chen going to defeat such a beast? The most absurd thing was that the opponent had an unknown strengthening effect. Right when Lu Chen was thinking about ways to defeat the boss, the ancient Wolf King pounced towards him. Its speed was so quick that it moved like a flash of lightning. Fortunately, Lu Chen immediately switched to his dark Shura form and disappeared into the void. The ancient Wolf King pounced into the air, letting out a furious roar in the valley as it barely missed its opponent. In the shadows, one could see Lu Chen gripping tightly on a blade, ready to attack. His attack power rose, directly breaking through to 2,000 points. One-hit kill. Lu Chen's body appeared behind the ancient Wolf King like a ghost, and his dagger directly pierced into its fur. -6000. A bright red number floated up. The Wolf King felt the pain and let out a loud roar. Its sharp claws brushed past the tip of Lu Chen's nose in retaliation. One-hit kill did not manage to kill the beast, so Lu Chen once again entered the darkness. His heart sank slightly. This Wolf King's health bar was too high. Having 100,000 HP and 6,000 damage in one attack, it was simply impossible to kill him. According to this rate of progress, he would have to make at least 16 moves. For each time he exposes himself from the shadows, he would be vulnerable to the Wolf King's attack. That strike just now could have almost taken his life right there and then. The stakes were high, but he had no other choice but to carry out with this plan. Lu Chen could only brace himself and hide patiently in the dark. Finally, a moment later, he found another opportunity to strike. The Wolf King's HP was reduced by 600 points again. However, only 10% of the total HP was reduced. This made Lu Chen very nervous. If he had not switched to his shield god form at the critical moment, he would have been instantly killed. Even so, he still received 800 damage points. His HP was only left with less than 500 points now. During this period of time, he would not be able to withstand a single strike from the ancient Wolf King. Lu Chen hid in the darkness, waiting for his HP to recover while he waited for an opportunity to strike yet again. Finally, half an hour later, Lu Chen attacked with all his might, and the dagger slashed across the Wolf King's neck. It took away another 6,000 HP. In the valley, the giant ancient Wolf King turned extremely furious. It was an extremely powerful beast. That was why the humans that invaded the Wolf Valley refused to fight it head-on. Fortunately, the sneak attacks Lu Chen did were going well. As long there was an opportunity, he would appear like a poisonous snake. He would give his opponent a vicious blow. He had no choice but to focus 200% of his attention on his surroundings at all times. Thus, the man and the wolf were stuck in a stalemate. 10 hours had passed. Lu Chen's mind was on the verge of collapsing. During these 10 hours, he had only found 7 opportunities to attack. After his HP was fully recovered, he had taken another blow from the Wolf King. Thankfully, he relied on the shield god to absorb some of the damage, causing him to only have a decrease in HP. On the other hand, the other party still had 40,000 HP left. As for the ancient Wolf King, its originally agile eyes were no longer as agile as before. Its consciousness started to become somewhat scattered. Both parties were now spent. At this moment, dawn was on its way. The darkness around them was beginning to fade away. Swoosh. Another slash. In the darkness, a wolf could be heard letting out a pained cry towards the valley. Anger and humiliation surged into the Wolf King's heart. This was the Wolf Valley that they have guarded for generations. The Wolf King would absolutely not let outsiders in. Thus, the Wolf King raised its head to let out a howl that pierced through the cloud. Immediately, the dark clouds dissipated, and a huge, pure white moon appeared in the night sky. Everything in the valley could now be seen much more clearly. The strong wind blew across the grass, and the fur of the ancient Wolf King swayed with the wind. The ancient Wolf King howled at the moon. Lu Chen's scalp went numb. He wanted to hide, but the moonlight covered the entire world. There was no way he could hide from this. Beams of moonlight shed the ground, as though they were limelight. However, each beam was like a sword, and it directly pierced through Lu Chen's body. -1, 000. The moment he saw the bright red number, he knew that he was done for. Lu Chen's mouth was filled with bitterness. This silver-level boss was too much of a challenge to be picked on now. After enduring for more than 10 hours, it was all in vain. Right as he was about to give up, the system notification sounded again. Your death proficiency has increased to the highest level. You have obtained the title, Undead. Undead. Your understanding of death has reached an unfathomable level. When you die in battle, there is a 50% chance of resurrection. You can be resurrected up to 3 times in a row. Your skills will increase as the player's level increases. A white light enveloped Lu Chen. Due to his low HP, he was resurrected at full condition. In his ecstasy, Lu Chen did not have time to do anything unnecessary and immediately activated his shield god form. With that, he used it to block the damage from the moonlight. The beams of moonlight landed on the light shield, causing ripples. After being reduced by 90% of the damage, it could only deal 85 damage to Lu Chen per second, due to the existence of indestructible. However, the duration of the Howling Moon skill was as long as 20 seconds. Even if the moonlight's damage was reduced to 85 points, Lu Chen's HP would still not last until the end of the opponent's casting. Moreover, the probability of resurrecting was only at 50%. Lu Chen did not dare to take on the gamble of death. Therefore, he had to think of another way. Lu Chen directly raised his shield and approached the Wolf King with great difficulty. Meanwhile, on the hill, the Wolf King was bathed in pure moonlight. It even looked particularly sacred. A mysterious and ancient feeling rose up. Countless specks of starlight danced around the Wolf King, and it looked to be ancient. The howls of the Wolf King were also becoming more and more ancient-sounding. With one howl, the entire Wolf Valley emitted a distant and mysterious aura. Lu Chen felt that the ancient Wolf King seemed to be undergoing some sort of change. Under the cover of the moonlight, its huge body slowly rose into the air. He suddenly remembered the description of the ancient Wolf King's skill. Under the state of the ancient Wolf King's Howling Moon skill, the ancient Wolf King would undergo some sort of strange change. For Lu Chen, a change at this time was not necessarily a good thing. It was not easy for him to beat the ancient Wolf King's HP down to 40,000. He did not want his efforts to go to waste. Lu Chen raised his shield and approached the ancient Wolf King. He even saw the numerous wounds on the ancient Wolf King's body. The moonlight seemed to gather on the hill, like a silver light pillar. The Wolf King that was floating in the air started to lose its fur. Everything started to turn into a snowstorm. Its original beast-like form turned into a human shape in the dense mist. Lu Chen was shocked. Was this the power of a silver-level boss, to be able to turn into a human? Lu Chen raised his shield and arrived under the bright pillar of moonlight. Gritting his teeth, he raised his shield and rushed towards the human shape. Shield backlash. Bang. The attack landed on the silhouette, but it did not cause any damage. Was it immune to attacks? Lu Chen's scalp tingled. At this moment, his opponent's magic effect had finally passed. Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He then switched to the Sword God state. His attack power increased 5-fold as he slashed towards the evolving Wolf King. However, the attack was to no avail. The Wolf King did not receive any damage. This time, Lu Chen really felt a headache oncoming. Even the Sword God state could not deal any damage? This was unbelievable. He got angry and switched forms again. Every switch he did, he just cascaded attack after attack down onto the ancient Wolf King. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen stood at the side as he panted tirelessly. This time, he really had no other choice. He had tried every form from the Sword God to the Blade God. However, there was no other way. The pillar of light in front of him was still tightly wrapped around the ancient Wolf King. It was like a turtle shell. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. This was the first time Lu Chen had seen such a bizarre transformation of a wild monster. Would a silver-level boss evolve into a gold-level boss? Lu Chen was afraid of this happening. If a silver-level boss was so difficult to deal with, it would mean he would have no chance of defeating a gold-level boss. Should he leave? However, deep down in his heart, he wanted to prevail. He had clearly reached the final step, yet his final challenge seemed impossible. Chen looked at the light and paced slowly on the hill. At this moment, his mental state had been weakened. He had fought for more than 10 hours in the tensest state. Before this, he had even fought a few battles in the valley. He had almost squeezed his mental state to the utmost limit. He could faint at any time. However, Chen forced himself to maintain a vague consciousness. He was weak, but the Wolf King was also weakened. It would be a pity if he gave up just like that. There must be a way to break this light screen. He looked at the moonlight falling from the sky and fell into deep thought. The outline of the beast inside had completely disappeared and was replaced by a human figure. The strong silver-white light seemed to be holding something. Chen turned his gaze to his interface. After searching for a moment, he finally found a title that he had never used before in the title interface. Taming God. In the 1,000 years he spent in the Hare's Cave, Chen had done almost everything that he could do, including capturing and taming rabbits. He had even turned the newly spawned wild rabbit into his battle helper. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. Switch. Chen was looking forward to the effects of the Taming God. Taming God. Your understanding of taming and calling has reached an unfathomable level. When you try to capture and tame a target, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with the level of the target. Top-tier capture. You can capture a target regardless of the level. Forcefully changing the target will take up a pet limit. Current slot 0/3. Top-tier domestication. When you communicate with your pet and feed it, there is a high probability of increasing intimacy and favorability. Dominator. Your pet will not be able to resist your orders. Chen looked at the Wolf King with determination in his eyes. Regarding the 100,000 HP, it was still a wild monster. Capture. Chen immediately activated the special effect of the Taming God. He raised his hand and a huge capture net shot out from his palm. The net directly enveloped the human figure under the light pillar. A message immediately appeared in his mind. Ancient Wolf King. Level 20. Evolving. Attack. HP. Defense. Magic defense. Skills. Status. Captured. Player. Morning Mist. Chen was delighted. It was a success. At this moment, the moonlight dissipated and everything around him dimmed. The pitch-black darkness made Chen feel a little dizzy. He had really reached his limit. Above him, the silhouette of the human figure smashed down and landed on Chen. Exhaustion struck. The system issued a warning. The game has detected that the player is in a state of extreme fatigue. You will now be forced offline in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The scene in front of him quickly disappeared, and Chen was forced to log off. Meanwhile, in Chen's rented room, the brightly lit game pod was shining with a ray of light. A human figure could be seen sleeping on Chen's chest. The first ray of sunlight shined upon Chen, causing him to open his eyes. His mind was still in a daze. He felt as though there was a huge rock pressing down on his chest. Why do I feel so heavy? Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. Then, to his sight, he was stunned. There was a silver-haired girl lying on his chest. Her skin was snow-white, and her long hair covered her body. What the F***ck was going on? He looked at himself. His clothes were neat, and nothing seemed to have happened. According to his memory, he did not recall that this girl had anything to do with him. Moreover, he had been in the game during this period of time. He had fought with the ancient White Wolf in Wolf Valley. In the end, he was too exhausted and was forced to go offline. Where did this girl come from? Chen pushed the young girl away. Hey, wake up. The young girl's beautiful eyebrows moved, and she woke up with difficulty. The beautiful face that was so close to him made Chen somewhat absent-minded. She had a pair of sapphire blue eyes, similar to the sea. There was a pure aura her, and a trace of doubt. A moment later, a crisp voice sounded in the room. Master? Holy H***T. Chen's scalp tingled. What the H*LL was going on? Wait. Don't scream. Lu Chen hurriedly got up and casually pulled a shirt from the side and put it on her. Who the H*LL are you? How did you get in? The young girl was covered by the white shirt, yet it still revealed her long and slender legs. Looking at Lu Chen, she looked a little silly and cute. She shook her head and said, I don't know. I don't remember. Lu Chen rubbed the sides of his head. He felt that this would cause quite a problem. Should he report this case? What would he say if someone questioned him, though? When that time came, what would he say? Then, what's your name? Lu Chen tried to ask. The girl continued to shake her head. I don't know. Then why did you call me master? Lu Chen asked. The young girl thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen and said, I just remembered that I fell from the sky, and master caught me. Lu Chen's heart trembled. Fell from the sky? Caught her? He seemed to vaguely remember something. Looking at the girl, his eyes gradually filled with disbelief. This cannot be. In Wolf Valley, he almost killed himself. In the end, it was this fellow who had smashed his head into unconsciousness? Was this the freaking wolf boss of Wolf Valley? What kind of joke was this? Besides, how did this thing come to this world? Second World was getting more ridiculous the more he played. Lu Chen's scalp went numb. He had to confirm his assumptions. He directly entered the game pod, picked up the girl, and put on the helmet. He then started the game. After a burst of light, Lu Chen joined Second World again. At this moment, he was holding a girl in his arms. Her silver-white long hair even fell to her waist. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she blinked at Lu Chen. Master? Lu Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately opened the interface. He immediately saw the pet column. Ancient Ash Wolf. Owner. Morning Mist. Name. Unnamed. Intimacy. 70. Level. 20. Human form. Attack. 1000. HP. 40,000. Defense. 100. Magic defense. 100. Skills. Frost Domain. True Form Transformation. Frost Domain. The Ancient Ash Wolf is proficient in magic. It can deal 1,000 magic damage to enemies within a 1,000-meter radius. It can also stun the opponents for 3 seconds, dealing 500 damage every second. True Form Transformation. The Ancient Ash Wolf's bloodline is awakening. This skill will revive the Ancient Ash Wolf's true form, obtaining a huge attribute bonus. Lu Chen staggered. This girl really was the wolf that he tamed. How did he successfully capture it? Moreover, from the looks of it, she seems to have lost her memory. It seems as though she could not recall anything / She only knows that I'm her master? Lu Chen thought. The luxurious attributes of the interface shocked Lu Chen to the core. Such a pet could greatly increase his combat power. He looked at the girl in his arms and patted her head. It's okay. Do you have any recollection of this place? The girl looked in the direction of his finger. There was a trace of fluctuation in her blue eyes. It's so familiar, but I can't remember. The girl seemed to hesitate when asked. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that she had lost quite a lot of memories after being interrupted by him during the evolution process. However, this was also good. If she really remembered it, he would need to spend a lot of time explaining everything. That would be quite troublesome. If you can't remember it, don't think about it anymore. If you've forgotten your name, I'll give you one. Lu Chen said to the young girl. The young girl immediately revealed a look of anticipation. Okay, how about I call you Lan Weiwei? Ding. You have named your pet Lan Weiwei. Due to the Taming God's effect, your pet's intimacy with you has increased by 10 points. Lu Chen saw that the number on the interface had increased. At the bottom, there was a line of small words. Every time the pet's intimacy with the host increases, there will be a special bonus received. Currently, the intimacy was at 80 points. Obtain title, Life and Death Together. Life and Death Together. The host and the pet will share HP. When the pet's HP gets reduced to 0, the host will die along with it. Lu Chen was delighted. If this skill was used on other pets, it might not be of much use. However, if it was used on Lan Weiwei, it would be different. After all, she had 40,000 HP. Sharing HP meant that Lu Chen could be immune to a lot of dangers. If he had that much HP previously, the battle in Wolf Valley would not have been so difficult. Lan Weiwei. The girl in front of Lu Chun repeated the name a few times. She seemed to be very satisfied and revealed a sweet smile. In the game, the girl was wearing white leather armor, similar to the white fur on her body. She was about 1.65 meters tall. Her figure was quite stunning too. Lu Chun looked at Lan Weiwei and pondered for a moment. Then, he chose to go offline again. After a flash of light, he opened his eyes in the game pod again. On his chest, Lan Weiwei was wearing his shirt with a sweet smile. Although Lu Chun did not know why he could bring his pet from the game into the real world, he was still prepared to fulfill his obligation as the owner. Moreover, his pet looked like a real human being, so he could not bring himself to treat her like an animal. When she came out of the game pod, Lan Weiwei looked at him eagerly. She pulled at the corner of her clothes with her fingers and said, "Master, I'm hungry." Lu Chun looked at the girl and had a strange feeling. It seemed quite ridiculous to bring a girl out of the game. So he said to Lan Weiwei, "Wait here, I'll get you something to eat." After a while, the dining table was filled with all kinds of empty lunchboxes. There were even empty snack packets. Whoa! Lan Weiwei inhaled the last mouthful of instant noodles into her mouth. Touching her stomach, she looked at Lu Chun again and said, "Master, I'm hungry." Lu Chun looked at the mess, and his head was filled with worry. Was this kid a monster? She just ate his 1 month's worth of food. Was this little girl's stomach a bottomless pit? Lu Chun looked at Lan Weiwei's eager expression and could not bear to stop her. After all, he now had a huge amount of money, so spending money on more food would be nothing. Thus, he planned to take Lan Weiwei out to eat. He wanted to make sure she was filled to the brim. Were he to order in, who knows how many orders would he need to prepare before she was filled. Plus, he had to buy Lan Weiwei clothes as there were no girl clothes in his room. He could not let her wear her own shirt and run around the room barefooted, could he? Lu Chun stood up and said, "Wait here. I'll take you out to eat." Lan Weiwei's eyes lit up. Ever since she came to the real world, she had been very, very hungry. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get enough to eat. Now, whenever her master mentioned food, she felt like it was the most meaningful thing in the world. Moreover, in her memory, she had never eaten such good food before. She felt that her master was being really good to her. But, you have to remember, don't run around outside, understand?
Yes.
Lan Weiwei nodded vigorously. Also, don't call me master outside. Lan Weiwei tilted her head and said, "Then what should I call you?" Lu Chun said, "Just call me brother." Lan Weiwei blinked and said, "Master brother?" Lu Chun laughed angrily and said, "It's brother. Don't call me master brother either. If you can't do it, I won't let you eat." As soon as he said this, Lan Weiwei immediately panicked. "Brother, brother?" Lu Chun nodded and said, "It's good that you know. Remember what I said, okay? Wait for me for a bit." He patted the little girl's head and walked out of the door. Right now, Lan Weiwei did not have a single piece of clothing that she could wear. He could not bring her out shopping like this, right? So, he needed to find someone to borrow a set of clothes. Thus, Lu Chun knocked on Lu Yuan's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Chun. We met yesterday. I live opposite you." "Wait a minute." Suddenly, there was a series of rummaging sounds from inside, as if there was some panic. "Okay. Wait a moment. I'll be right there." A few minutes later, Lu Yuan opened the door. Lu Chun could tell that this woman had simply tidied herself up. The lip glaze on her lips was the best proof. Also, her eyebrows were hurriedly drawn, and she looked rough. It was obvious that she did not know how to put on makeup. "You. Hey, what's up?" Lu Yuan was puzzled. This kid had just caused such a big trouble in Wolf Valley, and he had even given the teleportation scroll out. So why did he come to find her today? Could it be that he had discovered his neighbor's secret existence? The sooner he found out about her background, the sooner she could complete the mission. Lu Chun scratched his head and said, Can you lend me a set of clothes?" Lu Yuan was shocked and her eyes widened. She looked up and down at Lu Chun and said in fear, "You? What do you mean by that?" She knew that Lu Chun was not some innocent young man. Could this guy have a certain desire for her? Lu Chen saw Lu Yuan's reaction and said with a bitter smile, "It looks like you misunderstood my intentions. I have a cousin from afar who came to my place. She was in a hurry and did not bring a change of clothes. That child was careless and washed all her clothes. She can't change into them now. So, can you lend her a set of clothes? Don't worry, I'll return it right away. I'm going to take her out to buy more clothing now." Lu Yuan looked at the room opposite her suspiciously. "I guess I can." She was a little embarrassed. After all, she was about to give her clothes to an unfamiliar boy. She was more or less shy, and she was more or less suspicious. After all, the information she gathered showed that Lu Chen was an orphan. He had no parents and no relatives. Where did his cousin come from? This so-called cousin was very likely a woman that this guy had brought back. "Why don't you call your cousin over? That way, I can give her a suitable pair of clothing that would fit her." Lu Yuan probed. Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "That's fine too. Wait a moment, I'll go call her." Lu Chen turned around and returned to his room. Not long after, he walked out with a young girl. Although she was wearing jeans and a white shirt that did not match her peerlessly beautiful appearance and her slightly cold temperament had truly stunned Lu Yuan. It was especially more so with her silver hair and blue gemstone-like pupils. She was simply not an ordinary woman. She looked just like an elf from a fairy tale. "Lu Chen's cousin, right? You're really pretty. What's your name?" The young girl looked at Lu Chen and realized that Lu Chen did not say much before she spoke to Lu Yuan. "Lan Weiwei." Lu Yuan said with a smile, "Weiwei, what a good name. Come in." As she said that, she brought Lan Weiwei in and closed the door behind her. Looking at this young but beautiful girl, Lu Yuan could not help but get angry. This Lu Chen was simply a beast. According to what she knew, he could be considered a SC*M. How dare he bring back such a young girl? She looked so innocent and cute. When he asked her name just now, she had to take a look at Lu Chen. It was obvious that she was afraid of that guy. Lu Yuan patted Lan Weiwei's shoulder and said softly, "Weiwei, don't be afraid. You can tell me anything, just like an older sister. Is that guy outside your boyfriend?" Lan Weiwei was stunned. "What's a boyfriend?" Lu Yuan was stunned, and her face darkened. Lu Chen, this SC*M, he even lied to such a young girl. She did not even know the concept of a boyfriend. He even dared to ask a girl to borrow clothes from her early in the morning. This went without saying what other things he might have done. Her heart ached as she soothed Lan Weiwei's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be your older sister from now on. I definitely won't let others bully you." Although Lan Weiwei did not understand what Lu Yuan was saying, she still nodded her head with a vague understanding. A moment later, Lu Yuan walked out with Lan Weiwei. A set of white one-piece dress fully displayed the young girl's youthful aura. Even Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Lan Weiwei's human form was indeed pleasing to the eye. It was no wonder that in so many stories, beautiful women were transformed by demons. However, for some reason, the way Lu Yuan looked at him was strange. There was also a hint of hostility. "Well, do you want to go shopping with us?" Seeing that Lu Yuan had no intention of leaving, Lu Chen asked directly. Lu Yuan glared at Lu Chen and said, "Of course, you might not know what to shop for after all. As a man, do you know how to choose clothes for a girl? You need me there." Lu Chen thought about it and agreed. He might as well bring Lu Yuan along since she knew what she was doing. Thus, the three of them set off together. After walking down from their residence, they arrived at the main street in a flash. On the busy street, there were 3 people, and all 3 of them looked stunning. Everyone's eyes were attracted to them. Lu Chen's height of 1.8 meters could be said to be very eye-catching. Moreover, the 2 beauties beside him were beautiful in their own aspects. The taller one had a hot figure and exuded a heroic and valiant beauty. The shorter one looked pure and cute, especially with her silver-white long hair and gem-like eyes, which were full of mystery. All kinds of photos taken from afar made Lu Chen speechless. He hurriedly hailed a taxi and rushed into the shopping mall. However, he did not expect that the crowded shopping mall would cause a stir as well. There were all kinds of people who came up to ask for a group photo and their contact details. During this period, there were also some random talent scouts and managers from different agencies. Even from a glance, One could tell that they did not look like good people. In the end, Lu Yuan flew into a rage, which shocked the group of people. After that, the three of them went to buy masks and sunglasses at the convenience store and continue shopping. As everyone knew, it was the most troublesome for women when it came to shopping, especially more so for Lan Weiwei. She had just arrived in this world and everything she saw was new. She was simply a curious baby who wanted to ask about everything. It took a full 3 hours before they were satisfied. The two beauties, one tall and one short, happily looked at the items they bought. "Hello, sir. It would be a total of $168,000. The cashier looked at Lu Chen with lovey-dovey eyes. He looked like such a good-looking older brother, and he was especially rich. If it were not for the two beauties by his side, she would have already gone up to ask for his number. Lu Chen swiped his card without batting an eyelid. Lu Yuan said from the side, "I didn't expect you to be so rich." Lu Chen scratched his head and said, "I've earned some money recently." Lu Yuan covered her mouth and laughed. "Then why don't you treat us to a meal?" During the 3-hour exchange, Lu Yuan has shared a bit about herself, whether intentionally or not. Therefore, Lu Chen already knew that the two of them had once studied at the same university. During this period of time, Lu Yuan also had a rough estimation of Lu Chen's character. His character was a little strong, but he still respected people. When it was time to keep a low profile, he would be low-key in everything that he did. Unlike many people who acted like a typical A-class D*Uche when they had money, it was extremely rare for such people to exist. At this moment, Lan Weiwei tugged at Lu Chen's sleeve and said, "Brother, I'm hungry." She had endured it for a long time. The main purpose of going out was to eat. In the end, the outside world was too interesting. If Lu Yuan had not mentioned it, she too would have forgotten about the main reason for her going out. Lu Chen looked at them and said, "All right, I'll bring you guys to eat something delicious." Soon, Lu Chen brought the two of them out of the shopping mall. There were many expensive restaurants outside the shopping mall. However, Lu Chen did not plan to bring Lan Weiwei to such a place. It was not because of the price, but because such high-end restaurants usually tasted average. Not only was the price ridiculous, but the quantity was also not much. For a good-for-nothing eater like Lan Weiwei, the speed at which the dishes in those restaurants were served was definitely not as fast as the speed at which she ate. On the other hand, the environment of these restaurants was rather elegant. For a good-for-nothing eater like Lan Weiwei, it would be indeed a little embarrassing for her to gobble up the food. Therefore, Lu Chen chose a more fast food type of restaurant. He even asked for a private sitting when they arrived. "Sir, are you sure you want to order this much food?" The waiter looked at the options on the tablet and almost thought that the system had made a mistake. How was this the weight of 3 people? This amount should be enough for 30 people. Lu Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry as she said, "Bro, I asked you to treat me to a meal. I didn't ask you to treat me like a starving stranded islander. You ordered too many dishes. We won't be able to finish them until tomorrow." Lu Chen coughed dryly and said, "It doesn't matter. Eat first. If there's not enough, order more." He waved his hand to dismiss the waiter. Lu Yuan did not know why, but her opinion of Lu Chen had changed. It was true that he did not want to show off his wealth when buying things, but she did not expect it to be reflected here as well. However, when the dishes came, she realized why he had ordered so much. When the waiter served the first dish, Lan Weiwei, that little girl, directly dug into the meal. The entire serving was several times bigger than her face. However, the little girl wolfed down the food without waiting for anyone else to get a bite. Lu Yuan's face was full of confusion as she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also had a helpless and bitter smile as he shouted towards the outside, "Waiter, can I have another serving of this dish, please?" 2 hours later, the restaurant manager was drenched in cold sweat and finally sent the 3 people away. Looking at the backs of the 3 people leaving, he still had some lingering fear. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a small group of people who could eat so much. In the end, only a cucumber was left in the entire restaurant as stock. Just like that, everything that was cooked went into the little girl's belly. On the way, Lu Yuan looked at Lan Weiwei, who was still chewing on the cucumber, and said softly to Lu Chen, "Your cousin won't be too full after eating so much, right?" Lu Chen said a little awkwardly, "Don't worry, I know she ate quite a bit just now. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. Lu Yuan nodded and said, That's good. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan returned to her room. She turned on the communication system. Report, this is 0927. A voice soon came from the other side. This is the Dragon Group building. Please go ahead. I have an update. A girl has appeared beside the target. She claims to be his cousin, but according to our information, the target is an orphan. So, I need to see this Lan Weiwei's information as soon as possible. Okay, please wait a moment. An hour later, a message came from the other side. I'm sorry, 0927, we've used all our connections and resources in the Dragon Country building, but we still can't find the background of this little girl. The fingerprints you provided were not matched to anyone in our database. How could it be? Lu Yuan turned pale with fright. The whole of Dragon Country's database was supposed to be completed with everyone and anyone. Moreover, they had the authority to gain any information here. She even gave them the young girl's fingerprints and a photo of her. However, there was no one in the world that matched her information. Unless this person had suddenly appeared out of thin air. That would be impossible. Or was it? In the apartment, Lu Chen brought Lan Weiwei into the game. After a day of torment, the sky had finally gone down. The landing point he logged into was still Wolf Valley. At this time, many giant wolves had spawned in the valley. Perhaps because Lan Weiwei was there, no wolf dared to approach. Lu Chen looked at the hill in front of him. This bulge of rock blocked off the rest of the scenery. Yesterday, Lan Weiwei had appeared from there. Lu Chen suddenly had the urge to go over and take a look. He wanted to know what was in the depths of the Wolf Valley. Would this direction lead him to White Fog City directly, or was there another test? Lu Chen led Lan Weiwei forward and soon reached the hill. Looking forward from the hill, there was actually a huge lake. It was as wide as the sea. Surrounded by mountains, it looked like a mirror being embedded into the ground, reflecting the night sky. The wind blew, and the waves rocked. It was a very beautiful sight to behold. Lan Weiwei looked at the lake and felt a special sense of familiarity. It was as if she had been here before. Master, I want to go to the lake. She pulled on Lu Chen's sleeve. Then, Lu Chen nodded and brought Lan Weiwei to the lake. When Lu Chen reached out a hand and touched it, he felt the coldness of the lake. Oh, whoa. Suddenly, many wolves howled in all directions. For huge white wolves appeared around the valley. These wolves had extremely fierce expressions as they pounced directly at Lu Chen. However, at this moment, Lan Weiwei stood forward and snorted coldly. The huge wolves that were originally as tall as a truck suddenly became dispirited. They even trembled at her sight. This was the suppression from the bloodline that Weiwei had. These subordinates had just offended the ancient Wolf King. Lu Chen looked at the 4 giant wolves. To his surprise, his system notification popped up. Mutated White Wolf King, Silver, Level, 20, HP, 10,000, Attack, 2,000, Defense, 40, Magic Defense, 40, Skill, Frost Flame. This Wolf Valley had spawned another silver rank boss? Lu Chen was a little surprised. However, he quickly reacted. The original boss of Wolf Valley had already been taken away by him, so it was normal for them to respawn another boss. Moreover, the attributes displayed by the silver rank boss now made Lu Chen feel that it was no big feat after all. Lan Weiwei's attributes were much more powerful than this. The 4 giant wolves kneeled down when they saw Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei pointed at the giant wolf that was kneeling on the ground and spoke, Master, I want to sit on it. Lu Chen found it interesting when he saw the obedience of these giant wolves. He immediately pulled Lan Weiwei into his arms and mounted the wolf. A subtle blush flashed across the girl's face. The wolves let Lu Chen carry her, and they rode on a giant wolf together. The giant wolf dragged Lu Chen and stepped on the surface of the lake. When in contact, the blue water of the lake suddenly gave off a mysterious aura. Lu Chen was a little surprised. He did not see from the system analysis that the giant wolf had such a skill. The surface of the lake started to glow a beautiful shade of blue. Ding! Gold tier dungeon detected. Danger level. Dangerous. Do you wish to enter the dungeon? Suddenly, a notification sounded in front of Lu Chen. There was a dungeon in Wolf Valley? Lu Chun was pleasantly surprised. Moreover, it was a gold-rank dungeon. Although it was marked as dangerous, Lu Chun did not panic at all. With his current attributes and skills, together with Lan Weiwei, even if there was danger, it would not sum much for the both of them. Moreover, he still had 2 teleportation scrolls in his hands. If he really could not handle the dungeon, he could just teleport away. Enter. Lu Chun immediately chose to enter the dungeon. Then, the huge wolf dragged Lu Chun into the light screen. The surrounding scene dimmed. The lake water glimmered in the night. He could even see his own reflection clearly through the water. Through the reflection, he could even see the hills under the night sky. In the dense forest, there was a wolf pack that shuttled back and forth. There were over 10,000 pairs of densely packed, green, and terrifying eyes. The further they traveled in, he could see a huge wolf howling at the full moon on every mountain peak. These wolf packs seemed to be carrying out some kind of mysterious ritual. The wolf howls that came one after another began to gather toward the surface of the lake. Golden patterns suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Splash! The water rose into the air, and the lake seemed to be connected to the bright moon in the sky. Right then, a huge ash wolf jumped out of the water. Its blue gem-like pupils looked up at the moon as if it had some kind of resentment. The figures of Lu Chun and the others turned from an illusion to reality. The moment they appeared on the lake, they were immediately noticed by the ash wolf. Once they were noticed, the giant ash wolf, which was as big as a small hill, charged towards the 2 of them without saying a word. The way it moved exuded killing intent. Lu Chun did not have the time to dodge the attack as he panicked from the sudden movement. Lan Weiwei's expression was solemn. She directly jumped up and stepped on the surface of the water. A punch landed on the giant wolf's limb. Bang! The giant wolf was sent flying, sliding far away on the surface of the water, creating countless waves. At this moment, Lan Weiwei seemed to have changed her appearance. She no longer looked as cute as before. Instead, she carried herself like a queen. It was domineering. This kid's powerful? Lu Chun thought to himself, shocked. The giant wolf in the distance was sent flying by a single punch. It was obviously furious from the counterattack. It got up from the surface of the water, opened its bloody mouth, and directly spat out blue flames. The high temperature created a mist that floated above the lake water. The powerful destructive power shocked Lu Chun to the core. He was about to bring Lan Weiwei to dodge the attack too, but he did not expect this little girl to react like a different person when in danger. He raised his hand, and a wave-like light screen appeared, blocking all the flames. Lu Chun quickly checked Lan Weiwei's status. Ancient Ash Wolf. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Weiwei. Intimacy: 99. Level: 20. Human form: Evolving. Attack: 1000. Evolving. HP: 40,000. Evolving. Defense: 100. Evolving. Magic Defense: 100. Evolving. Skills: Frost Domain, Tour Form Transformation, Ash Wolf's Fury. Can be activated. Status: Pet Dungeon Challenge. What's going on? Pet Dungeon Challenge? What does that mean? Could this be a special dungeon for Lan Weiwei? Moreover, on the interface, this little girl's attributes were crazily increasing. What in the world was happening right now? Ding. Special mission triggered. Please defeat the ancient Ash Wolf King together with your pet. Mission reward: the treasure of the Ash Wolf bloodline. A large amount of EXP, special equipment, and a special title will be obtained. The system notification sounded. Lu Chun looked at the giant wolf in front of him and muttered, "No way! We have to kill this gigantic thing together?" Lu Chun looked at the gigantic wolf in front of him and shuddered. Its gigantic body covered almost half of the surface of the lake. The attributes of this gigantic wolf appeared on Lu Chun's interface. Ancient Ash Wolf King, Gold. Level: 35. HP: 200,000. Attack: 10,000. Defense: 500. Magic Defense: 200. Skills: Heaven-Piercing Demonic Flame. Wrath of the Wolf King. Heaven-Piercing Demonic Flame. The ancient Wolf King will spit out terrifying demonic flames, causing 3,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemies in range. It will also create a frost domain. This reduces the opponent's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. Wrath of the Wolf King. The ancient Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes. It also has a chance to obtain an additional skill. Chen looked at the attributes of the ancient Ash Wolf King on his interface, and his scalp went numb as he thought to himself. A freaking 200,000 HP buff? A full 10,000 attack power? How do I fight this thing? Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei, who stood at the side, only stared coldly at the giant wolf. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand toward the surface of the lake. Specks of light flitted out from her snow-white palm when doing so. Then, a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the lake. It was as if something was rising up. A moment later, amidst the chaos, Chen could see that a sword was appearing. It was lifted up by the whirlpool and showed only the hilt of the sword. With a wave of Lan Weiwei's hand, the water-blue longsword flew towards Chen. 2 words came out thereafter. "Help me." Although her voice was slightly soft, there was a hint of begging and trust in her tone. Ding. Your intimacy with your pet has increased to 100 points. Your skills can now be attached to your pet. Ding. You have obtained an exclusive weapon from a sword class. Your level has reached level 10. The title of Sword God has been upgraded and strengthened. Chen saw the blue longsword fly over, and he raised his hand to grab it. The sword felt cold, yet filled with boundless power. Ash Wolf King's sword, exclusive to swordsmen. Grade. Unknown. Attack. Plus 1,000. Exclusive effect. The sword of the Ash Wolf King from past generations. Only the Wolf King is qualified to use it. It contains boundless power and has absorbed the power of moonlight for billions of years. It is the ultimate treasure of the Ash Wolf King's bloodline. When you use this sword, you can borrow the power of the moonlight to increase your attack power and receive the attack bonus from the Ash Wolf bloodline. This effect will change as your level increases. Currently, the moonlight power increases defense by 100 points and attack by 1,000 points. Blue Wolf Bloodline Bonus. All attributes are now increased by 100 points. Special effect. When you attack an enemy, there will be an additional frost effect. It will slow down the opponent's movement speed and attack speed by 50%. Surpasses 50% of their armor. Chen was overjoyed. This was a freaking godly weapon. All this while, he had been using the system's iron sword. This time, he finally had a sword-type weapon that was worthy of his skills. Moreover, the Sword God state had now been improved too. Sword God. Your understanding of the sword has reached an unfathomable level. When you use a sword-type weapon, you will receive a special effect bonus. This effect will grow with the level of the weapon. Sword Intent. When you use a sword-type weapon, it will burst forth with sword intent. Your attack power will increase to 700%. Sword God state. Your attack swiftness has achieved great heights. It will cause irreversible damage to items. Items damaged by the Sword God state will not be able to recover. Godly Speed. The speed of your sword attack is too godly. The attack interval will be greatly shortened. Attack speed increased by 500%. 20 MP is consumed per second in the Sword God state. Void Sword. Your attack speed is too quick. There is a 1% chance to trigger this effect, causing 20% of the target's maximum HP to be damaged. When this skill is triggered, your target will be in a concussive state. Chen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. Although the Sword God skill had only undergone a change in his sword intent skill this time, it managed to increase his attack power by 7-fold. However, the scariest part was that his Sword God had achieved Void Sword, which could deal the maximum amount of damage to the target's HP. This way, if he were to encounter bosses with high HP in the future, this skill would be extremely useful. Moreover, with the bonus from his equipment, Chen's stats on his interface had also been upgraded. Name: Morning Mist. Level: 10. Class: Hero, now able to change class to War God. Titles: Sword God, Hidden; Shield God, Hidden; Axe God, Hidden; Blade God, Hidden; All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality: 111, plus 100. Strength, 124 plus 100. Agility, 82 plus 100. Intelligence, 106 plus 100. HP, 2210. MP, 2160. Attack, 4400. Defense, 115. Magic defense, 15. Reputation, 1000. Skill, Earth Stomp. Attack speed, 18.4. All of a sudden, Lu Chen's attributes soared. His attack power alone has exceeded 4,000 points. In addition to the sevenfold bonus from the Sword God, one move could deal 30,800 damage points. Looking at it now, with the stats he had, the opponent's 200,000 HP was not considered too high. Moreover, his current attack speed had reached 18.4. This meant that he could carry out 18 slashes per second. He did not even need to break through the defense of his opponent to even deal such high damage. Lu Chen stood on the surface of the lake with his reflection reflected below him. The word Sword God slowly appeared above his head. Due to him not having much MP, the Sword God's state could only last for 10 seconds. Therefore, he had to finish the battle within these 10 seconds. Perhaps sensing Lu Chen's change, the Ash Wolf King turned its gaze to Lu Chen. The aura that this human now emitted made the king tremble from the possibility of death. Roar! The Ash Wolf suddenly roared in rage. At the same time, the huge wolves on the surrounding 9 mountain peaks also let out a wolf howl at the same time. The frequency of the howls caused the moonlight to flicker. The power of the countless huge wolves seemed to be pulling the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight poured into the body of the giant wolf one after another. Ash Wolf's Fury. Lu Chen did not expect the giant wolves to use their ultimate skill right from the start. The originally snow-white fur that the wolves had was now shrouded in the moonlight, and faint specks of gold appeared around them. The wolf's body did not grow in size. Instead, it slowly shrank. Lu Chen looked at the interface and saw that the attributes of the Ash Wolf were increasing rapidly. Ancient Ash Wolf King awakened. Level 35. HP 1 million. Attack power 50,000. Defense 2,000. Magic defense 1,000. Skills: Heaven-piercing demonic flame. Wrath of the Wolf King, Moonlight's pet. Heaven-piercing demonic flame. The ancient Wolf King will spit out terrifying demonic flames, causing 3,000 physical and magic damage per second to the enemies in range. It will also create a frost domain. This reduces the opponent's attack speed and casting speed by 50%. Wrath of the Wolf King. The ancient Wolf King awakens the sleeping bloodline in its body, greatly increasing its own attributes. It also has a chance to obtain an additional skill. Moonlight's pet. When the Ash Wolf is in the awakened state, it will receive a bonus from the moonlight. Every second, it will recover 1% of its HP. Every time it loses 1% of its HP, it will receive a bonus of 0.5% in attack speed. Moreover, any damage received will be reduced by 50%. After reading the attributes, it was at that moment that Lu Chen wanted to strangle the moon above to death with his very bare hands. Not only did the Ash Wolf King's defense increase to a terrifying 10,000 points, but it also now recovers 10,000 HP every second. Moreover, the damage it received would also be reduced by 50%. Was this the power of AF * King Gold rank boss? What was the point of all of this to go against one player? Right at this moment, the ancient Ash Wolf King spat out a cloud of blue flames, almost covering the entire surface of the lake. Shield God. Lu Chen activated his Shield God form without hesitation. With a 90% damage reduction, he protected Lan Weiwei behind him. The total damage of 6,000 points per second was now reduced to only 600 points. 10 seconds later, fortunately, Lu Chen's HP had not depleted to 0, and it was all thanks to Lan Weiwei's HP. At that moment, the surface of the lake had turned into a snowy domain. Lu Chen's attack speed, which was originally 18.4 points, had now been reduced to 9.2 points. You attack, I'll hold him off. In this form, Lan Weiwei was like an empress. Her voice was icy cold as she stepped forward. With that, a punch was thrown out, and a strong wind blew. The Ash Wolf King and Lan Weiwei began to exchange vicious blows. The two seemed to be competing on the icy plains for victory. The two were in a stalemate. Both of them seemed to be holding on to the edges of a mountain, barely hanging on. Lu Chun had no time to see how much Lan Weiwei's attributes had increased. He immediately activated the Sword God state. With that, he began his attacks as well. With a swoosh, he had his first strike towards the ancient Ash Wolf King. -10, 800. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. He had surpassed half of the damage dealt by the Wolf King's armor. The 30,000 attack power could now only deal 10,000 damage to the Wolf King. With such a small amount of HP reduction, the Wolf King could recover to full HP in a quick second. Meanwhile, Lu Chen's Sword God only had a duration of 10 seconds. He could not care less about that anymore as the Sword God's attack speed had increased by 5-fold. It could allow him to slash 46 times in 1 second. However, in the second world, overloading the maximum attack speed would cause indelible damage to the weapon and the player's body. This number was usually 1/10 of the agility skill needed. In other words, Lu Chen's original attack speed on his interface was now his maximum attack speed. Any increase above this would have different degrees of side effects. However, 18 slashes per second would be enough for now. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and the blue long sword in his hand directly slashed towards his opponent. The floating red numbers continued to stack on top of the Ash Wolf King's head 18 times. -10, 800. -10, 800. -10, 800. This was 194,400 damage per second. It directly cut off a fifth of the Ash Wolf King's HP. However, in the next second, the moonlight in the sky gathered, and a green value appeared above the Ash Wolf King's just as quick as the health of Lost. +100, 000. The F*CK. Lu Chun cursed on the spot. This was 2F*King ridiculous. This Moonlight's bonus directly restored the Ash Wolf King's HP by 100,000. The more it lost, the more it recovered its HP. If he could not finish off this boss within 10 seconds, once the God Sword state disappeared, it would be very difficult to have other means to kill it. Moreover, he had just slashed out 18 times quickly, and his arm now felt sore and numb. He could clearly feel that his body's functions had been stretched to the limit. If he exceeded this value, it would definitely become a big problem. Lu Chen looked at the icy surface where Lan Weiwei was fighting another wolf. At this moment, a faint shadow had appeared behind Lan Weiwei. It was a huge wolf with a cold expression on it. Its white fur had a tinge of blue specks around it. Roar! Both of them roared and collided against each other. Countless pieces of ice were shattered. The surrounding mountains trembled from the impact the both of them exuded. The surrounding wolves looked over with reverence. This was the battle between the Wolf King, the ancient Wolf King, and the future Wolf King. Lan Weiwei had been to this dungeon countless times. Each time, she was defeated. Each time, she could not pass. Each time, she could not obtain the recognition of the Ash Wolf's bloodline in her body to be activated. Whoosh! Lan Weiwei was sent flying, and she seemed to be on the verge of unconsciousness. Lu Chun held his sword, knowing that he could not wait any longer. This time, he had to take the risk and attack. Slash! He took a step forward, and the power of the Sword God's state started to heat up again. His sword intent was buzzing, ready to be unleashed. Lu Chen almost turned into a streak of light as he dashed around the Ash Wolf King. Warning! Your body has exceeded its physical limit. Agility had been permanently reduced by 20 points. Attack speed has been permanently reduced by 3 points. Lu Chen's body shook. The after effect of this skill was too high of a price to pay. In the game, every attribute point was extremely precious. This time, Lu Chun slashed out a total of 40 times. It directly reduced the Ash Wolf King's HP to less than half. The next second, a green number appeared above the Ash Wolf King's head, yet again. +260, 000. F*CK. Lu Chun could not help but swear out loud. His attack was to no avail as this attack only directly restored more than 200,000 HP back. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei's body, which had just been sent flying, was now embedded into the glacier. Boom! With a loud sound, the glacier shattered. A gigantic beast that did not belong to the Ash Wolf King suddenly appeared. Lan Weiwei had transformed into her true form. With that, her bloody mouth opened up and bit down on the other party's neck. The frosty flames in her mouth continued to burn the other party. -100,000. While her jaw was locked, the Ash Wolf King's HP was directly reduced by 100,000. Hurry up and do it. The two gigantic beasts were entangled together. At this moment, Lan Weiwei's voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Lu Chen knew that this was a great opportunity to attack. If they missed this opportunity, they would never have the chance to win against their opponents. He took a deep breath and ignored the system's warning. He pushed his attack speed to its maximum. Since his attack speed had been reduced, he could only make 31 slashes at most. Among the 31 slashes, two golden lights that lit up the sky appeared. Void Sword. A 1% chance appeared twice in his 31 slashes. It directly took away 40% of the Ash Wolf King's HP. Together with Lu Chen's attack, the Ash Wolf King's HP managed to reach 0. With a loud bang, the giant wolf fell to the ground, defeated. A whoa! Wails could be heard coming from all directions. The howls sounded like the wolves were grieving for the loss of the old king, as well as a welcome for the new king. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei had also transformed back into a young girl's appearance as she slowly descended from the sky. Lu Chen supported his exhausted body with his sword as he caught her. At this moment, the gigantic surface of the lake split open, and a palace appeared at the bottom of the lake. The palace of the Ash Wolf clan has been opened. Do you wish to enter? Lu Chen did not have time to look at the spoils of war on the ground. He only immediately kept the items that had dropped in front of him into his backpack. Then, he brought Lan Weiwei into the palace. The palace was as transparent as crystal. Lu Chen carried the unconscious Lan Weiwei and pushed open the door to enter. At this moment, Lu Chen's negative drawbacks from overexerting his body had become more serious, and his body was becoming indescribably weak. He suspected that these states would directly affect the real world were he to leave the game now. After all, if he could bring Lan Weiwei into the real world, who knows what else could be brought over? At this point, Lu Chen had already completely treated the second world as another real world. Ding! Due to the overuse of your body, you will be in a weakened state for a month. All attributes will continue to decrease as time passes. The system displayed a red warning. It had only been a short while, but Lu Chen's four-dimensional attributes had dropped by 10 points and were still dropping. Lu Chen cursed silently in his heart. If this palace did not give him any compensation, he would burn it to the ground. Lu Chen stepped into the main hall. The temperature inside was very low, and there were all kinds of reliefs on both sides. It was as though they were expecting something grand to happen. The moment he stepped into the palace, Lan Weiwei's body lit up with fluorescent light, and her body floated up automatically. Suddenly, as though she was being attracted towards something, her floating body moved in a certain direction. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in wonder and followed closely behind Lan Weiwei. He looked at the relief sculptures on both sides along the way and roughly understood some of the content it was trying to express. It seemed to be showing the history of the Ash Wolves. A long time ago, a pack of wolves lived in this valley. They resided around this very lake. One night, the Wolf King who was resting by the lake saw a woman fall from the Moon Palace. The woman fell from the sky down to the lake. When she fell, the Wolf King was awakened by the sounds of water splashing. He quickly pulled the woman out of the water. She looked to be a very weak human. So, many wolves suggested eating the woman. Only the Wolf King hesitated in doing so. On the third day, the woman finally woke up. She was terrified when she saw the huge wolves that overpowered her. The wolves opened their bloody mouths and were ready to bite the woman. At this time, the Wolf King appeared. He ordered his people to retreat and save this woman's life. As the Wolf King, he said that he had the right to deal with his prey. So, the others had to back off. The woman survived. She stayed with the wolf pack by the lake. The sun and the moon alternated with time. The woman taught the wolf pack how to absorb moonlight. Many wolves were baptized by the moonlight and turned into human forms. After an unknown amount of time, the Wolf King saw the woman in the very lake she fell in one night and slowly rose into the sky. She rose like a bright moon and flew straight to the sky. That night, the woman left, leaving the wolf pack that she had lived in for many years. From that day onwards, the Wolf King's howl turned desolate and distant. At the highest point of the lake, it always howled towards the bright moon. At first, the wolves did not notice anything different. It was not until later, when one of the wolves was looking up at the moon and absorbing the moonlight, they could vaguely see a faint shadow in the bright moon. It seemed to be the silhouette of a woman. From then on, every lone wolf that howled at the moon would be bathed in the moonlight and gain power from it. These lone wolves were also known as the Ash Moon Wolf Clan. After Lu Chen finished the story, his heart was filled with shock. He seemed to have seen a corner of this world from the story of the Ash Moon Wolf Clan. He would have missed out on such an opportunity if he had not met Lan Weiwei. Lu Chen's mind returned to reality and saw that Lan Weiwei was still floating somewhere. After taking a few turns, Lu Chen could no longer remember the way out from this maze-like hall. There were wolf heads everywhere and symbols of the moon. There were all kinds of murals everywhere, as well as countless sculptures of wolf heads and human bodies. Finally, after half an hour, Lu Chen followed Lan Weiwei to a golden palace. Inside, there were 4 huge ivory-white stone pillars, and they were as thick as 10 people hugging each other. In the middle of the palace was an altar. Above it, there was a silvery white ball of light that looked like the moon. Lan Weiwei floated directly to the altar, and then she stood there blankly as if she had lost her soul. Lu Chen stood further away from the altar. Oddly enough, he felt that this place was extremely mysterious. Right about when he decided to move towards the altar, the bright moon shone with the outline of a woman. I really didn't expect that after tens of thousands of years, the Wolf King of the Ash Moon Wolf Clan would actually submit to a human. The voice came from the female apparition. Lu Chen asked warily, "Who are you?" The woman said, "You don't have to ask. Now is not the time for you to know. This place has been asleep for so long. It's time for everyone to wake up. Since you've passed the test here, according to the rules, you can obtain the treasures from the Ash Moon Wolf Clan." The woman's figure flew over, and a slender index finger that was as white as snow extended out from the void. It directly pointed at the center of Lu Chen's brows. He did not have time to resist as he felt a cool sensation enter his mind. Warning: your mental state is on the verge of collapse. You will be forced to log off in 3 seconds. Lu Chen's meaning began to blur. Before he lost his sight in the game, he saw a ball of light get absorbed into Lan Weiwei's body. After a long time, Lu Chen slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lan Weiwei blinking her eyes at him. She no longer had the cold and aloof air of a royal sister. Her big watery eyes had been staring at him this whole time. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Master, I'm hungry." The strong contrast in behavior surprised Lu Chen. Okay. I'll make you something to eat now." He had just stood up when he gasped in a breath of cold air. His whole body was in pain, as if it had experienced the effects of war. Even standing up was a little difficult. Lu Chen's mouth was full of bitterness. He had guessed correctly. Everything in the game would really affect his reality. Right now, it had turned dark. A corner of the curtain in Lu Chen's room was exposed. The moonlight outside was able to shine through between the gaps. The moonlight just so happened to shine on Lu Chen's body. As it did, a cool feeling came over him, and Lu Chen instantly felt much more comfortable. He quickly pulled open the curtains further apart. There was a huge silver moon hanging in the sky. As the moonlight fell onto him, Lu Chen felt indescribably comfortable. After a moment, the pain all over Lu Chen's body eased up by a lot. After a while, only then did he stand up from the recovery. When he looked at himself in the mirror, on his forehead, there was a strange symbol, like a vertical, curved crack. Lu Chen reached out and touched it, but it soon faded away, disappearing into his skin. What in the world was that? Was it the woman in the palace that did this to him? Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Did he just become a member of the Ash Moon Wolf Clan? In the living room, Lan Weiwei was inhaling whatever food Lu Chen brought out. While she ate, Lu Chen faced the windowsill to bathe in the moonlight. The pain in his body slowly dissipated the more he basked in it. He was more and more certain that the game's second world was definitely hiding some important secrets. It was far from being as simple as it looked on the surface. Moreover, the entire world was promoting this game and even started currency trading. The leaders and core members of the various countries would definitely know something fishy was lurking around. In the near future, this world would definitely undergo huge changes. He could not help but think of the teleportation scroll in his hand that all the various powers were paying attention to. White Fog City might really have something that could change the game and even the world structure. Otherwise, the hype to get the first ever class change for players to switch classes would not be so arduous. From the boss that Lu Chen had encountered in Wolf Valley, it was obvious that they were all exaggeratedly strong. A silver-tier boss would definitely not be so terrifying. If the other paths were the same, that would be enough to prove that something fishy was going on. Also, recently, various forces were even coming into contact with him. All of this explained the root issue of something bubbling. For the first time, Lu Chen felt a strong sense of crisis. He needed to become stronger and continuously increase his strength to protect himself. There were too many unknowns ahead, and this world was no longer as simple as it used to be. He had too many questions that he could not answer. He wanted to survive in this world and the other. In this unknown game, the only way to survive was to increase his strength. Lu Chen let out a deep breath. The mark on his forehead slowly disappeared as he stood up. He looked at Lan Weiwei at the dining table and asked, "Are you done eating? If you are, we should go back." Lan Weiwei puffed her cheeks and nodded obediently. Then, she quickly walked to Lu Chen's side and hugged him. Lu Chen was slightly stunned and could not help but laugh. Lan Weiwei's current behavior was like a silly child. It seemed as though she thought that she would be able to enter the second world by hugging him. Lu Chen looked at the gamepod. He was considering whether he should get one for Lan Weiwei as well. If she could enter the game with him, what would happen if she entered alone? Lu Chen let go of Lan Weiwei and said, "Wait a moment." With that, he picked up his phone and ordered a new gamepod online. A gamepod could be provided by the country, or it could be ordered through various channels. A moment later, Lu Chen put down his phone and entered the game with Lan Weiwei in his arms. After entering the game, several notifications kept ringing. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up. Ding. Your negative status has been cleared. Ding. You have received the blessing of the moon god. Ding. You have received the power of the ash wolf. Ding. Your pet has leveled up. The series of notifications overwhelmed Lu Chen. The first was the leveling up. This time, Lu Chen had leveled up by 5 levels in one go. However, due to the negative status, his attributes had been reduced by a huge chunk. He took a look at his 4-dimensional attributes. Vitality, 125. Strength, 120. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 100. If not for the Ash Wolf King's sword, his attributes would have almost been wiped out. Do the side effects of overexerting one's physical state bring about such heavy losses? Lu Chen's heart ached so much that he could not help but grin. If he could not make it to the palace to meet the mysterious lady, then he would have suffered a huge loss. Lu Chen then shifted his gaze to the other notification that mentioned he received blessings from the moon god. Moon god's blessing, a gift from the gods. After using it, it would be directly activated. Type: permanent halo, indestructible. Vitality, plus 200. Strength, plus 200. Agility, plus 200. Intelligence, plus 200. Special effect: you have been blessed by the moon god. You can use moonlight to recover your status and remove negative attributes. When you fight under the moonlight, you will receive a combat strength buff. The specific buff will increase with the user's affinity with the moonlight. Current affinity, 65. You will receive a 50% attack bonus in battle. Light attribute magic resistance plus 50%. Note: when the affinity points reach a certain value, an additional special effect will be unlocked. You can now store Moonlight 0/100, 000. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. Almost dying was totally worth it. In terms of attributes alone, this buff had directly surpassed everything he had dreamed of. It also had a 50% attack bonus. This was a huge upgrade for him. As for the so-called affinity, Chen had not figured it out yet. If it was for pets, this affinity could be slowly cultivated. How could this affinity be improved, though? Chen shook his head. Without thinking too much, he directly activated the halo. In an instant, a gentle light enveloped Chen's body. The feeling of powerlessness on Chen's body was completely eliminated. His attributes were also back to their original state. Chen continued reading the system notification in excitement. Power of the Ash Wolf. You have passed the test left behind by the ancient Ash Wolf King. After using it, it shall be directly activated. Type: Halo, Blessing, Vitality, 300, Strength, plus 300, Agility, plus 300, Intelligence, plus 300. Special effect: you have obtained the power of the ancient Ash Wolf King. When you are in battle, you may use Moonlight to activate the power of the ancient Ash Wolf. Every time you use the Moonlight that you have stored, you can increase your attack power by a little. The increased attributes will not be retained forever. It will disappear after the battle ends. Special effect: you can now transform into an ancient Ash Wolf. You can also use the Ash Wolf's howl towards the moon to summon a full moon regardless of the terrain and climate. It will also deal 500 light attribute magic damage per second to enemies under the moonlight. It will cost 50 MP per second to use. When Chen saw this halo, he did not know how to react. It seemed that he had joined the clan and became one of them. However, this bonus was still very beneficial, especially more so with the blessing of the moon god. He could now directly summon moonlight without waiting for nightfall. This could pose a huge increase in his combat strength. Chen looked at his own stats soar and finally expressed a huge smile on his face. This event had turned into a huge profit for him. Leveled up pet? Lan Weiwei's interface appeared before Chen's eyes. Ancient Wolf Spirit. Owner: Morning Mist. Name: Lan Weiwei. Intimacy: 100. Level: 25. Human. Attack: 2,500. HP: 70,000. Defense: 150. Magic Defense: 150. Skills: Frost Domain, True Form Transformation, Wrath of. Chen looked at Lan Weiwei's attributes and pondered. This time, Lan Weiwei's advancement did not seem to have received a huge upgrade. Her level had increased by 5. She was now 10 levels higher than him. Other than her name becoming an ancient wolf spirit now, the other changes were not too big. Her HP had increased by 30,000 points. Her attack power had increased by 1,500 points, and her magic and physical defense had increased by 50 points each. Other than that, there were basically no other changes. However, this was considered a good start. His HP was connected to Lan Weiwei's, and his 70,000 HP could now be considered as a further guarantee of his safety. Other than these gains, Chen quickly shifted his gaze to his backpack. Previously, when he had killed the Ask Wolf King, many good items had dropped. However, he did not have time to look at them. To be honest, this was the most difficult boss he had ever fought. Opening his backpack, Chen was dazzled by a pile of shiny equipment. Ash Wolf Helmet, Gold. Level requirement: 15. Vitality, plus 70. Strength, plus 50. Agility, plus 30. Intelligence, plus 20. HP, plus 5,000. Defense, plus 70. Special effect: when receiving damage, 10% of the damage received can be converted into HP. It was a gold-tier equipment. Chen's eyes burned with excitement. This was an absolutely good item. Not only were the attributes high, but the special effect was also extremely useful. He quickly moved on to the next item. Moonlight Cloak, Gold. Level requirement: 15. Vitality, plus 40. Strength, plus 30. Agility, plus 50. Intelligence, plus 25. Defense, plus 100. Magic Defense, plus 100. Special effect: immune to 30% magic damage. Another piece of gold equipment. Wolf's belt, gold. Level requirement, 15. Vitality, plus 70. Strength, plus 35. Agility, plus 35. Intelligence, plus 30. HP, plus 5,000. Defense, plus 100. Magic defense, plus 100. 3 pieces of gold-tier equipment. Lu Chen roughly tapped on them. Other than the belt that did not have any special effects, the other 2 pieces of equipment showed special effects. It seemed that there were many differences between equipment of the same level. As for the other items he picked up, they were not as worthy as these 3, so he put them away. Then, he swept his gaze over something in his backpack. He looked at a scroll in his backpack. It was emitting a golden glow. What is this? Lu Chen took it out and took a look. Test, the will of the sword. A special item. Congratulations, brave one. You have passed the test of the Wolf Valley. This proves that you have the strength and will to become a top-tier swordsman. This is the proof that you have passed the test. If you meet a sword saint that haunts the world, please give this to them. You will receive a class change for a special class. Lu Chen was shocked. This thing was actually a class change scroll for a special class. Getting a class change was the most important thing for a player in any game. It represented a transformation and a surge in strength. Similar to the title Lu Chen had, although the strength bonus was terrifying, it had not been officially included in the class. It was mentioned on the official website of Second World that each title corresponded to a corresponding class. In other words, when he changed classes to become a sword god, only his combat power would increase. Lu Chen looked at this scroll, and his eyes turned hungry. It was related to swordsmanship, one that he wanted. If he followed this clue, he might really be able to find this sword god's class change mission. Lu Chen solemnly kept the scroll. He opened his interface again. Name, Morning Mist. Level, 15. Class, Hero, now able to change class to War God. Titles, Sword God, Hidden, Shield God, Hidden, Axe God, Hidden, Blade God, Hidden, All-Round Master, Hidden. Vitality, 765. Strength, 725. Agility, 705. Intelligence, 700. HP, 17,650. MP, 8,000. Attack, 9,250. Defense, 385. Magic defense, 355. Reputation, 1,000. Skill, Earth Stomp. Attack speed, 16.5. When a character reaches level 10 and has more than 100 agility, each agility point will provide 0.01 attack speed. His attack power had reached 9,000 points. With such combat power, he would have enough confidence to fight the Wolf King again. Moreover, his HP had reached nearly 20,000 points. Adding on this double resistance that was comparable to a bronze-tier boss, Lu Chen could say that he could now walk unhindered. He looked at the lake in Wolf Valley and felt a little excited. There was nothing more enjoyable than increasing one's strength. On the other side of the lake, there was a small path. If he guessed correctly, this should be the path leading to White Fog City. He just did not know if he could reach White Fog City directly by following this path, or if there were other dangers ahead that he should prepare for. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided that there was only one way to figure it out, to walk to the path given. Soon, he reached the other side of the lake. The path looked to be full of twists and turns. Without hesitating, Lu Chen ventured in. There were many strange flowers and plants growing on both sides. He could not name them, but he could smell many strange scents that were being emitted from them. The path was only 1 meter wide at the beginning, and there were deep cliffs on both sides. After walking for a while, his field of vision gradually saw more things, and the mountains on both sides shielded themselves away. In front of Lu Chen, there was a white fog. It covered everything. The visibility was very low. He walked for a long time, but he did not see any wild monsters or buildings. Was this really the way to White Fog City? Lu Chen frowned. There was no direction, and the surroundings were empty. How could he reach White Fog City with no indication? Lu Chen continued to walk forward. He did not know how much time had passed. He walked till he saw the path between the mountains again. He had turned back. Lu Chun could not help but frown. He felt a little strange. This fog seemed to have been deliberately released by someone to prevent the players from reaching White Fog City. Moreover, he felt a little uneasy. There seemed to be something terrifying in this white fog. Lu Chun thought for a moment and did not plan to continue forward. Instead, he chose to return to the valley. In the valley, Lu Chun thought for a long time. The situation in the white fog was suspicious. Although he was very strong, there was no need for him to take the risk to investigate further. To him, he had two choices. The first was to teleport himself directly to White Fog City. He wanted to see what the situation in White Fog City was like. The second was to continue improving his strength. Apart from Wolf Valley, there are several other silver rank bosses' territories. These are all necessary routes to White Fog City. Moreover, fighting bosses would be the fastest way to improve one's strength. In the end, Lu Chun still chose the path of increasing his strength first. He knew nothing about the Wolf Valley and the White Fog City behind the Wolf Valley. The best way to deal with the unknown was to increase his strength to not be afraid. Apart from the Wolf Valley, there was also Bear Ridge, Snake Pond, Bat Cave, Mask Grave, and Tiger Mountain. There were 5 other places where a high-level boss could be found. Therefore, Lu Chun prepared to go to Bear Ridge first. At this time, the entire internet was in an uproar. On the Second World official forum, all kinds of news were being passed around everywhere. Bear Ridge silver boss damage is off the charts. With an attack of 30,000, that's ridiculous. Wolf Valley boss disappeared. Silver boss appearances are seriously inconsistent. After the Wolf Valley released a mysterious white fog, many players were attacked by unknown wild monsters. The video about the Second World instantly became a hot topic. When many players saw the various silver bosses, they called them freaks. It was simply impossible to kill the boss. Take Bear Ridge's boss for example. Its attack power was 30,000. Even the middle-sized guild with over 1,000 members was instantly killed. There was no chance for them to react or escape. Isn't this freaking game too difficult? Without a class change and a quest guide, how are we supposed to survive? I suspect that the developers are pranking us on purpose. They don't want us to go to White Fog City. But did you guys hear that the boss from Wolf Valley seems to have been killed? Yeah, I know about that too. The boss over there seems to be on a completely different level from these bosses. A few guilds have already gone over to check it out actually. LMAO, what do you guys know? That boss has long been eliminated. That boss was even crazier than these bosses. Really? Hee, why would I lie to you guys? Watch the video for yourself. In the various forums, a video was released. It was the beast form of Lan Weiwei from before. The F***CK. It has 100,000 HP? After countless players saw Lan Weiwei's HP bar, they all trembled in their spots. This was completely different from the other bosses the guilds have experienced. This is a video from a few days ago. It was taken by an expert from the White Alliance. They were originally going to surround and kill Morning Mist. In the end, someone was curious and went to the depths of Wolf Valley to explore, only to be met with this scary boss. It's only been a few days. Where did this boss go? I heard from others that the boss was wiped out. That's impossible. If it was a certain guild, how could they fight such a scary boss? Suddenly, there was a comment below that made everyone's goosebumps appear. I think there's one person who can. Who? 2 days ago, that big shot who single-handedly wiped out the entire White Alliance. F***CK. Could it be Morning Mist? When someone mentioned Lu Chen's name, countless people immediately started gossiping. After Lu Chun wiped out the White Alliance Guild, he seemed to have walked straight into Wolf Valley. Less than 2 days had passed, and Wolf Valley's boss had disappeared. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. How could there be such a perverse person in the world? That was a boss with 100,000 HP, not to mention the other attributes. How did he have the chance to single-handedly challenge that crazy boss? In the face of doubt, only one person stood up and said, "Have you forgotten that the leader of the White Alliance had 100,000 shield points, but was still defeated?" At this moment, everyone's voices fell silent. That's right, Xiao Chuan of the White Alliance had his 100,000 shield points destroyed by Morning Mist. This video has reached over 10 million views on all the major websites. It shocked countless players. At this moment, the name Morning Mist was branded into the hearts of all the players. Early the next morning, Lu Chen, who had rested well, took Lan Weiwei and set off. A white light flashed, and they arrived at the second world. This time, Lu Chen's destination was Bear Ridge. He had just brought Lan Weiwei to Bear Ridge's entrance when he was discovered by many players. F***CK, the mighty god has appeared. Quickly come and watch. Is he the ruthless person who single-handedly defeated the Wolf King boss? Morning Mist has appeared. Quickly inform the White Alliance leader. This is 0927. The target has appeared and is heading towards Bear Ridge. Brothers, let's tail him. Let's go up and take a look at what he's up to. It's good to gain some knowledge and learn some skills. Lu Chen felt somewhat helpless. These people's eyes were burning with desire. It was as though they had discovered a dragon. There were those who worshipped him, those who were jealous, those who were afraid, and those who were hateful and vigilant. However, these people did not dare to get close to him. They only looked at him from afar. Lu Chen could not make a move either. He could only let them do as they wished. F***CK. Morning Mist has entered Bear Ridge. Good heavens, could it be that he's going to challenge that boss alone? The F***CK, that's possible. We sure are in for a treat. Let's see how he handles it alone. Whoa, the girl next to Morning Mist is so beautiful. Is she his girlfriend? I don't think so. Is she his sister? Many people noticed Lan Weiwei's existence. The appearance of this world was fine-tuned according to the real world. The better looking the real world was, the better looking it would be in this world. Looking at Lan Weiwei's appearance, such a beauty that could topple nations and cities, definitely stole many people's attention. Lan Weiwei could not help but frown when she saw the people around her gossiping. Master, these people's eyes are so strange. Do you want me to kill them? Lan Weiwei's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The heck, did I just hear her say, Master? The plot has indeed thickened. The relationship between these two people, she is definitely not his sister anymore, that I can assure you. Morning Mist, that beast. SC*M, he's a SC*M. The surrounding players all looked at him strangely. Lu Chen had a headache from their words. The meaning of the word master had changed in this era. When some gentlemen heard this, they would immediately have bad associations with the word, thus causing them to side-eye Lu Chen with disgust. He looked at Lan Weiwei, who was about to charge out, and said, "Be quiet, don't bother about them." With that, two of them walked into Bear Ridge. The two entered Bear Ridge and were followed closely by a group of people behind. Everyone wanted to see what this legendary player, Morning Mist, was up to. On the outskirts of Bear Ridge, there were a few huge grayish-white bears. Their levels were not high, they were around level 8. However, their defense was high, their HP was abundant, and their attack power was powerful. All in all, they were not easy to deal with. As soon as the two entered Bear Ridge, they attracted the attention of countless wild monsters. Many big bears rushed towards Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei. Before Lu Chen could make a move, Lan Weiwei made the first move. She raised her hand and waved it around, instantly killing the three big bears in front of her. -2, 000. The group of people was stunned by her action as they looked at the red number floating in the air. The F***CK. Where did this beauty come from? She could easily deal over 1,000 damage and instantly kill these monsters? Oh my gosh, I thought she was just a pretty face, but she turned out to be an expert in the field as well. You guys, this is what it means to be able to fight on the battlefield. Many people could not help but praise Lu Chen, and they became even more jealous of him. However, Lu Chen did not feel much. He only brought Lan Weiwei and walked forward after they destroyed the bears. After crossing a hill, there was another mountain in front of them. The forest was deep and dense, and there were many big black bears that roamed around. Their eyes were emitting a cold light as they stared at the two people who just entered. At this moment, Lan Weiwei's status panel started to change. The human form on the status panel started to change into a battle form. The attack power of 2,500 on the status panel started to increase rapidly. The girl lightly stomped on the ground and shot forward like a streak of light. Her delicate arm turned into a claw as it drew streaks of cold light in the air. Swoosh! Almost no one could see her figure. By the time all the players reacted, Lan Weiwei was already a few hundred meters away. The sound of things dropping could be heard continuously. Thud! Countless huge black bears instantly fell to the ground. Whoa! The surrounding players sucked in a breath of cold air as they expressed their shock. It would have been considered normal if this woman had only insta-killed the normal grizzly bears outside. However, the defense and HP of the elite black bears inside were much higher than those outside. Each of them had over 2,000 HP, and their defense was ridiculously high. They were insta-killed? Or was it an AoE skill that killed them all? This was really unbelievable. Many people looked at Lu Chun, who had been strolling leisurely in the courtyard and had not made a single attack from the beginning to the end. They could not help but think to themselves, could this kid be a sugar daddy? Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, who had noticed this, also slightly narrowed her eyes. This young girl seemed to look extremely familiar, as though she has seen her somewhere before. Such strength should not be unknown in this game. In the entire Dragon Country, all the powerful people were supposed to be in their database. She could vaguely remember each and every one of them. Lu Yuan immediately sent out a message to her base. This is 0927. Check the information of the little girl beside Lu Chan. Got it. A message was soon sent from the other side of the communication. After a moment, Lu Yuan received a reply from the other side. Sorry, we can't find this person in our database. Can't find her? Lu Yuan frowned as she replied. Their database covered all the experts in this world. If they could not find her, then there was basically no other way to find out the background of this girl. She rubbed her temples. The recent events were getting more and more troublesome. Many major families were appearing quite frequently, and more strangers kept appearing beside Lu Chan. The most mysterious one yet was Lan Weiwei. Wait a minute, Lan Weiwei? Lu Yuan was startled and suddenly looked towards the two. That girl had a lovely appearance, and she followed closely beside Lu Chan. That gaze, that expression, she looked extremely familiar to her now. Could this be the Lan Weiwei? Lu Yuan felt that something was wrong. Before this, she had always thought that Lan Weiwei was an ignorant girl who had been deceived by Lu Chan. However, if this ruthless and decisive girl was really Lan Weiwei, then their relationship would need to be redefined. Lu Yuan's heart sank slightly, and she quickly followed after them from behind. At this moment, Lu Chun and Lu Yuan had already reached the depths of Bear Ridge. There were level 15 elite monsters everywhere. Each of them had more than 4,000 HP. Many players had no choice but to stick together and follow closely behind Lu Chun and Weiwei to not get attacked as well. Many players could only smile helplessly as they looked at the elite giant bears around them. They could not retreat even if they wanted to at this point. They have gone too far deep. Many players who just wanted to watch the show had also noticed something that made them even sadder. They did not have the strength that Lu Chen had. They could not easily enter this place. Right now, they only prayed that Lu Chun could successfully defeat the boss. Then, they would follow him out of this place as well. If Lu Chen failed, none of them would make it out alive. At this moment, Lan Weiwei's attack power had already exceeded 10,000 points. Her body also showed signs of turning into a beast. These level 15 elite monsters were terrifying existences that ordinary people did not dare to provoke. However, in Lan Weiwei's eyes, they were just a bunch of trash. Whenever the two went, all the monsters were still insta-killed. This caused many players to tremble as they watched. This is 2F asterisk king ridiculous. 10,000 damage with a single slash. Am I F asterisk king seeing things? Are you F asterisk king kidding me? I can only deal around 600 damage at most. Hee, who isn't surprised? A few days ago, when I saw the attack power of the guild leader from White Alliance, I've already felt that it was ridiculous. Now, there's an even more ridiculous one to look at. Hurry up and send a message. Let's have more of our people come and see what's up. Tell them that there's an expert by Lu Chen's side. Go and report to the eldest young master that another expert has appeared here. At this moment, countless players had their interest piqued. After a few hours, Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei finally crossed the mountain. The players following behind were overjoyed. What the heck? Is this the big boss? He didn't even look at the bronze equipment that dropped all over the ground? Hee hee, do you think everyone is like you? He's wearing a full set of god-tier equipment. Why would he need to look at your trash equipment? F***CKU. If you have the guts, go and pick it up. Who are you looking down at me and my equipment? At this moment, the various parties had also rushed to the front of Bear Ridge. Long time no see, Mr. Morning Mist. Gu Yiming, who had rushed over after hearing the news, appeared with a kind smile. He had also brought many Gu family experts with him. Lu Chen glanced at him and said, "Young Master Gu, you are here for?" Gu Yiming glanced at the people behind him and spoke to Lu Chen with a smile. "Mr. Morning Mist, please don't misunderstand. I'm not looking for trouble. I heard that the people from the White Alliance were coming to make things difficult for you, so I specially brought some people here. I also wanted to get to know this young lady by your side. Our Gu family would always be willing to meet great talents. By the way, may I ask, is this your girlfriend?" Gu Yiming was very polite when he spoke. Lu Chen smiled and rubbed Lan Weiwei's head. He winked and said, "No, she is my distant cousin." The surrounding people were ecstatic. As long as she was not his girlfriend, the other ladies would still have a chance. Many people shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to clamor for his attention. One person even shouted, "Brother-in-law." However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lan Weiwei's figure shot out. She instantly slit that person's neck. Lu Chen crossed his arms across his chest and said calmly, "I'm sorry, my cousin has a bad temper. Everyone, I hope you don't mind that." When everyone saw Lan Weiwei's cold expression, they immediately shrunk their bodies to make themselves look weak. They dared not to say anything else. This little beauty really dared to kill people just like that. None of them wanted to go back to the resurrection point, so they all immediately shut their mouths. However, at this moment, Gu Yiming only smiled with courtesy. Lu Chen did not really treat Lan Weiwei as his cousin. Sometimes between men and women, there would always be some tension. Even if she was a distant cousin, it was not impossible to get married. It was best to treat her as Lu Chen's woman for now. Mr. Morning Mist's cousin really has some interesting personality. Gu Yiming smiled. But I suggest that you don't go into the depths of Bear Ridge. That boss can't be defeated, at least not from the looks of it. Lu Chen naturally knew Gu Yiming's good intentions. If he had not fought the Wolf Valley boss before, he would have retreated after seeing such terrifying attributes. Now, with his attributes and having Lan Weiwei, one boss would be nothing to worry about. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, a few cold voices sounded from behind them. "I, too, advise Mr. Morning Mist not to barge in." A man led a group of White Alliance players from afar. The power they exuded was overbearing. The players following behind were violently pushed aside. Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak. The people of the White Alliance were usually extremely overbearing and would not stand for complaints. Many players had been bullied before. It was just that they did not have the strength and did not dare to go against the White Alliance Guild. Hee hee, a bunch of people who use their power to bully others has arrived. That's right. The last time, Morning Mist killed their guild leader in one strike. It was really satisfying to watch. However, Morning Mist got into trouble because of that. The White Alliance is just a bunch of mad dogs that like to *SS on people to exert power. Look at this situation. It seems like they really want to kill Morning Mist here. The number of people from the White Alliance increased, and soon, the entire mountain range was filled with them. This time, the White Alliance had mobilized nearly 10,000 people. They were all elite players as well. The 6 vice presidents were even present. Xiao Chuan, who was dressed in white, walked out from the crowd with a cold gaze. He glared at Lu Chen and said through gritted teeth, "Morning Mist, long time no see." Lu Chen did not have a good impression of Xiao Chuan after all that he had done. He only replied coldly, "President Xiao, is it? Why are you here? Have you not died enough? You came here today because you want me to kill you again?" He glanced at the people of the White Alliance and said, "Didn't I say that from now on, as long as the people of the White Alliance appear in front of me, they will all die?" Xiao Chuan laughed coldly and said, "What big words for a small man. Last time, I was much too careless with your capabilities. This time, however, you'll be dead for sure. I believe that all the elites of the White Alliance would be able to kill you." Lu Chen sneered and took a step forward. "How about you and take that chance right now?" The atmosphere was filled with tense air. At this time, Gu Yiming stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chen. "Xiao Chuan, I advise you to restrain yourself. Mr. Morning Mist is a friend of the Gu family," Gu Yiming said calmly. Xiao Chuan looked at Gu Yiming and said, "Gu Yiming, I know what you said the last time. What? Do you really represent the entire Gu family? Do you really have the confidence to go against the Xiao family of the White Alliance?" Xiao Chuan laughed after he spoke, knowing what is to come before speaking up again. "Those old men of the Gu family are all dead. I think you know about the current situation of the Gu family. Why? Are you planning to bet your treasure on this kid? Do you think he can help you and your family? Stop dreaming. Even my family can't help you. How sure are you that this kid can do it?" Gu Yiming's expression was extremely ugly. The Gu family was indeed in a grave crisis. Many of the older generation had passed away. A family conflict happened all of a sudden, causing many things to crumble. Were that not to happen, he would not have been in charge of such a large family. Before he took over, the entire Gu family had already been massacred. He had killed countless people to secure his position. It could be said that the current Gu family could not afford to be messed around with. The other forces were afraid of the Gu family only because they were afraid that they would crumble even after they'd been murdered. If they provoked this family, they knew that they would have to fight to their deaths. "Xiao Chuan, you're trying to persuade me with nothing. If you really want to attack my Gu family, then I, Gu Yiming, will not sit still and wait for death to come." Xiao Chuan's eyelids twitched. The killing intent that this young man with a trace of gentleness displayed at this moment shocked him. He had also heard of the bloody process of the Gu family rising to power. This Gu Yiming was not someone to be trifled with. However, as the youngest leader of the Xiao family, he himself was also not one to be trifled with. Since that's the case, you can give it a try. With your current Gu family, I'm afraid that you're not powerful enough to fight against the White Alliance." The conversation between the two lowered the atmosphere to the freezing point around, causing everyone to shiver from the cold. Countless spectating players were shocked beyond words. Were the great families from the north and south about to fight each other? This was a huge deal. If this really started a war, it could be said to be a fight between immortals. The ones who would suffer would be the collateral mortals like them. The scene fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to speak. Right at this moment, a woman's voice appeared. "Since one Gu family isn't enough, what about our Su family?" The graceful Su Ziyuan walked out from the crowd. Behind her was a group of Su family members that walked with solemn expressions. This group of people walked directly to Lu Chen's side. They immediately made their stance clear. The Su family chose Lu Chen. Many people felt their scalps go numb. This was going to be a colossus war. They were one of the top 5 aristocratic families in the Dragon Country. It was said that during the glorious period, they once overpowered all the aristocratic families and became the best in the Dragon Country. Su Ziyuan's appearance completely tipped the scale in Lu Chen's favor. This made Xiao Chuan very angry. At the same time, there was also a trace of fear. Those people from the Su family were all ruthless people. Xiao Chuan was arrogant and had strength. However, he was rational and knew when to advance and retreat. Those people from the Su family were different. They were complete lunatics who would not give up until one of them died, regardless of the cost. Especially for Su Ziyuan, that was considered someone to not be reckoned with. Whoever offended Su Ziyuan would offend the entire Su family. Xiao Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Su Ziyuan, is this the attitude of your Su family?" Su Ziyuan said with a smile, "This is what the old master wants. If you are not satisfied, you may go and find him yourself." Xiao Chuan was silent for a moment, then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Lu Chen. "No matter how many people protect you, you must die today." At this point, he and Lu Chen no longer had a simple personal grudge. This involved the conflict between the various major powers and the Xiao family of the White Alliance. If he kneeled to them, it would mean that the entire Xiao family would have kneeled to them as well. Xiao Chuan could not let his family name crumble like this. He had to stand strong. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared in the darkness. His voice was hoarse from the vicissitudes of life. He said, "If the two of them are not enough, what about my Dark Knight Union?" As soon as he finished speaking, many people felt their blood run cold. The president of the Dark Knight Union, Heiyu, has arrived. A middle-aged man dressed in black appeared from the shadows. The moment he appeared, the entire mountain range seemed to have turned a few degrees colder. Heiyu, this name that terrified all players. The most terrifying assassin in the online gaming world. As long as the final payment was sufficient, the target would definitely die. He was powerful and had a mysterious background. Some people said that the Dark Knight Guild was an assassin organization that actually was real in the real world. Xiao Chuan looked at the slowly appearing black shadows, and his expression finally changed. He could still keep an eye on the Gu and Su families, but with the Dark Knight Union backing Lu Chen up, he really had to consider carefully before attacking Lu Chen now. Although the Dark Knight Guild was not as powerful as the Gu and Su families. However, their methods were cruel and their desire for revenge was extremely serious. As long as someone provoked them, it was basically impossible for the other party to survive. He had interacted with Heiyu in the real world and knew his true colors. They were a group of outlaws raised by the organization. Xiao Chuan slowly said, "No. Are you really going to stand on the opposite side of the Xiao family? You have to know who protected you back then. Without the old master of the Xiao family, would you be able to live until now?" Heiyu looked at Xiao Chuan and said, "I will remember the favor of the Xiao family dearly. Therefore, I've killed all the people you wanted me to kill. That favor has been settled. It's true that I value friendship, and I don't like owing favors. On account of our friendship, I won't attack you, but your people must leave." After saying this, many members of the White Alliance dropped to their knees. At some point in time, a group of black-clothed men appeared. They came from the shadows, and after appearing in an instant, they only left a pile of corpses. Then, they disappeared again. Xiao Chuan's expression was extremely unsightly. Whatever choice that man decides on, it could never be changed. The person who had killed most of his men was giving him a warning. The scariest thing was that this group of people had nothing to lose. They did not have any worries, nor did they have the shackles of the various big families holding them back. There was simply no way negotiating terms with a group of desperate people. The only ones who could restrain them were those big shots from the Dragon Country. Xiao Chuan clenched his fists tightly as he struggled to think of something quick. Even someone as proud as him could feel the immense pressure from these groups of people. With the three forces joining hands, the value of Morning Mist had now become very high. As Xiao Chuan was about to leave, Lu Chen finally spoke. "I appreciate your kind intentions, everyone. It's just that I don't like accepting help for nothing. I'm not a person who likes to owe favors either. Since the White Alliance and I have conflict, then let me and the White Alliance resolve it between ourselves. None of you have to interfere. Of course, I'll remember every single one of your good intentions today." In Lu Chen's opinion, the Su family, the Gu family, and the Dark Knight Union were all extremely sincere. That day, so many forces had befriended him, but he was suspicious if they would actually help. However, when the White Alliance really came knocking on his door, these three really did step up. In the future, if he needed to find people to cooperate with, these three would naturally be the first few that will come to Lu Chen's mind now. However, there's no need for these people to get involved in the current mess. After all, the current White Alliance was hardly a threat. Thereupon, Lu Chen pushed the crowd to walk out, and Gu Yiming and the other's face slightly changed. "Mr. Morning Mist, don't be rash. You don't know how powerful these people could be." Lu Chen raised his hand and interrupted them. His intentions were very clear. This was a matter between him and the Xiao family of the White Alliance. No one else needed to interfere. This scene made many players surprised and worried. What surprised them was Lu Chen's courage. He was showing an imposing manner where he dared stand alone and look down on everyone. What worried them was if such a person could really provoke the Xiao family of the White Alliance. As players, they knew how terrifying the Xiao family of the White Alliance was. Xiao Chuan, who was beside them, was ecstatic. He said, "Hee hee, Did you see that? This is a conflict between me and Morning Mist. You guys should just watch the show." Gu Yiming and the others were silent. Since Lu Chen had spoken, they could not interfere anymore. However, they were still worried. This Morning Mist dude was too impulsive. According to their latest information, the 6 vice presidents of the White Alliance all had golden titles. They had also seen Xiao Chuan's attributes. The attributes of earning a golden title were extremely terrifying. Now, Lu Chen had to face 7 experts with golden titles alone. How could he resist them all in one go? Once Lu Chen died in battle, they needed to immediately send people to guard the resurrection point. The people of the White Alliance would torture his corpse. They would constantly kill him, and when resurrects, they would kill him again. This would completely make him lose all his EXP in the game. Lu Chen stood motionlessly with a faint smile on his face. "Xiao Chuan, shouldn't your people make their first move? I still have something to do. Please hurry up while you're choosing to throw your lives away." Xiao Chuan's face darkened as he spoke. "What an arrogant asterisk. You don't know the immense power that we have over you right now. Charge." As soon as he finished speaking, countless White Alliance players had already swarmed over. They were attacking Lu Chen from all directions. After they were defeated, many White Alliance players had obtained all sorts of skills and even unlocked many special achievements as revenge. All of a sudden, all sorts of skills flew towards Lu Chen. However, at the next moment, Lan Weiwei made her move. The beautiful girl rushed out like a leopard. She entered the crowd as her hands turned into claws that were as sharp as steel blades. She moved as quick as lighting through the sea of people. Countless White Alliance players had yet to react before their necks were all slit. Looking at the red numbers above the players' heads, Xiao Chuan's eyes widened open. When did such an expert appear beside Xiao Chuan? Which powerful family was this kid from? Lan Weiwei barged into the crowd of White Alliance players and defeated them easily. None of them had the chance to even touch her before dying. Lu Chen sneered. Lan Weiwei's combat attributes were extremely terrifying. After all, she was a silver-tier boss. She was no ordinary player. Xiao Chuan gritted his teeth as he glared at Lu Chen and said, "If you're a man, don't hide behind a woman." Lu Chen spread his hands and said, "I'm not hiding. I'm standing right here. If you want to kill me, just come over." At this moment, everyone realized that Lu Chen had just been standing there as Lan Weiwei attacked the others. He had not moved from his spot at all. Xiao Chuan felt humiliated and immediately said with a gloomy face, "Send a group of people to keep that woman busy. The rest of the vice leaders, follow me to kill Morning Mist." After saying that, the 6 vice leaders lit up their golden titles and directly charged towards Lu Chen. There were 7 golden titles. As soon as the golden light appeared above the heads of the members of the White Alliance, everyone cried out in surprise. They had already seen how terrifying Lu Chen and Xiao Chuan's golden titles were. Now, 7 of them appeared at once? What the F***CK? In an instant, everyone felt like they were from 2 completely different worlds. When Lu Chen saw Xiao Chuan and the others charging towards him, he did not panic at all. He stood rooted to the ground and did not move an inch. He was not afraid of his opponents attacking him at all. They would need at least 4,000 damage points to deal any damage to him. Meanwhile, his HP and Lan Weiwei's combined had almost reached 100,000 points. Even Xiao Chuan, who had the highest attack power in the arena, only had around 2,000 damage points. Against Lu Chen, he probably would not even be able to break through his defense. Right then, 7 opponents attacked from different directions. All sorts of special effects buffs lit up one after another. Why isn't Morning Mist dodging these people? F***CK. Could he have been scared silly so now he's rooted in that spot? It's probably Morning Mist's first time seeing so many golden titles. What a pity. I thought Morning Mist would be able to suppress them. Don't even think about it. It's not like no one has ever provoked the White Alliance before this. Those people who provoke them are nowhere to be found. The White Alliance always wins. Many players fell silent. The White Alliance's foundation in the south was simply too deep and terrifying. Just as everyone thought that Lu Chen was done for, suddenly, a scream broke the silence. How can this be possible? This scream came from Xiao Chuan. The remaining 6 vice leaders of the White Alliance were also in disbelief. F***CK. What happened? I saw the members of the White Alliance attack Morning Mist. What happened? Is he immune to damage? That's impossible, right? Chen looked at them indifferently and waved his hand. Do you guys want to try again? Xiao Chuan looked at Chen's indifferent and mocking expression and could not contain his anger. I don't believe it. Go again. He could not believe that his people's attacks could not cause any damage to Chen. The golden titles above the 7 people's heads lit up again. This time, they all used their trump cards. All kinds of attacks attacked Chen. Bang! One after the another, the attacks piled upon each other towards Chen. However, when the attacks landed on Chen's body, there was not much damage. After a long while, a red number slowly appeared above his head. -1. How was this possible? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. A bunch of big shots from the White Alliance could only deal a single drop of damage to Morning Mist? How high were Morning Mist's attributes? Everyone present could not sit still anymore. Isn't this 2F** King awesome? So many experts had attacked him, but they couldn't even break through Morning Mist's defense? F***CK. Does that mean that Morning Mist only gave the White Alliance players a sneak peek of his powers in the Wolf Valley? It's embarrassing. It's too embarrassing to watch. If I was Xiao Chuan of the White Alliance, I would find a hole to hide in right now. Su Ziyuan and Gu Yiming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The members of the Xiao family of the White Alliance attacked with all their might, but they could not hurt Morning Mist at all. How terrifying was this? Could it be that Morning Mist had not shown his true strength the last time they fought? How strong was this guy? Both of their hearts were in turmoil. They were also glad that they had made the right decision today. In the future, they had to seize the opportunity of Morning Mist to deepen their relationship. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What in the world did you just do? Xiao Chuan simply could not accept this fact. He had brought a large group of people with him. In the end, the other party stood there and allowed them to attack, but did not receive any damage. Chen spread his hands and said, "What did I do? As you can see, I haven't done anything. It's just that your strengths are too low. You can't even break through my defense. What's there to say? Oh, wait, no. You did break through a bit of my defenses, I suppose." Facing Chen's ridicule, Xiao Chuan felt so powerless for the first time. In the past, he should be the one saying these words. Morning Mist, you're making an enemy out of the entire Xiao family. Chen said indifferently, didn't I make an enemy out of your Xiao family a long time ago? What? You only know about it now. Since you didn't get it the first time, then I'll say it again. Chen rolled his eyes and took in a deep breath before speaking again. I, Morning Mist, will fight to the death with the White Alliance. I'll kill every single one of you every time I see you. Now, was that clear enough for you? Xiao Chuan was so angry that he laughed and said, "Good, very good. Since you want to make an enemy out of my Xiao family, then you're just courting death. Don't think that just because you hid your identity in the game, I can't find you in the real world. The power of the Xiao family is beyond your understanding. I gave you a chance back then, but I can clearly see that you didn't comply to it. When I find you in the real world, you'll regret it." Chen's expression froze. Online, it did not matter how much this Xiao Chuan provoked him. He would just end up killing that brat. However, this guy wanted to try and use the power of reality to threaten him. This was a completely despicable act. He did not want his real life to be disturbed by this brat at all. At the same time, he did not like to be threatened this way at all. You're threatening me? Chen's expression had turned ugly. Threatening? You can think that way. Xiao Chuan sneered. Why are you afraid? I can give you a chance. All you'll need to do is kneel to me and admit your mistakes. I'll let you off, or not. Depends. I'll even give you a chance to join my White Alliance. How would that sound? Just as he finished speaking, Chen drew his sword. His voice was as cold as steel. Sorry, I don't like living with dogs like you. That'll be too disgusting. Xiao Chuan was both shocked and angry. However, before he could refute, the scene in front of him had completely disappeared. He knew that he had died again. With him was the group of vice leaders from the White Alliance standing next to him, and the White Alliance players that had followed him. In Bear Ridge, another massacre has happened again. Everyone could see that Lu Chen was really angry this time. Nearly 10,000 White Alliance players were killed by Lu Chen and Lan Weiwei, as if they were just mowing the grass. This time, he did not turn around and leave the depths of Bear Ridge. Instead, he held his knife and headed straight for the resurrection point outside the novice village. *T. What's he planning to do? He's not going to go there and murder them again, is he? No way, this is too exciting. Usually, it's the people from the White Alliance standing point at the resurrection point. I didn't expect that they would be at the shorter end of the stick this time. Karma's *TCH. This is really satisfying to watch. The news that Lu Chen was going to look for the people from the White Alliance at the resurrection point instantly spread throughout the entire game. Countless players were making their way there as well to see what was going to happen. I know where he respawned. White Alliance's Xiao Chuan has resurrected in Novice Village number 16. Let's go there quickly. There are 3 Vice Guild leaders outside Novice Village number 130. Okay, come and follow me. I know where the other 3 are. At this moment, countless players were clamoring their way to those locations to sneak a peek of Lu Chen's powers. Xiao Chuan, who had just resurrected, did not have time to react. He respawned, and to his sight was Lu Chen. His eyes were filled with fear as he said, "You, what are you trying to do?" Lu Chen said coldly, "I hate it when people threaten me." With that, he killed him again with a single slash. Xiao Chuan's gaze fell into darkness once again. At the same time, Gu Yiming was a little worried. He was worried that Lu Chen had gone too far. After all, the Xiao family was very powerful. Xiao Chuan's words of finding Lu Chen in real life and ruining his life were not a joke. Should we go up and persuade him? Right when he said this, Heiyu, who was beside him, said, "There's no need. It'll be good to let that brat Xiao Chuan humble down and learn a lesson. If the Xiao family dares to make a move, I'll be lurking in the shadows ready to attack. No one is more professional than us when it comes to stopping, protecting, and assassinating our targets." On that day, Lu Chen had killed Xiao Chuan 100 times. Now, his level had reached level 1. Everyone knew what this meant. Xiao Chuan was now completely crippled. In the early stages of the game, the gap between him and others, especially high-end players, was an insurmountable gap. Moreover, it was impossible for Second World to have a sub-account. In other words, Xiao Chuan was completely crippled in Second World. This news spread like wildfire, and it immediately became a trending topic. It was so satisfying to see the leader of the White Alliance provoke Morning Mist and get crippled from it. This would be the downfall of the White Alliance. They deserved it. Even I laughed watching them fall. Morning Mist, you are the best. Morning Mist looked so handsome when he counterattacked. Under the message boards of all the major websites, there were all kinds of news that spread. Dang, this is awesome. I couldn't stand the White Alliance for a long time. Finally, someone came out to punish them. I announce, from today onwards, Morning Mist shall be my number 1 bae. Stop being shameless, he's mine. That's too awesome. He didn't even lose any HP when the members of the White Alliance were trying hard. Ha ha ha, no. The most outrageous thing was that he did in fact lose HP, but it was just a drop in the ocean. That was extremely humiliating for the other party. Ha ha ha, this year's clown should be the leader of the White Alliance, Xiao Chuan. You're right. The way he acted really reminded me of a clown. Shut up. Be careful. If he finds your location in the real world, he would kill you, hee hee. The internet was filled with a cheerful atmosphere as they mocked Xiao Chuan. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family in the south, in a luxurious villa, the sound of porcelain being smashed could be heard. A handsome young man was venting the anger he had stored. The room was in a mess, and everything was thrown to the ground. Even the game pod was destroyed. That very man was Xiao Chuan, the direct descendant of the Xiao family, the next head of the family. However, at this moment, he was just an angry little boy. He had almost lost his mind from what had happened. That Morning Mist had actually killed him 100 times. 100 times. This meant that he was completely behind in the Second World. Those words that humiliated him in public had hurt his self-esteem. Morning mist, I'll definitely make you pay. Xiao Chuan's eyes were bloodshot and filled with anger. At this moment, a servant walked in from outside. Young master, the old master has invited you over. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan immediately tried to calm himself down. He suppressed his anger and said, I understand. I'll be there right away. A moment later, Xiao Chuan came to a room. The room was filled with the smell of books. An old man was wearing an old formal suit. Although his hair was white, he was full of energy. Grandpa, I heard that you're looking for me? Xiao Chuan said respectfully. In front of him was the true leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Bai. Usually, everyone referred to him as Grandpa Xiao. The old man nodded and said, Sit, I know what happened. Xiao Chuan lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed the family. The old man glared at him and said, It's good that you know. This time, you've done things too rashly. The old man shook his head and said, You should know that the second world is not just a game. Right now, there's a storm brewing. All the families are trying to gain an upper hand from it. This is not fun and games. This is a real war that is happening. This is something that would change the structure of the world. You should restrain yourself in this game. You should have known this long ago. Xiao Chuan said, What you said was right. I know I'm wrong. That morning mist. The old man looked at Xiao Chuan and smiled. What do you want to do about it? Xiao Chuan looked up with burning eyes. Do you want to know the truth? Or should I lie? The old man laughed and said, Of course, it'd like the truth. Xiao Chuan clenched his fist before he spoke again. Of course, it's to eradicate the root of my problem. This person has formed a grudge with our Xiao family. Moreover, people like him are extremely vengeful. It's almost impossible for him to let go of the grudge and work together with us ever again. Even if I'm willing to kneel, that man will never forgive me. This is something that can never change. Moreover, by doing kneeling, the status of the Xiao family will be ruined. The old man nodded and said, Continue. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Xiao Chuan's eyes as he said, Since such a person cannot be used by our Xiao family, then we should just get rid of him. I want to find this person in real life. Send someone to directly make him disappear from the face of the earth. This way, we can get rid of this bump. This would show the power of our Xiao family, to show that we are not a force to be reckoned with. Let everyone know that whoever messes with the Xiao family will be ruined. We shall ruin their lives and ruin everything they love. This way no one would dare mess with us. The old man nodded and said, Good. You are a ruthless person. You are arrogant but not stupid. It's good that you know how to eradicate the root of the problem. How about this? You go to Uncle Lin and he will tell you what to do. Xiao Chuan nodded and said, Yes. I will be taking my leave now. After saying that, Xiao Chuan turned around and left. The moment he closed the door, his eyes were full of ruthlessness. In the second world, Lu Chan returned to Bear Ridge. Suzy Yuan and Gu Yiming were beside Lu Chan. Mr. Morning Mist, I don't think you're in a safe situation right now. I think it's better for you to hide as soon as possible. Gu Yiming said. Suzy Yuan said, That's what I mean to say too. The Xiao family is very capable. It's very possible for them to find your location and ruin your life. Lu Chen shook his head and said, There's no rush. They can wait. In his heart, it did not matter how strong the other party was. He had already felt many changes in his reality. Based on his current attributes, ordinary humans would definitely be unable to deal with him. Moreover, he still had Lan Weiwei. It was best for him to seize the moment to become stronger. After saying that, he waved his hand at everyone and stepped into the depths of Bear Ridge. In the real world, the Dragon Country building was in chaos. In a conference hall, a square-faced man had a gloomy expression. What are the Xiao family plans? I need to know. How did they find out about Lu Chan? The man below stammered, We don't know. According to the informant's report, the Xiao family is already gathering their forces. Lu Chen's current situation has turned dire. The middle-aged man was furious and immediately said, He is the best hope for our dragon country. You are right. If Lu Chen loses even a hair, I will destroy the Xiao family. Quickly, send a message to 0927 and tell her that the situation has changed. She must bring Lu Chun to a safe hiding spot as soon as possible. In Bear Ridge, Lu Chun led Lan Weiwei into a deep valley. After crossing the last hill, they arrived at what should have been a coastal plain. However, at this moment, a gigantic black bear could be seen lying on the ground. Lu Chun took a look at the bear's attributes. Ancient Bear King. Level 25. Silver. HP 160,000. Attack 10,000. Defense 400. Magic defense 400. Skill Thunder God's Punishment. Thunder God's Punishment. The Ancient Bear King will create a thunder dome to seal the target. Deals 3,000 lightning attribute magic damage per second for 40 seconds. Although the Bear King only had one skill, its attack seemed to be extremely ridiculous. Having a 3,000 point magic damage per second, that would have a 120,000 point magic damage for 40 seconds. Moreover, with such high defense and HP, how would any player beat this boss? If Lu Chun had seen this Bear King before, he would have turned around and run. Now, Lu Chun's lips only curled into a smile. A cold light flashed in his palm, and the Ash Wolf King's sword appeared in his hand. The large golden words above his head flashed. Sword God. The attack power of 9,250 damage points from Lu Chun's attribute panel soared up to 64,750 points. There was no way the boss was going to be able to tank that much damage. Now, all he needed to do was get one strike in, and that would take away about 60,000 points of his opponent's HP. Lu Chun's sudden noise alarmed the sleeping bear. The Bear King jumped up from the ground and glared at Lu Chun, annoyed that it was woken up. Right then, Lan Weiwei let out a delicate cry and charged out directly. Her petite body contained endless power. As she rushed forwards, a pale blue wolf phantom appeared behind her. Lu Chun slashed out with his sword while Lan Weiwei clashed with the Bear King. He did 10 slashes in a second. Fortunately, all of them landed on the Bear King's body. -6, 075. -6, 075. -6, 075. In an instant, the Bear King let out a mournful howl. Its 160,000 points health bar then steadily depleted to 0. This was an easy kill. Lu Chun would have never expected him to reach this point in the past, but here he was in all his glory. On the ground, a pile of equipment suddenly dropped. It shined with gold specks, and there were also strange items that garnered his attention. It was an emerald green bamboo stick, and there were 2 verdant bamboo leaves on it. 10,000-year-old jade bamboo. With this item, one could enter the Bear Ridge dungeon. Danger level. Dangerous. There is a dungeon here? Lu Chun was pleasantly surprised as he thought to himself. He did not gain much from the Wolf Valley. If he had not entered the secret palace of the Ash Wolves, he would not have improved by so much. Lu Chun looked at the jade bamboo with anticipation. However, he decided not to rush in at this moment. He recalled what Gu Yiming and Su Ziyuan had said to him and was a little reluctant in going in. He did not doubt one bit that the Shao family would come looking for him. Therefore, he needed to return to the real world to make some preparations. He needed to test the extent of his strength in the real world as well. Let's go back. Lu Chun nudged on Lan Weiwei's shoulder as he spoke. He went offline immediately after that. When he came out of the game pod, the sky had just turned dark. Lan Weiwei tugged at a corner of Lu Chun and pointed at her mouth. Master, I'm hungry. Lu Chun slapped his head and almost forgot that he had to now house a bottomless pit at home. Thus, he immediately went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for dinner. Lu Chun walked into the kitchen. Right when he was about to pick up the kitchen knife, an idea suddenly popped up into his mind. The last time when he was in the kitchen, he was able to use the Sword God skill. Then, would that mean he could also summon the Ash Wolf King's sword in this world? He decided that it was best to give it a try. So with that thought, he tried to summon the sword in the game. In the next moment, a glistening light lit up in his palm. An ocean blue sword appeared. It was slightly cold to the touch when he held it in his hand. It had the exact same features as it did in-game as well. Whoosh! The sword was unsheathed, and the temperature of the entire room immediately dropped by a few degrees. Such power. With a simple thought, Lu Chun felt his entire body get filled with this extreme power. He held the sword in his hand. As long as he wished so, he could casually slash out the sword aura and destroy the world. Lu Chen looked at the paper cup on the countertop. He then tried to carefully control the inexplicable power in his body. He gently waved the long sword in his hand, and the sound of humming could be heard. A thin and undetectable white sword aura flew towards the paper cup. In less than half a second, the paper cup was instantly cut in half. It really could be done. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised by this action. Since he could turn into the sword god, he wondered if the other titles could also appear in the real world. Lu Chen's heart jumped from that thought. He silently chanted again, "Shield God." A golden light flashed, and a small silver shield appeared on Lu Chen's arm. This was the equipment that was dropped after killing the Bear King. At this moment, with the shield god's effect, this small shield suddenly expanded. It released a transparent barrier of light around him, directly protecting Lu Chen. "Wei Wei, come here." Lan Wei Wei, who was devouring noodles in the living room, ran over with her cheeks puffed up. "Master, is there a problem?" The little girl mumbled. Lu Chen said, "Come, give this shield a punch with all your strength." Lan Wei Wei blinked her eyes, looked at the house, then turned to Lu Chen with a serious expression. She took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and bent her legs into a fighting stance. Her gaze was locked onto the light shield in front of Lu Chen. She held her breath and focused, then let out a soft shout. "Ha!" She threw out a punch. This punch brought with it the sound of air being torn apart, and it seemed to have the shadow of a gray wolf that rode along with the punk. The huge impact created a terrifying shockwave. Bang! Everything in the kitchen was destroyed from the impact. The entire house was shaking violently. All sorts of furniture in the house were destroyed, including the walls. The result of this attack was like an earthquake that occurred at a magnitude of 8.9. Almost everything in the room was destroyed. However, the shield in Lu Chen's hand was safe and sound. Even Lu Chen himself did not feel any pain from the punch. At this moment, a figure broke through the door. "Lu Chen, are you okay?" A woman with a strong figure wearing a green suit directly barged in. She held a pistol in her hand with a nervous expression. Her heart even sank when she saw the entire room being destroyed. It was over. The Shao family must have found his identity and barged in. While she was in despair, Lu Chen's confused voice came from the side. "Lu Yuan?" Lu Yuan was stunned. She looked at the most definitely safe Lu Chen and asked, Are you okay?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Yuan and the pistol in her hand. With his keen eyesight, he could tell from one look that it was not a fake. So he said in a deep voice, "Lu Yuan, I think I need an explanation for that." Lu Yuan looked at Lu Chen's serious expression and knew that she had been exposed. She simply could not hide it anymore. She sighed and said, "In that case, I can only tell the truth. I am a member of the Dragon Country's team, the Dragon Team. I was specially sent to protect you." "The Dragon Team?" Lu Chen frowned. He had only heard of this name in various rumors. Everyone thought that it was made up, but who would have thought that it really existed? Lu Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I'm from the Dragon Team. But why are you protecting me?" Lu Chen asked. Lu Yuan sighed and said, "I think you would have noticed some changes recently. The so-called second world is completely different from any ordinary game. It has more or less affected reality." While speaking, she looked at the messy house. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted from the sight in front of her. It seemed that Lu Chen had figured it out too. If Lu Yuan was really someone from a secret team of the country, then she must have picked up that something was strange with how his apartment was right now. In order to ensure the safety of the Dragon Country, we must make sure that the situation in the game is within our control. Therefore, we pay special attention to those who have great potential in the second world. Lu Yuan continued with her explanation carefully. "So, I've been targeted as a great potential?" Lu Chen asked. Lu Yuan nodded and confirmed Lu Chen's thoughts. "Yes, your appearance has made the higher-ups pay special attention to you. Some of them even want you to join our special organization. But because your personal information is too little, they don't know how you may be. That's why the higher-ups specially sent me to get to know you and gain more information about who you are. However, based on my observation over this period of time, Not only have you surpassed my expectations, but you have also impressed the higher-ups. Lu Chen scratched his head and said, Then, would I have to thank you for that? Lu Yuan said, It would not be a problem for you to do so, I'm sure. What you need to do now, however, is to quickly get out of here as soon as possible. Lu Chen asked with a confused tone. Get out of here? Lu Yuan said, We have to move. That's an order from the higher-ups. The people from the Shao family will arrive soon. This time, they would come here to end your life forever. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. He had thought that the Shao family's revenge would come, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, it was not a threat, nor was it a provocation that the Shao family had said. It was a promise to take his life. This had struck a chord in Lu Chen's heart. It was clear that the Shao family member had provoked him first, so he just gave that kid a taste of his own medicine. Little did he know, this one silly action was going to cost him his life. In their eyes, a single person was no different from a vermin. Such a deformed existence was meant to perish. I'm not leaving, Lu Chen said indifferently. Since they dare come, then let's give it a try. Lu Yuan said angrily, Why didn't you listen to my advice? The Shao family's strength is terrifying. The people they sent are definitely beyond the scope of a common person's understanding. I'm not here to persuade you, it's an order. You have to move. As she said this, she took out her identification card. Citizen of the Dragon Country, Lu Chen, you have the obligation to cooperate with my order right now. Lu Chen directly ignored her and said, I'm sorry, I don't wish to cooperate. Lu Yuan was so angry that her whole body trembled. Lu Chen, I'm saving your life. We need to hurry up and leave. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and waved, and a sword directly appeared in his hand as blue specks of light glinted the hilt. The sword shone, and a stream of sword aura flew out from the sword. It directly cut open the wall in front of them. I think, with my strength, I won't need to go. Lu Yuan looked at the wall in front of her that had collapsed with a loud thud. She was dumbstruck. Just a single slash had caused that whole thing to crumble. When did this guy become so terrifying? On the Shanghe Highway, a bunch of vehicles could be seen driving forward in a group. In a black car, Xiao Chuan was sitting in the front passenger seat. Behind him sat a spirited old man. Uncle Lin, is it necessary to bring so many people for such a job? Xiao Chuan, who was in the front, asked the old man. The old man nodded and said, It'll be easier to handle things with so many people. Just because it's a small matter, we shouldn't under-expect anything. It may be just one person, but we should not take any chances. Our Shao family is able to be so powerful today because of this level of cautiousness. No matter how small the matter is, we definitely make sure that we always have enough manpower. We have over 100 experts here. Even those guys in the building won't be able to stop us from barging in. Xiao Chuan nodded. Uncle Lin is technically part of the Shao family. He was in charge of the preparations when it came to murder. The expert fighters of the Shao family were basically all under his command. This time, Xiao Chuan had requested this morning missed person to perish on this earth. Xiao Chuan held a document in his hand. On it was a young man with a handsome face. That very person was Lu Chen. The convoy was driving across the bridge. It would not be long before they reached Lu Chen's residence. However, at this moment, a group of men dressed in black appeared at the end of the bridge. There were heavy weapons on their shoulders. These said weapons were aimed at the oncoming convoy. Bang! The rocket launchers flew out towards the cars. Lin, who was sitting in one of the cars, felt his heart skip a beat. He instantly grabbed Xiao Chuan for cover. He teleported out of the car. Boom! Dozens of black cars were directly destroyed. The sound of the explosion caused flames to shoot up into the sky. Under the thick smoke, Lin walked out with Xiao Chuan. He looked at the group of black-clothed people with a gloomy expression. Hey you, what do you mean by all of this? You want to make a move on my Shao family? A burly, middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked out from behind the group of black-clothed people. His voice was low and hoarse. There was also a hint of coldness, and his entire body emitted a heart-palpitating pressure. It was Heiyu from the second world, also known as Heiyu in the real world. It's not that I want to make a move on your Shao family, but that your Shao family has come to my territory. You even wish to kill the people on my territory. Lin sneered, Heiyu. When did Shanghe become your territory? On account of the friendship between you and me, I'd suggest you get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll have to deal with you as well. After saying that, a group of people walked out from the billowing smoke. Each of them had a menacing aura and looked to be agile. They were all expert fighters of the Shao family. So many vehicles were bombarded and exploded by heavy weapons, but not a single person seemed to be injured. It was enough to tell that they were not ordinary people. Heiyu was unfazed by the threat. He said indifferently, "If you can go your way, I'll close a blind eye and not end any of you here. Lu Chen is the person I want to protect. Or rather, I need this person. If you wish to reach him, you'll have to go through us first." After saying this, a few black figures suddenly appeared from the thick smoke. The Shao family experts did not have the time to react. Their heads were directly wiped off. The three black figures carried the heads and turned around, returning to Heiyu's side. "How is it, sir? My craftsmanship hasn't dropped, right?" A skinny man asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. He held up a head as if showing off for Heiyu to see. Lin's face turned extremely ugly in the distance. This was the first time the people of the Shao family had been looked down upon like this. They had not even made a move on their target yet, but their heads had already been chopped off. "Heiyu, you're courting death," Lin said. Heiyu only looked at Lin and said, "It's not me who's courting death, it's all of you. Do you really think that you can do as you please in Dragon Country? Won't the higher-ups pay attention to you if you dare mobilize this many people? As a big family from the south, don't you know the importance of the second world to the Dragon Country? This Lu Chen is much more valuable than you think. If you really kill him, think about the price the Shao family will have to pay." Lin looked at Heiyu and said, "Since we have chosen this path, we have already thought about the price we have to pay. This time, even with the people from your side, we would still take action." Heiyu coldly snorted and said, "So there's nothing left to talk about, right?" His eyes emitted a creepy look. At this point, he could tell that there was no way that he could convince them to turn around. A bloody battle was inevitable, right when both sides were about to make their move and fight to the death. A voice sounded in Heiyu's earpiece. "Heiyu, make way for them. Let them pass." Heiyu was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he asked in hushed tones, "I say, sir, is there an issue? This is my first mission after returning to the organization. Furthermore, with so many people being sent over, aren't you afraid that the target might die?" On the other end, someone spoke up, "I think you are just itching for a fight, boy. I am now ordering you as a superior. Number 0114, step aside. The organization has a new plan." Heiyu sighed and said, "Yes, sir. 0114 reporting for duty. I accept your command." He waved his hand at his members regretfully. "Everyone, let's call it a day. The higher-ups said we don't need to care about them anymore. Damn it, this is my first battle after coming back." The group of black-clothed men all dispersed and complained. Only the people from the Shao family were left confused. A moment ago, these people from the assassin organization wanted to fight with him. Why did they suddenly change their attitude? What in the world was happening? Lin looked at the path in front of them clear and could not tell if it was a trap. The other party came with murderous intent and suddenly decided to make way for him. Although he did not know the reason, he still led his men and walked over. When the Shao members made their way, Lin spoke up to Heiyu. "My Shao family will remember this. No one can be safe and sound after killing a member of the Shao family. They shall perish from it." Heiyu shrugged his shoulders in disdain. "Give it a try. No matter how big the Shao family is, can their power be bigger than the Dragon Country? I don't believe you have the guts to fight with my people. We never hesitate to pull the trigger on others or ourselves." Heiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of menace. He was a person who had nothing to begin with. He had never been afraid of risking his life. Lin's gaze froze, and he no longer wanted to pay attention to that madman. He quickly brought his people out of that madman's sight. A moment later, the sound of helicopters flying could be heard in the sky above the Shanghe Bridge. A group of warriors donned in metal armor jumped down from a height of dozens of meters. Bang! A group of warriors have landed. One of the leaders who wore black and red battle armor lifted up his mask to speak. A mature and experienced face was revealed. Hey you, long time no see. He looked at the supposed madman and said a quick greeting. Hey Yu's original name was Du He, and he used to protect the king of the dragon country. His personal ability was very outstanding, and he was extremely good at killing and assassinating people. Later, he was trained to be a specialized assassin. Usually, he would carry out his missions outside of the country. Yo, what's the commotion this time? Even someone like you was summoned? What's the old man's plan this time? Heiyu looked at the middle-aged man in the black and red armor and asked. The man in front of him was called Li Zhan. He was a special warrior that the dragon country had nurtured. He was equivalent to a mutant warrior that had been enhanced by biochemical technology in a sci-fi movie. He could not be compared to an ordinary person. This very man belonged to a member of the psionic group. Li Zhan smiled and said, "You'll know when the time comes. Right? Just letting you know, the old man took a huge risk on something. Watch this." As he said that, he took out an order from his pocket and began reading it. His voice turned solemn as he said, "Members of the Dark Knight Union and the leader Du He, listen up. Number 0114. You shall now fully obey my command. A special mission must be carried out immediately." Heiyu's calm expression immediately disappeared. All the men in black stood up straight and said, "Yes." All members of the Dark Knight Union, all present, listen to the command of the organization. After saying that, Li Zhan revealed a smile and extended a hand. "Old friend, welcome back to the team." Their two hands immediately clasped together forcefully. "I never thought that I would be commanded by you one day." Speaking, "What's this mission about?" Li Zhan's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent as he spoke. "Find an opportunity to take down all the members of the Shao family." At this moment, in Lu Chen's rented apartment, Lu Yuan said nervously, "Are you sure? This is too risky." About 15 minutes ago, Lu Yuan took the communication device in her hand and contacted her superior. After some discussion, the superior actually agreed to Lu Chen's plan. According to Lu Chen's plan, since the Shao family intended on killing him, it was obvious that they had to defend themselves. According to their understanding of the second world, they knew that Lu Chen was no longer an ordinary person. He was an expert in almost everything now. However, what they did not know was that Lu Chen's strength was far more terrifying than they thought. Lu Chen did not bother explaining to this group of people anyway. Moreover, Lan Weiwei was on his side, so he had no fear whatsoever. Apart from that, Lu Chen also understood the whole situation. It was not just him, but the higher-ups of the Dragon Country were extremely furious at the Shao family's actions too. They had long intended to make a move against the Shao family. However, they had never had an excuse or reason. This time, the Shao family had forcefully taken Lu Chen's information from the database, and they were planning to kill him. This was a reason to retaliate. This was the Dragon Country. They could not afford to be messed around. Thus, Lu Chen and Lu Yuan's superiors came to an agreement. They would be allowed to fight with the Shao family. They would try their best to stall them, and the organization would send people over to support them as soon as possible. When those people arrive, they would capture all the people from the Shao family in one fell swoop. The first reason for agreeing was so that they could have the upper hand on the Shao family. The other was to test Lu Chen's strength. Participating in an actual combat setting was always a test of a person's strength. In the face of Lu Yuan's worry, Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. Just take it as my resume to enter the dragon team." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and said, "Good. With this courage, with your strength, you can definitely enter the dragon team easily." As the two were talking, Lu Chen's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "They're here." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin and the members of the Shao family had appeared at the door. Xiao Chuan, who was beside Lin, looked at Lu Chen and sneered, "I've finally found him. Should I address you as Morning Mist? Or Lu Chen?" Lu Chen looked at Xiao Chuan. It was the president of the White Alliance who looked 70% similar to the one he had met in the game. However, that uncomfortable aura was exactly the same. "Call me whatever you want. Is there a difference?" Xiao Chuan laughed and said, "Of course there is. If we address you by Lu Chen, then it means that we are here to discuss whether you are willing to join our Shao family." Lu Chen laughed coldly and said, "What if you address me as Morning Mist?" Xiao Chuan's smile froze and revealed a fierce expression. Then we are here to settle the score with you. I've said before that I can find you in the real world and make you kneel and beg for mercy. Morning mist. He gritted his teeth and said the last sentence word by word. He had been killed 100 times in the second world. This caused his real body to be extremely weak when he finally logged off. If it was not for Lin's protection, he might have died in the car. A direct descendant of the Shao family had been brought to such a state by an unknown person. This was a great humiliation to the Shao reputation. Lu Chen looked at this group of people and was extremely calm as he spoke. I say, President Shao Chuan, or whatever. You really don't have a good memory, do you? Every time you bring a large group of people to deal with me, you end up running with your tail between your skimpy legs. Do you not recall? Any smart person can't fall for the same tricks the third time, right? And to be honest, from the beginning till the end, I never once provoked you. It was you who did it to me. But you just had to be a prick and exert your non-existent ego on everyone, including me. Which honestly, is what got you in this mess in the first place. Say, do you enjoy losing? Is that why you're here today? Are all the people from the Shao family like this too? As soon as these words were said, Shao Chuan felt his heart burn with anger and wanted to spit on Lu Chen's face. His lips trembled, and until they turned white. Who would dare to insult him like this? As long as the direct descendant of the Shao family shows his status, no one would dare to disrespect him. However, now, Lu Chen not only had humiliated him, but also tarnished his family's name. Lin, who stood behind Shao Chuan, appeared much more indifferent. He patted Shao Chuan's shoulder before speaking to Lu Chen. Young people these days sure have a sharp tongue. I hope that when you get destroyed later, your ability to speak will be crippled. Lu Chen smiled coldly and said, Old man, didn't see you there. It seems like you're part of this Shao family too. Are you perhaps the dog of the family? Is that why you're here, to help your owner? The Shao family's dog? This sentence made all the expert fighters of the Shao family break out in cold sweat. Although Lin was an outsider, he was deeply trusted by the head of the Shao family. The two of them could be said to be closer than blood brothers. Many of the expert fighters of the Shao family were personally taught by Lin. In the past, there was once a middle-sized family that was directly exterminated because of a silly sentence they said. How dare he say that Lin was the dog of the Shao family? It could be seen how much this sentence had greatly angered the old man. This white-haired old man stared fiercely at Lu Chen and said, This is the second time this old man has heard this sentence. The person who said this last time has already been smashed to pieces. That's good for me. Today really was a great sign to end your life. You've successfully angered this old man to not feel regretful for your death. After saying this, Lin took a step and rushed towards Lu Chen. A dented footprint appeared on the floor. The strong wind whistled as Lin fiercely punched out. Everyone was looking forward to the moment when Lu Chen's brain exploded. Lu Yuan was also extremely nervous. She knew how strong Lin's strength was. If they were divided according to the strength of an ant, a human, an ape, and a god, Lin would be ranked to be someone as strong as the gods. In the entire dragon country, only the top figures who guarded a region in every family had this strength. A single strike from a god-rank expert fighter could even destroy an entire building. When Lu Chen saw Lin's punch, he was not flustered. Instead, he slightly raised his hand, and a small shield appeared on his right arm. As soon as the shield appeared, it directly turned into a dome that protected him. The sound of a heavy punch could be heard. Elder Lin's punch fiercely smashed onto the screen of light, and it stirred up many ripples. The entire house shook violently from the impact. Countless cracks appeared on the walls of the house again. This apartment was basically on the verge of collapsing. However, Lu Chen, who blocked Lin's punch, looked to be unscathed. He looked at the old man in front of him and finally confirmed his current strength. It was a piece of cake to fight with these ordinary people. Say, Old man, I feel that your strength in that punch wasn't that great. Did you even put in any effort at all? Lu Chen sneered. How is that possible? The Shao family members were extremely shocked. Lin's strength was supposed to be extremely terrifying. With his one punch, how could the other party not be harmed? One had to know that that was a heaven-grade expert punch. With just a single move, he should have been able to destroy his opponent. Lin's eyes also widened as he looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He was sure that he had not held back when he was furious just now. However, how did he block it? With this small shield in his hand? What kind of material was it made out of? Again, Lin roared and took a step back, turning his body around. Then, he started to mobilize the strength and aura he accumulated in his body. His closed fist suddenly expanded from the rushing blood and even turned a little green. "Try this for size," he shouted and swung his fist toward Lu Chen again. This was his heaven-grade martial art technique, the Green Mountain Fist. With one punch, even the mountains would collapse. The power exuded was very terrifying. The power of this punch caused the entire building to tremble. Countless amounts of dust rustled down. Boom! The punch landed on Lu Chen's light shield. The terrifying recoil caused Lin to feel his entire body go numb, and he directly lost consciousness. The building collapsed from the insurmountable impact of the two. Lin and Lu Chen's figures were drowned in a layer of dust and rubble. The people of the Xiao family, Lu Yuan, and Lan Weiwei all withdrew from the scene. Their original residence had turned into ruins. Everyone stared at the smoke in front of them. The people of the Xiao family looked at the smoke and were worried as to who won. Lin's punch was extremely fierce. Even other experts dared not to face his attack head-on. Such a young kid definitely would not be able to block such a terrifying, powerful punch. He would probably be turned into dust by now. Lu Yuan, who was at the side, was filled with worry. Although Lu Chen's plan was proposed by him, however, as the mission holder, if Lu Chen were to die, she would be responsible for his death. Lu Yuan was just about to rush into the ruins to look for Lu Chen. However, in the corner of her eyes, she could see that Lan Weiwei was exceptionally calm. She stopped in her tracks when the young girl grabbed the older woman's elbow. "Don't worry, Master is fine." "Master?" Lu Yuan sharply remembered this word. This silver-haired girl with blue eyes gave off a very mysterious feeling. On the ruins in front of them, the dust and smoke finally cleared out. Everyone finally saw the scene in front of them clearly. An old man stretched out with a long arm. His fist landed on the small silver shield on the young man's right arm. At this moment, a small dent appeared on the shield. However, the young man was calm and did not seem to be hurt at all. On the other hand, the old man's face looked deathly pale. His fist was drenched in blood, and his thumb had split open. His body stood like a statue. Finally, his body gave out. With a defeated sigh, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His voice was hoarse as he looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." It was not only him, but the other people from the Xiao family expressed their shock. He's supposed to be a heaven-ranked fighter that could contend even with the gods. It should have been impossible to hurt someone like him. "Who the F***CK is that kid?" Lin roared as he wallowed in his defeat. Lu Chen laughed coldly. "What? Heaven-ranked power? He's just an old dog that only knows how to follow orders and bully others." As he finished speaking, a light flashed on his arm. The shield that protected him disappeared instantly. He raised his hand and swung it towards the old man. Elder Lin was sent flying from that one punch and landed not too far away. "Uncle Lin." "Sir." Countless people from the Xiao family rushed up to help the old man. They quickly checked his condition. After checking that he was okay, another expert fighter looked up at Lu Chen with fear in his eyes. He said to Xiao Chuan, "Young master, Sir Lin's veins are all broken. The bones in his right arm are fractured too. I'm afraid to tell you this, but he's been crippled." These words struck Xiao Chuan like a bolt of lightning. How is that possible? How could the strongest fighter Lin lose? In his impression, Lin was the guardian of the Xiao family. He was powerful and omnipotent. He was also the reason why the Xiao family was so arrogant in their ways. However, now he had been beaten to such a state by a 20-year-old young man. He looked at Lu Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. What was this guy's history? Everything he learned about this guy was absolutely wrong. An ordinary person definitely did not have such strength. "Who exactly are you?" This was the first time Xiao Chuan felt fear. Lu Chen chuckled a little before he stared at Xiao Chuan with menacing eyes. Don't you know? I'm Morning Mist, the one who has killed you 100 times. I'm also Lu Chen, the target that you wanted to kill. He clenched his fist and let out a cracking sound. I say, President Xiao, young Master Xiao. Xiao whatever. I'm used to living a mundane life. I didn't expect that there would be such an exciting day for me to experience. I too wish to give it a try actually. I wonder, how does it feel to kill someone? As Lu Chen approached step by step, the Xiao family members were petrified. This fellow had beaten Lin into a pulp with one single move. He was definitely not something the rest could withstand. Young master, quickly run. Many of the Xiao family experts shouted angrily. However, just as they finished speaking, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind. Now you want to leave? Isn't that a little too late for you? Bang! Dozens of warriors donned in battle armor landed on the battlefield. Lu Chen was shocked, and he looked wary. Lu Yuan immediately ran over and said, "Don't do anything. They're on our side." Lu Chen looked at these few warriors who were dressed like machines, and he could not believe his eyes. The technology of the Dragon Country had already developed to this extent? Then, he saw dozens of mecha warriors fighting with the people of the Xiao family. At the same time, countless black-clothed men charged out from the darkness. You are being arrested. If you resist, we can kill you at any time. After taking down more than a dozen experts of the Xiao family, the leading mecha man said these words. As soon as these words were said, everyone from the Xiao family had become obedient. They dared not to resist anymore. Lin, who was the strongest among them, had already fallen. They had no other choice but to comply. Plus, there was Lu Chen who stood menacingly beside them. They did not have the slightest chance of winning. If they stubbornly resisted, they would only be met with death. If they were captured, with the Xiao family's power, they might be able to save their lives. Therefore, the group obediently surrendered. They were very cooperative and dared not to drag things out. A moment later, after the group of people finished dealing with the Xiao family, they came to Lu Chen's side. A black-red mecha warrior took out his helmet and stretched out a hand. Spirit Team's Li Jun, the higher-ups sent us to pick them up, and you too. Lu Chen smiled and shook hands. Lu Chen. Li Jun smiled and said, I've heard of you. Even the top leader was alarmed. You're really something, kid. After saying that, he looked at the half-crippled Lin not far away. As expected, he's someone that the Dragon Team has taken a fancy to as well. His strength is indeed terrifying. If you have the chance, you're welcome to join our Spirit Team and have a chat. Lu Yuan immediately interjected from the side, Go, go, go. Don't try to get close to him. He's a member of our Dragon Team. Li Jun said, You little Ray, why can't I get closer to my future colleagues? Lu Yuan rolled her eyes. Behind Li Jun, a man in black walked out. He was silent. He moved like an assassin in the shadows. If he had not opened his mouth, Lu Chen would not have noticed him. I'm the leader of the Dark Knight Union, Du Hei, number 0114. Of course, you can also call me Heiyu. Du Hei extended a hand. Lu Chen was a little surprised this time. The famous leader of the Dark Knight Guild in-game was actually the leader of the Dark Knight Union in real life? It was really as the outside world had said, Heiyu was really an assassin. Moreover, this guy had given him a piece of top-tier equipment in the game. So it's you. Lu Chen stretched out his finger and said, I didn't expect you to be a member of the organization. Du Hei laughed dryly and said, I made a mistake and left the organization. If it weren't for you, I would have still been a floater. Lu Chen said, So, you're like a hero or something? The few of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. At 8 in the evening, Lu Chen followed Lu Yuan and the others to Peaceful Town. They arrived at the Dragon Country building. They met all the members of the Dragon Team in a room. I'm Lu Chongping. Welcome to the Dragon Team. A square-faced middle-aged man extended a hand. Lu Chen extended his hand and said politely, Mr. Lu, nice to meet you. I'm actually a little curious. Why did you choose me? Lu Chongping looked around the room. There were a total of 10 seats. However, besides Lu Chongping, there were only 5 people including Lu Chen. One of them was Lu Yuan, and the other was Lu Yu. Long hair had a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. There was also a mysterious man who wore sunglasses, wore long black clothes, and had long hair. Everyone called him Dicer. This was obviously a code name. No one had ever said his real name. Lu Chongping smiled at Lu Chun and said, "Do you want to know why?" He gestured for Lu Chun to sit down. Then, he slowly said, "Actually, it's all because of the opening of the second world. I think you should have noticed the changes in your body already. To be able to casually defeat a heaven-ranked expert fighter here, with such terrifying strength, others might need to spend their entire lives chasing after. As for you, you only used less than half a month in the game to get to this point. This change is already terrifying enough to be scouted after." Lu Chen nodded. He knew that the game could affect reality. He had already confirmed this point with his stunt in the kitchen. What he wanted to know was what this second world actually was. Lu Chongping looked at Lu Chun and said, "I know what you want to know. As for the second world, we don't know much about it. One day, we connected to the capitals of various countries, and there was some information being transmitted at a special frequency. After deciphering the code, we finally understood what it meant. The second world was going to descend into this world one day. At the beginning, we were panicking. We did not know what the second world was. Whether the things in the second world were going to descend or invade our reality, we still don't know. After countless meetings, we've concluded that the second world could connect to this world in a certain way. That would be through the spirit entry. The so-called second world was actually created and tested by various countries. During the test, they were horrified to find that the improvements obtained in that world could affect this world. In fact, when we unlock an achievement in the game, we will gain more resources in the real world. The preciousness of these resources would be enough to change the structure of the world. According to the information we obtained, the first precious resource is in White Fog City. Any force in the world that becomes the first to enter a class change in that city will obtain an extremely precious resource. Now you know why so many people want the scroll in your hand, right? The resources gained could be something that could tip the scale in any person's favor." After hearing it, Lu Chun was shocked. Everything made more sense to him now. The second world was not a game, but an oncoming real world. Lu Chongping looked at Lu Chun with a burning gaze and said, "So, we need you. Or rather, the entire dragon country needs you. Not only do you have the opportunity to be the first to enter White Fog City, you are also extremely powerful. We can foresee that in the later stage of the game, it will be a contest between the people in the East and the people in the West. When that day comes, you will be the one who will carry the flag of the East." Lu Chen looked at Lu Chongping. He began to understand the reason for the organization taking a fancy to his potential value. That was why they had paid such a huge price to get him here. After much consideration, he decided to cooperate with what Lu Chongping had requested for, or rather, to cooperate with the entire dragon country. He could foresee that in the future, he would definitely not be fighting against an individual opponent, but against various forces or even countries. Under such circumstances, with the dragon country backing him up, it would be much more convenient for him to do anything as he pleases to. Lu Chen looked at Lu Chongping and nodded. "Okay, I will join your forces." When Lu Chongping heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief out loud and smiled. He had been worried that with Lu Chen's strong characteristics and solo personality, he was more or less an unpredictable candidate. It would not have been so easy to convince him in joining the dragon team. To his surprise, everything went unexpectedly well. He quickly reached out a hand and said, "On behalf of the organization, I shall wholeheartedly welcome you. From now on, you are one of the members of our dragon team. 9875, this shall be your number." After shaking hands with Lu Chun, Lu Chongping took out a gold card from his pocket with a smile. On it was the logo of a dragon and a series of unique numbers. This card can be used to withdraw $100 million from the bank, and it has access to certain hidden places. Ordinary institutions will give you clearance once you show them this card. Don't worry. Although we're an organization of the dragon country, it wouldn't feel too restrictive in terms of your own personal freedom. Lu Chen nodded and took the card. He knew that this card was a symbol of identifying oneself as a dragon team member. Most issues in Dragon Country could be solved with one look at this card. After all, the status of this long-standing organization was not unknown. After Lu Chongping gave some simple instructions, Lu Chun was arranged to live in a residence in the Dragon Country building. Once he reached the room, Lu Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Yuan, who was in front of him. Lu Yuan, didn't we agree that there won't be any restrictions on freedom? On the other bed, a fair-skinned and beautiful woman could be seen sitting comfortably on it. Do you think I want you to stay here either? Isn't it to ensure my safety? It's not like you don't know that the Shao family has sent people to kill you. You need to be protected, and you know that. Lu Yuan quickly retorted. Protecting Lu Chen was actually one of the missions. The higher-ups had also instructed that Lu Chen must join the dragon team. Even so, he would still have a probation period being on the team. Therefore, her mission had not ended here in protecting him. Lu Chen smiled helplessly and said, Lu Yuan, there are differences between men and women when it comes to lifestyles. Can't you just stay next door? Also, I can't stay here forever, right? When the time comes, I'll definitely move to other places. Would that mean that you'll be coming with me too? When Lu Yuan heard this, she pointed at Lan Weiwei and said, if there are differences between men and women, then what is she? Don't worry. The organization will arrange a place for you to stay, or you can find one yourself. It's up to you honestly. But from now on, I will be your personal bodyguard and shall be responsible for your safety. This is not restricting your freedom and doing as you please, understand? Lu Chen felt an oncoming headache. Behind him, Lan Weiwei was lying on the bed, hiding behind his shoulder, revealing half of her face. Weiwei is my sister. How can this be the same as what I mentioned? As for protection, you saw the battle with the Shao family. I'm pretty sure when it came to protecting it was the other way around. So you'll be following me wherever I go. If this isn't a surveillance restriction to freedom, what is it? If that's the case, I'd rather not join the dragon team. There are so many experts in Dragon Country anyway. They don't necessarily need me. The scroll is in my hands. It's not that I don't want the people of the Dragon Country to lose. If you want to go to the White Fog City, I can hand over the scroll to you guys. Lu Chen spread his hands and said. Lu Yuan was a little flustered by what he said. She knew Lu Chen's situation clearly. It basically felt like a death order being given to him by the higher-ups. The entry of the dragon team was actually very strict, prim, and proper. However, this time, it was an exception for Lu Chen. Therefore, it was very important to understand Lu Chen's characteristics and personality in all aspects. However, if Lu Chen was forced to leave just like that, it would be even more unacceptable for the organization. She knew very well how much the Dragon Country valued this matter. Lu Chen was now a national treasure and even a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Country's future. She gritted her teeth and said, Don't think that I don't know what's actually going on. You're an orphan, to begin with, we all know this. Where did your sister actually come from? I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What's her background and history? If it weren't for them giving you an exception in many things, she would have never been allowed to enter the Dragon Country building at all. Also, I just need to keep an eye on you. Not that I want to follow you around. Lu Chen had already expected that the dragon team would investigate his background, so he was not surprised by Lu Yuan's words. As for Lan Weiwei's identity, there was no trace of her in this world, to begin with. Even if he said that he randomly picked her up, they would be able to at least find out a little bit about the younger girl. However, the young girl was basically a Jane Doe to them, and he had no plans on letting them know who she was. Moreover, he really did not want someone to follow him around every day. Hence, he looked at Lu Yuan coldly and spoke harshly. All right, I knew that that would have happened anyways. Whatever freedom I was given was basically a lie. All aspects of the investigation, surveillance, and restricting my daily life would have happened sooner or later. You're right. I'm an orphan, and Weiwei isn't my biological sister. She was picked up by the roadside. Dear neighbor, are you satisfied now? As he spoke, he threw his number gold card directly to Lu Yuan. Take this card back and tell your boss that I'm not staying here anymore. You've been following me all this while, and yet you still say that you're not spying on me. Weiwei, let's go. As he spoke, he was about to take his leave. This time, Lu Yuan turned completely anxious. She immediately said, You can't leave. I'm really not spying on you, Peresi. Her mind was blank, and she could not find any other excuses. If she let Lu Chen leave now, then she would be a sinner. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. In her flustered state, She actually blurted out, "I followed you because I like you." The moment she said that, she was stunned and her face flushed red. She was shocked. How could she say something like that? Her words, coupled with Lu Yuan's anxious and red face, were really quite believable. Lu Chun was slightly stunned and then shook his head. "Stop joking. You're just lying as a cover-up. Aren't you just trying to?" Seeing that he did not believe her, Lu Yuan was so anxious that she was about to pull the hair out of her head, so she simply prepared her heart for something that she would be doing next. She directly took a step towards Lu Chun. In the end, she lost her footing and directly pressed onto Lu Chen's body. Her lips lightly touched. The two people's minds went blank when they collided. Lu Chen had not expected this at all. As for Lu Yuan, that was her first kiss. She suppressed the shyness in her heart and fiercely hung on to Lu Chun. She pretended to be calm and stood up. "How is it? Did this reassure your thoughts?" Lu Chen looked at the bright red beauty in front of him and nodded blankly. "Here, I'll return the gold card back to you. I need to go out and get some fresh air." After saying that, she walked out, dazed. Lu Chen looked at Lu Yuan, who had escaped in a panicked state, and shook his head with a chuckle. This woman looked mature, but she turned out to actually be very innocent. He did not know why the organization had recruited her. At least, Lu Chen could not find anything special about Lu Yuan for now. Suddenly, Lu Chen's face heated up from what had happened, and Lan Weiwei gave him a bite. "Master, is this fun?" Lan Weiwei looked at Lu Chen innocently. Lu Chen's scalp tingled, and he rubbed the space between his brows. "You can't just go around doing what we just did, understand?" As he spoke, he ran to the other side of the bed and pointed at the other person in the room. "You can sleep over there at night, and I'll sleep over here. You're not allowed to come over here. Do you understand?" Lan Weiwei was a little unhappy about the sleeping placements. She liked to hug her master and sleep. Even so, she still nodded her head. "Okay." Lu Chun was very satisfied with Lan Weiwei's answer. She was obedient, strong, and loyal. Most importantly, it was not troublesome at all when he asked her to follow orders. He turned off the lights and did not say anything else for the whole night. In the morning, the sunlight fell into the mortal world. Lu Chen got up as early as the sun rose. Perhaps it was because of what happened yesterday, Lu Yuan had not come back for the whole night. After washing up, she opened the door with Lan Weiwei and found Lu Yuan standing at the door. He said in surprise, "Damn, you didn't stand at the door for the whole night, did you?" Lu Yuan glared at him and said, "I'm not that **PID. Where are you going?" She followed closely behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at her and said, "I'm going to buy a house. My place has collapsed. If I don't buy a house, where am I going to live? I can't stay here forever now, can I?" Lu Yuan replied with a simple nod and did not say anything more. Her cheeks were still blushed red throughout the whole conversation. Lu Chen roughly knew the reason, but he did not pay any attention to it. The two walked down the stairs. Lu Chen already had a special parking spot in the parking lot. A car from the Dragon Country was parked on his spot. This brand of car was not for sale to outsiders. Only insiders could use it. Therefore, most people would be in awe if they saw someone driving such a car. Lu Chen thought for a moment and walked over. After all, he did not have a car right now. It was better to use what was provided first. Hence, he directly sat in the driver's seat while Lan Weiwei obediently sat in the back seat. Lu Chen drove the car out and realized that Lu Yuan was still in a daze. He shouted, "What are you doing? Why aren't you getting in the car?" Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment before she came back to her senses and said, "Didn't you say that you didn't want me to follow you?" Her mind was a complete mess yesterday. She could not believe that she had actually done such a thing in a moment of desperation. She did not know how to face Lu Chen at all. She felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "I'm not familiar with Peaceful Town. I'm going to buy a house or something. Someone has to lead the way, right? Hurry up and get in." Lu Yuan had no choice but to nod as she got on the passenger seat. The car got on the road and drove out of the building. When it entered the street, it immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Damn, which big shot came out from this place? The Flood Dragon car. Only the head of a big family is qualified to ride in it. Whoa, it's rare to see it even in Peaceful Town. which is full of distinguished people, might I add. The pedestrians on both sides of the road took out their mobile phones one after another to take photos. Chen was also a little confused. Why did it cause such a big stir when he drove this car? Moreover, those people only dared to take photos from afar and didn't dare to act rashly. They did not even dare to say a bad word about this whole situation. This was because, in Dragon Country, it could be seen as courting death to anger the people who drove a flood dragon car. After the two of them drove for a while, Chen finally could not help but ask out loud to break the silence. Say, we have to go somewhere to buy a house, don't we? You can't ask me to look up guides on the internet while I drive, can you? Ever since they got on the car, Lu Yuan had been in a daze and her mind had wandered off. It was only after Chen had said a few words that she came back to her senses. No, you're right. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well last night. If you want to buy a house, the price of a house in Peaceful Town is very expensive. But I guess you like remote and quiet places, don't you? With your status, it's too easy to get a small villa in a quiet suburb. You might not even need the $100 million in your card to cover the cost. I'll show you the way. Lu Yuan quickly averted her mind in finding the right place rather than ruminating about what had happened last night. A moment later, a flood dragon car could be seen turning into the sales department of Cloudy Homestead. Its unique style of the car attracted the attention of all the employees. Everyone immediately called out for the manager. His surname was Zhang, and he had been working at Cloudy Homestead for 5 years. He had always been known as the reliable person to go to. However, at this moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He had not heard that a certain big shot was coming today. Could it be a surprise inspection? That was impossible, right? The boss would have known about this, so it was impossible for him to not know anything. Manager Zhang called the boss as he walked out. He kept praying to whoever would listen to his pleas. As he walked downstairs, countless employees were tense. He quickly ran to the car door and waited. He bowed his head, but he did not expect that when the back seat door opened, a beautiful black leather boot landed. A little girl? Manager Zhang's head was full of questions. Most big shots usually sat in the back seat. The driver's seat would have the chauffeur and the co-driver was usually the assistant or something. Looking at the small leather boot, Manager Zhang was puzzled. Could it be that the big shot had switched seats today? He turned around and saw the hot figure of Lu Yuan walking down. Her temperament was imposing, and Manager Zhang was instantly sure that this must be the owner of the famous car. As for the young man who got down from the driver's seat, he completely ignored him. Although he was tall and handsome, he was still a driver. How high of status could he be at such a young age? As for women, they were clearly different in terms of composure. Their own families, their spouses, they could all be her helpers. Therefore, Manager Zhang went over and said, "Miss, may I help you?" Before she could finish, Lu Yuan glanced at Chen and said, "Don't ask me. Ask him." Manager Zhang was stunned. What was going on? He saw Chen lifting his hand up as a greeting. Suddenly, he felt like he had created an awkward situation. Could this young man be the sugar baby raised by this miss? It was not impossible. However, what was the situation with this little girl that was sat behind? Manager Zhang's forehead broke out in cold sweat. At a loss, he could only politely say to Chen, "How may I help you today, sir? Would you like to know more about the available homes?" Chen looked at the man in front of him. He was only in his early 30s and was wearing a fitting suit and tie. It was obvious that he was the person in charge here. Therefore, he nodded. He followed Manager Zhang into the hall step by step. As they walked, the manager spoke up. "Sir, the Cloudy Homestead is the best of the best in Peaceful Town. No matter where you want to live, we will definitely find a place that will meet your requirements. You must know that our background is backed up by the famous Gu family." Huh? Chen stopped in his tracks. He heard a familiar name. Gu family? He looked at Lu Yuan with a questioning look in his eyes. Lu Yuan said, "I forgot to tell you that Cloudy Homestead properties are provided by the Gu family. The Gu family has a big business and lives in Peaceful Town. They own almost everything here. You can't avoid it." Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Gu Yiming?" Lu Yuan chuckled and said, "Who else could it be? This young master of the Gu family massacred the family last year, and took over all the properties. Safe to say that it's not in pretty good hands. Listening to the conversation between the two, Manager Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. Who were these two? How did they dare call the name of the owner so casually? From what he heard, both parties seemed to know him. Looking at Lu Chen's handsome face, he felt that he had misjudged him. Could it be that this young man was a big shot as well? In a large villa, Gu Yiming was sitting on an office chair. His brows were deeply furrowed. The sound of knocking could be heard outside his door. "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a well-dressed and spirited old man entered the house. "Young master." Gu Yiming raised his head. It was Butler Bai. "What's the matter?" Butler Bai said, "The Shao family has made a move. They have found information about Morning Mist's location. The expert fighters of the Shao family have all been mobilized." Gu Yiming's eyes sharpened, and he said in a serious voice, "What happened after?" He was considering the value of this Morning Mist player. The Shao family was not a crazy family. They would rather wait and plan out before acting rashly. Then the price they would have to pay afterward would not be as huge. He knew that the Dragon Country would definitely not sit idly by. This also proved the value of this Morning Mist if they had done something to protect him. If Morning Mist was already dead, then there was no need for him to make a move. If he was not dead, however, it may change the whole game. Then, he had to consider whether or not he should intervene. He had to protect Morning Mist and give him a favor. Therefore, he directly asked for the result. The butler pondered for a moment and said, "The Shao family, all of them have been wiped out. Lin is heavily injured. We don't know if he's dead or alive." Gu Yiming frowned and said, "All of them have been wiped out? Even Lin is heavily injured? What did the higher-ups do?" Butler Bai shook his head and said, "No, according to our intelligence, the higher-ups did not do anything. The Spirit Team and Dragon Team have both made a move. Most of them were there to finish the job. That Lu Chen, or known as Morning Mist, took down Lin alone." Gu Yiming was shocked. Lin was a heaven-rank expert in fighting. He was once just a step away from reaching the spiritual realm. Countless families viewed him as a thorn in their side. They dared not throw hands so carelessly at him. However, now, he was actually beaten by Lu Chen to the point where they did not even know if he was dead or alive. The Shao family even suffered a huge setback from the fight. What kind of background did this Lu Chen possess to finish them off? The Dragon Team and the Spirit Team had specially made their way there too. Gu Yiming could not sit idle any longer. He stood up and slowly paced around the room. He was considering the value of this Lu Chen. He may be considering on a huge gamble. After walking for a moment, he turned to Bai and asked, "Where is this Lu Chen person now?" Elder Bai shook his head and said, "He should be in Peaceful Town looking for a place to stay." "What do you plan to do?" Gu Yiming replied, "The entire world is in a tense situation right now. The world is about to undergo a huge change. Under such circumstances, even our Gu family might be in shambles. We must seize the opportunity. We must befriend this Lu Chen person." The other man frowned and said, "Since this Lu Chen has interacted with the Dragon Team, it's very likely that he has been taken in by the organization. It would not be easy to see him now." It was very important for the Gu family to find Lu Chen first before anyone else. The first to gain his loyalty would obviously benefit the most from it. At this moment, a message was sent to Bai. He picked up his phone and took a look. A look of joy appeared on his face. "Young master, I think we have a lead. Just now, the Cloudy Homestead people have sent a message saying that a young man had just arrived at the sales department. He drove a flood dragon car. According to the description, it is very likely that young master is looking for the person we just mentioned." Gu Yiming's heart trembled as he said, "Let's go over right now." After saying that, he raised his hand and said, "No, it's better for me to go over personally." After saying that, he stopped pacing around and left to the same location. In the Cloudy Homestead sales department, Lu Chen looked at a few places and was not very satisfied with many things. "Well, Mr. Liu, the number of people who are staying in the current room is really quite low. However, the environment doesn't meet your requirements. Why don't you give me a few more minutes, and I'll look around for a better place for you." Manager Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. This gentleman's requirements were quite unique. He wanted to be able to immediately move in. He also wanted a remote and not too small-sized villa. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Under Manager Zhang's shocked gaze, Gu Yiming walked in. He was walking towards Lu Chen. He had been in the job for 5 years. This was the first time he had seen the legendary behind-the-scenes boss. Usually, he could only get in touch with the person in charge when it came to important matters. He would probably never see a family leader like Gu Yiming in his entire life. Where did he come from? Mr. Morning Mist, no. I should address you as Mr. Lu Chen. Long time no see. I'm Gu Yiming. We've met in the game. Gu Yiming was very polite. He extended a hand to Lu Chen in a friendly manner. There was an old man standing behind him. He had a mature aura. One look, and one could tell that he was an expert in many things. Lu Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect Gu Yiming to come here personally to greet him. He smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect to see you here. Gu Yiming said, Cloudy Homestead is the property of our Gu family. Looking at Mr. Lu's situation, I assume you wish for a place to stay? Are you planning on living in Peaceful Town permanently in the future? Lu Chen nodded and said, That's right. I've changed my job careers recently, so I'm going to live in Peaceful Town for a while. As he said that, he took a look at the Flood Dragon car outside. Gu Yiming recognized it well. When he came, he had already seen the car outside. Lu Chen was definitely from the Dragon organization. However, he was not discouraged. Regardless of whether that man was from the organization or not, there was no harm in building a good relationship. If you don't mind, Mr. Lu, you can tell me about what you wish for in a house. When it comes to real estate, my Gu family could pull some strings to get you what you desire. Lu Chen had expected this. If he wanted to settle down here, he would have to deal with the Gu family. Moreover, he felt that this Gu Yiming was not a bad person. It would not be a bad idea to have a good relationship with him. Therefore, he casually told Gu Yiming about what he was looking for. After Gu Yiming heard it, he thought for a moment and said, I do have one of Mr. Lu's requests. It's remote and comfortable, but it's a little bit big. You might like it. Why don't you come with me so I can host you? Gu Yiming briefly introduced the situation of the house. It was originally a suburban villa built by a direct descendant of the family. After the renovation, it was cleaned by Gu Yiming before it could be used. Therefore, everything was brand new. Gu Yiming did not really care whether such a good-for-nothing house from his family should be utilized or not. It was just that the person was a direct descendant of the family. Therefore, he had to die. So now that place was empty. However, Gu Yiming only selectively told his way of the story as he pleased. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Yuan. The other party said unhappily, Why are you looking at me? If you want to go, then go. Her heart was in a mess now. Ever since she kissed Lu Chen yesterday, she felt strange. As long as she saw Lu Chen's face, her heart would beat faster, and the scenes from yesterday would resurface. Gu Yiming also felt that there was a subtle tense atmosphere between the two of them. He said, Mr. Lu, forgive me for being presumptuous, but who is this? He needed to find out the relationship between this woman and Lu Chen. If he wanted to be friends with someone, he would also want to gain the favor of the people around the said person. Gu Yiming asked, but Lu Chen had no intentions of hiding it. He directly said, Lu Yuan, a member of the Dragon team. She is now my colleague. Then he pointed at Lan Weiwei, who was hiding behind him, and said, Lan Weiwei, my... Oh, a distant cousin. Lu Chen casually removed her identity. He believed that a big family like the Gu family would definitely investigate his identity, including Lan Weiwei. However, even if they knew, the other party would not dare say it out loud. Moreover, whatever relationship he said was just a relationship anyways. No one would take the time to expose him. Gu Yiming merely nodded. He roughly understood who they were. Lu Yuan was a member of the Dragon team. That was a piece of top-secret information. He only knew of it, but that was as much as he knew. However, he had been in Peaceful Town for so many years. Those who were able to enter the Dragon team were not ordinary people. It was very likely that they were part of a larger force and could not be underestimated. From the looks of her relationship with Lu Chen, it was possible for them to develop into something more in the future. First, he thought that Lu Chen was that woman's confidant. As for the shy little girl behind Lu Chen, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes were like blue crystals. Even though he had seen countless beauties, he was still stunned by her beauty. This girl was obviously Lu Chen's woman. Gu Yiming silently noted it down. He greeted Lu Yuan, handed her a business card, and gave Lan Weiwei a small pendant. The blue agate matched Lan Weiwei perfectly. It accentuated this little beauty's temperament even more. The manager and employees at the side were almost dumbfounded. Did the young master of the Gu family really easily give out things just like that so kindly? Last year, when Peaceful Town was massacred, the whole world was in an uproar. Why was he being so amiable now? As for the necklace pendant that Gu Yiming gave her, they could not recognize it. However, they could recognize the blue gemstone that was the size of a pigeon egg. This thing was worth at least 1 million. It could be over 10 million. Therefore, when Lu Chen and the others walked out of the sales department, the employees were still in a daze. The world of the rich was different from what they would ever know. In the suburbs of Peaceful Town, in front of Lu Chen was a villa that looked like an ancient castle. In front of him was a huge garden. In the middle of the garden was a sculpture of a person. There was also a fountain. The environment seemed very elegant. It was a beautiful palace, but it was much too big for him. The cost of building such a huge villa could be estimated to be 1 billion. Moreover, he had brought Lan Weiwei to live in such a huge villa. It felt a little too empty. However, Lan Weiwei, who had never spoken, ran straight into the castle-like garden villa when she saw it. Her little leather boots stepped on the stone path and chased after a butterfly. After a while, she disappeared. Lu Chen said a little awkwardly, "I'm sorry. My relative is a little mischievous." Gu Yiming laughed and said, "I can see that she likes this place very much." Lu Chen nodded and followed Gu Yiming inside. Compared to the bustling downtown area, this place was more elegant and the air that surrounded this place was peaceful. The entire garden was privatized. In front of it was a huge castle, and behind it was a huge courtyard. Lu Chen felt that even if there were a few thousand people living here, it would not be a problem. What was that son of the Gu family doing with this thing? If it was to be used for his own residence, it would not seem very reasonable. Moreover, a capital of more than 1 billion was not a small amount for the Gu family. It was impossible for a good-for-nothing profligate to not get so much money through the family. Lu Chen followed Gu Yiming's introduction into the garden, but slowly, he realized that something was not right. A strange power slowly flowed into his body. The mark on his forehead seemed to be showing itself. The moonlight in his body seemed to be seeping out. Lu Chen was shocked. There was definitely a big secret hidden in this garden. Lu Yuan and Gu Yiming did not seem to notice it at all. At this moment, Lan Weiwei appeared out of nowhere. Her pair of blue eyes were extremely bright. She looked at Lu Chen and quickly walked up to him. She pulled a corner and pulled him to the side. She said in a low voice, "Master, can we stay here? This place seems really great for me." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. This place apparently could even affect Lan Weiwei. He glanced at Gu Yiming walking in the distance. He was sure that Gu Yiming definitely did not know that this garden had a special effect. He just did not know whether this effect would only work for the Ashwolf clan members or for everyone else. If Gu Yiming knew that this garden had some special function, he definitely would not have brought him here. This meant that only members of the clan could feel it. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and walked over. He said to Gu Yiming, "We like this place very much. Name your price." He had made up his mind to buy this place. No matter how much Gu Yiming offered, he could at most inform the higher-ups about the price. No matter what, the value of the gold card in his hand was not low either. When Gu Yiming heard this, he smiled and said, "Since we've met before, I can't just name my price as I wish. You're new here, so I should be sincere about it, shouldn't I? I'll only take 100 million for this garden. How about that?" 100 million? Lu Yuan was stunned. This garden villa would cost at least 1 billion, and that was the estimated cost. If it was sold for a price, it would be much more than that. This 100 million was no different from giving it away for free. Moreover, Gu Yiming was really smart. If he gave it away for free, it would more or less seem impolite for both parties. No matter how one looked at it, this was a display of his financial strength. Not only that, he even offered a price that was far lower than the market price. It would seem that he had a sense of propriety. Lu Chun was not stupid. Naturally, he could see Gu Yiming's intentions. The other party's sincerity could be said to be hidden with underlying intentions. However, if he still did not accept it, it would be a little impolite. Hence, Lu Chun nodded and said, "All right, 100 million then. I, Lu Chun, will remember this favor." At this point, the corner of Gu Yiming's mouth finally had a comfortable smile. He had put in so much effort just to ask for a favor from Lu Chun. He did not want to underestimate this favor. Sometimes, the effect of not cashing in the favor was much greater than using it. Gu Yiming was also very happy. He directly ordered Butler Bai to bring the papers. A few of them completed the formalities in the main hall of the villa. In the hall, Gu Yiming stood up and shook hands with Lu Chun. He nodded and said, "All right, Lu Chun, this whole villa officially now belongs to you. If you need anything from the Gu family in the future, just say the word. My Gu family has great influence in Peaceful Town. We will do what we can with your requests." After saying that, he left with Bai, feeling satisfied. Lu Chun looked at Gu Yiming's departing figure and pondered for a moment. He said to Lu Yuan beside him, "Do all members of the aristocratic families have this kind of contact with the people in the organization?" Lu Yuan shook her head and said, "You're thinking too much into such things. From what I've known, you are the only exception. It's not like you don't know that an ordinary person doesn't deserve to be treated like this by the head of a family. You owe the Gu family a favor now. How are you going to repay it?" Lu Chun shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Then, he looked around the hall and said to Lu Yuan, "I'm hungry. I'm going to make some food." When Lu Yuan heard this, she could not help but widen her eyes. "I'm your teammate, not your nanny or the chef." Lu Chun blinked and said, "Look at this huge villa. There are only the three of us. Wei Wei and I don't know how to cook. Wouldn't we have to trouble you to do it for us?" Lu Yuan was so angry that she grinded her teeth. She turned around and replied in a bad mood, "Order your own takeout." Lu Chun was not interested in pestering her further. He placed an order on his phone and went upstairs. This building had a total of 20 floors. Lu Chun directly chose the biggest bedroom on the top floor. Lan Weiwei was making a fuss about staying with him. Lu Chun thought about it and decided to let her be. However, he still arranged a room for her next door. All of Lan Weiwei's supplies were in another room. At this moment, Lu Chun was the only one in the room. He sat on the bed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. A lot of things had happened in the past 2 days. He came to Peaceful Town from Shanghai all of a sudden and even settled down here. He went from a commoner to a core member of the Dragon Team. He became an existence that ordinary people could not come into contact with so easily. He even had a friendship with one of the largest families in the Dragon Country. Lu Chun felt that since the release of Second World, he had changed in many ways. However, speaking of Second World, he had not been online for 2 days, right? The gaming pod arranged by the organization had not arrived yet. At least, he had to wait until nightfall. Therefore, during this period of time, he could not enter the game. It was rare for him to be this free. He pulled open the curtains, and with a glance, he could see the scenery of the garden outside. Looking at the colorful scenery, Lu Chun had some doubts in his heart. What exactly was hidden in this garden? How did it directly affect him and Lan Weiwei? Was it a specific influence on the Ash Wolf bloodline? Or was it something else? He was sure that the second generation of the rich and profligate Gu family had a secret hidden in the garden. Even Gu Yiming did not know about this secret. If Gu Yiming knew that there was something going on with the garden, then why did he give it to him? Did he have other motives? Also, the Shao family had brazenly come to his previous home and had been taken away by the Dragon Group and the Spirit Team. He could not just ignore the Shao family's matter either. After all, they had come knocking on his door seeking his death. Those who did now would only be courting for death. Everything that had happened was troubling Lu Chun. He simply closed the curtains, closed his eyes, and stopped thinking about it. After a moment, he felt that his surroundings had become quiet. There seemed to be a sound echoing in his ears. The darkness in front of him slowly dissipated, and an attribute panel appeared in front of him. He raised his hand, and a backpack popped out. Inside it was a dazzling array of equipment. Lu Chun, who was sleeping, was suddenly shocked. Was this his backpack in the game? How did it appear in front of him? He looked around, and the moonlight was filled with nothingness. In front of him was a huge black hole. It was very similar to the game login interface. He could log into the game without using the game pod? Lu Chen was shocked. Then he remembered something. Lu Chongping had once said, the second world was not a game. It was a direct real world. So, would that mean that he could directly enter that world? However, what would this all mean? Transmigrating with his soul? If he died in that world, would he be unable to revive? Or would he be the same as an ordinary player and go back to the resurrection point? Lu Chen looked at the black hole in front of him and hesitated. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. No matter what, he had to go in and take a look. If he was afraid, what would he do in the future? This was a world built on war. He could not afford to relax for even a moment. With that thought, he directly stepped into the black hole. His figure quickly disappeared into the black hole. A burst of azure blue light flashed past came thereafter. Lu Chen opened his eyes, and the fragrance of the soil invaded his olfactory nerves. In front of him was a mountain range, covered by huge rocks. He was standing under the mountain range, and the sun at noon was so hot that even wild monsters were unwilling to come out. This was Bear Ridge? Lu Chen recognized it at a first glance. This was the place where he went offline, Bear Ridge. He had really entered the second world. Backpack. With a thought from Lu Chen, the backpack automatically popped out. All kinds of items were still there. It was just that there was an indescribable feeling. This time, there was no system notification, only a certain will silently guiding him. Following the guidance of this will, Lu Chen sat down cross-legged on the spot. Everything in front of him fell into darkness once again. After a moment, he opened his eyes again. He had returned to reality. Lu Chen was suddenly startled awake. He straightened up like a wooden plank and flipped over. He looked at everything around him in disbelief. He could now shuttle back and forth between two worlds? Lu Chen could not believe what was happening. What did exactly happen that allowed him to travel back and forth between the two worlds? Lu Chen calmed himself by slowly exhaling his caught breath. Closing his eyes, the blue light screen appeared again. After repeating it a few times, Lu Chen was finally certain about what had just happened. He was sure that he could directly travel to the second world. It was basically no different from using the gamepod now. According to Lu Chongping, the players in this world could send their spirit to the second world through the gamepod. In a way, the gamepod was just a medium to go to second world. However, now, Lu Chen would not need this medium to directly enter the second world anymore. This would be a quicker method compared to the gamepod, because the gamepod might have some kind of defense mechanism, protecting everyone's spirit and soul. It would allow these players to revive after they died in second world. However, Lu Chen's descent was different. If he died in the second world, his soul would be scattered and destroyed. He could feel the will of the second world. This world seemed to be asking for help. Lu Chen paced back and forth in the room he was in. The situation was getting more and more serious. It was just as Lu Chongping had said about this whole situation. The second world would arrive on this continent sooner or later and become one with this world. Therefore, it was extremely important to constantly improve his strength. According to the test just now, Lu Chen found that he could only enter the second world mentally. The other things that he brought with him in this world could not enter the second world just yet. Lu Chen had another hypothesis in his mind. He stood up and walked quickly to the room next door. Wei Wei. He knocked on the door. The door was opened very quickly. Lan Wei Wei blinked her eyes and looked at Lu Chen. She said quickly, Master? Lu Chen nodded to her greeting. When there were only two people, Lu Chen allowed her to use this title. He walked in and closed the door. He said to Lan Wei Wei, try to close your eyes. Oh, just like how you normally visualize the moonlight. Lan Wei Wei nodded her head even if she did not understand. Although she did not know what Lu Chen was going to do, she still loyally listened to Lu Chen's request. She sat on the bed and crossed her legs. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Lu Chen also tried to sit beside Lan Wei Wei and fell into silence. A moment later, Lu Chen and Lan Wei Wei entered the second world together. Outside Bear Ridge, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. Lan Wei Wei's mouth was wide open and full of surprise. Master! This feeling is so wonderful. Lan Weiwei said. Lu Chen asked, do you have any special feelings you feel right now? Lan Weiwei tilted her head and thought for a long time. It's like I broke something. In the past, I always felt like I was in a daze, but now it seems like my mind had become much clearer. Also, I feel that the energy in my body is increasing at a much faster speed now. When Lu Chen heard this, he immediately looked at the interface. No matter how many times he looked at it, the scene on it still gave him a fright. The experience bar on his interface was slowly increasing. Although the speed was not fast, it was really increasing. This was something that he had never encountered before. It seemed that there was some sort of bonus to descending without the gamepad. Lu Chen quickly came to this conclusion. He thought for a while, and decided to give it a try in this situation. If this was the case, what effect would killing wild monsters have? With a thought, a blue longsword appeared in Lu Chen's hand. The blade of the sword was sharp and exuded a bone-piercing chill. He did not know if it was because it had descended directly. Lu Chen felt that the temperature of this sword felt chillier than usual. It was the Ash Wolf King's sword. Lu Chen brought Lan Weiwei step by step and walked towards the depths of Bear Ridge. Soon, countless huge black bears were alarmed by their presence. The huge monsters were like a pitch-black small mountain. With one step, the earth and mountains shook. They directly rushed towards Lu Chen. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised his hand and swung his sword. The sword clashing with the monsters could be heard. The sword aura clanged and directly cut the black bear into two halves. The giant bear's corpse fell to the ground, and its internal organs scattered all over the ground. The stench of blood rushed up to the sky, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The realness of killing had increased by several times. Previously in Second World, although the feeling of killing was already realistic enough, that feeling could not be compared to how he felt right now. Perhaps it was because of the system's reminder, but it always made people feel like they were in a game. However, this time, Lu Chen had killed this black bear, and the feeling was completely different. Lan Weiwei looked at the stunned Lu Chen in confusion. Master? Lu Chen shook his head and said, it's fine. Then, he put away the sword in his hand and walked forward quickly. The moment he killed the black bear, Lu Chen's questions were answered. This bear could no longer respawn. He had killed it for real. If he died in this world, then that would mean that he would never wake up again. Lu Chen continued to walk towards Bear Ridge. There was still an item in his backpack. It was an emerald green bamboo stick that was emitting a faint light. 10,000-year-old jade bamboo. That was the certificate to enter Bear Ridge, similar to Wolf Valley. Lu Chen guessed that after these bosses were defeated, there would be a special dungeon. The rewards were rich and filled with danger. Lu Chen walked very quickly and arrived at the depths of Bear Ridge in a few minutes. The Bear King that was originally standing there had been killed. A new Bear King had appeared in the Second World. However, his attributes were on a completely different level from the previous Bear King. With 2 slashes it died. After the Bear King was killed, Lu Chen took out the jade bamboo from his backpack. After taking out this item, the surroundings began to emit a golden light. It was as if a lake had been awakened, and it was surging. Lu Chen walked towards the golden light in front of him. After a moment, he entered the dungeon. This was a gloomy bamboo forest. The surroundings were filled with tall and straight bamboo. The atmosphere was very quiet. Only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest could be heard. Lu Chen wanted to stay vigilant. After all, the quieter it was, the more dangerous it could be. He held the sword in his hand, his gaze sharp. He carefully walked forward after he prepared himself. The bamboo forest went on for miles and miles, but it gave off a comfortable and serene feeling. The sun shone down from above. It made people drop their guard and their vigilance. Lu Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew that this place was absolutely dangerous. The system had warned him before, so there should not be any mistakes. It was just like the Wolf Valley. He almost died there, and the dangers of that time were still vivid in Lu Chen's mind. He did not want it to happen again. However, after Lu Chen walked for a few minutes, he saw a round, chubby panda. A panda? What in the world was going on? Lu Chen looked at the panda in front of him and was confused. Does this thing have great lethality? He did not know how to react in this given situation at all. The panda in front of him was obviously still a cub as it lay under the bamboo forest and ate bamboo shoots. Seeing Lu Chen come over, the baby panda was so scared that it immediately hugged the bamboo in its hand. It was as though it was afraid that Lu Chen would snatch it away. The information of the panda in front of him had already appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Ancient panda, level 1, HP 1600, attack 100, defense 800, magic defense 800, skill, luck bonus. Lu Chen took a glance at it and was shocked. Was this AF * King attribute that a level 1 player should have? Not only did the panda have a high attack and HP, but what the H * LL was this 800 defense points. Moreover, to have such double resistance at level 1, was this not 2F * King ridiculous for anyone to have? And that skill, luck bonus? Was this thing supposed to be really dangerous? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lu Chen's mind. He was considering whether or not he should use the taming skill to put this under his care. However, when he used the skill, he realized that the skill could not be used on the said target. Lu Chen was confused. What exactly was the origin of this thing? Lu Chen tried to get closer to the giant panda, but the panda seemed to be very alert about what was going on. As soon as Lu Chen got close, it retreated. Its eyes were aggrieved, and it did not forget to hug the bamboo when it ran further back. It was clearly a gluttonous creature. When he managed to get much closer, the panda was so scared that it threw away the bamboo. With a whoosh, it directly jumped onto the tree. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. What an agile creature. Lu Chen thought for a long time, but he could not think of any other way to approach it. Even the taming skill was useless. Maybe he could just go up to it and grab it, right? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Did he not have a 10,000-year-old jade bamboo in his backpack? As the proof for this dungeon opening, it had always been in his backpack. After entering the dungeon, maybe the bamboo could be related to the panda that just ran away. With the thought of giving it a try, Lu Chen took out the 10,000-year-old jade bamboo from his backpack. Sure enough, as soon as this 10,000-year-old jade bamboo was taken out, it gave off an indescribable fragrance. The panda that was hiding behind one of the trees sniffled. It was obviously attracted by the smell. It looked eagerly at the bamboo in Lu Chen's hand. It wanted it, but it was afraid. Lu Chen smiled. He waved at the panda with the bamboo. If you want it, come down and I'll give it to you. The panda seemed to understand Lu Chen's words easily. The panda immediately made up its mind and slipped down from the tree. However, it still stopped 2 meters in front of Lu Chen. It could be seen that the panda was very afraid of strangers. Fortunately, the jade bamboo in Lu Chen's hand was attractive enough for it to go closer. The baby panda stared at it with saliva dripping out from its mouth. The temptation of the jade bamboo overcame the fear of strangers. Finally, it came towards Lu Chen bit by bit. Here you go. Lu Chen handed over one end of the jade bamboo. The panda held one end with eyes full of joy. After a moment, it opened its mouth and bit down. Once it bit down, sparks almost appeared on the jade bamboo. The baby panda covered its mouth and fell to the ground. It made noises as though it was hurt from biting onto the 10,000-year-old jade bamboo. It was obvious that the jade bamboo was very hard and could not be bitten through. Lu Chen smiled. This fellow was quite interesting. He approached and placed his hand on the baby panda's head. It was fluffy. The baby panda felt wronged and stood up, stretching out a hand. Lu Chen was stunned by this gesture. What? It waved its arm once more towards Lu Chen. Only then did Lu Chen realize that this fellow wanted the jade bamboo in his hand. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You want this so badly? Here." Lu Chen stuffed the 10,000-year-old jade bamboo into the baby panda's arms. He looked at him from the side as the panda hugged the bamboo with sparkling eyes. It then rolled onto the ground happily. A pair of fat hands held the bamboo tightly as it gnawed on it for a long time. However, no matter what, the jade bamboo did not leave a trace of a dent or whatnot. This made the baby panda feel very helpless. The panda walked to Lu Chen's side angrily and handed the jade bamboo back to him. It was as if the panda was throwing a small tantrum. It also seemed like it wanted to ask Lu Chen why it was so hard to eat the bamboo. Lu Chen shook his head. This little thing must have gained sentience. It was obviously much smarter than an average wild beast. He took the jade bamboo back, and to his surprise, the baby panda was clinging onto his leg. Lu Chen was speechless. Was this fellow not afraid of strangers? Why was it sticking to him now? Lan Weiwei came over from the side. She crouched down and locked her eyes on the baby panda. The baby panda was a little scared from her movements and hid behind Lu Chen. Lan Weiwei seemed to be very interested in it and revealed an unpredictable smile. She lifted the baby panda up, and the baby panda immediately made struggling noises. Its eyes were full of resistance as it cried out. Lu Chen watched as Lan Weiwei played with the baby panda like a ball. She threw it into the sky and then fell back down. The baby panda was so scared that it cried out. Lan Weiwei let out a silver bell-like laugh. The baby panda was in midair and looked at Lu Chen for help. That pitiful look made Lu Chen feel amused. All right, Weiwei, stop tormenting him. Give this little guy back to me, Lu Chen said. However, he did not expect Lan Weiwei to hold the baby panda tighter, and she even tried to hide the panda away from Lu Chen. She pouted and said, "But this panda is fun." This little girl was treating the panda like a doll. This was not a good idea at all. This panda would die if it was toyed with by Lan Weiwei. Thus, Lu Chen said with a straight face, "Weiwei, listen to me. Give me the panda." Sure enough, once Lu Chen was strict with his command, Lan Weiwei cowered. Biting her lips, she reluctantly handed over the panda. The both of them looked unhappy. Lu Chen shook his head slightly and patted her head to comfort her. Then, he took the panda from her hand. The little guy immediately felt as if he had been pardoned. He immediately shrank into Lu Chen's arms as if indicating that that woman was really too scary. The ancient panda recognizes you as its master. Do you accept? This thought suddenly came to his mind. He looked at the panda in his arms in surprise. This thing was actually willing to acknowledge him as its master? He had originally planned to use his taming skill, but who would have thought that it would be so easy? Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly nodded. Not to mention about the aspects of this fellow, just the 800 defense on that level alone was enough for Lu Chen to not want to let it go. If he were to raise it in the future, it would be a perfect frontliner shield. Ding. You and the ancient panda have become master and servant. Please name it. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and looked at the round little fellow. He thought of a name. He grinned and said, "Then I'll call you Raleigh." When the little fellow heard this, he revealed a look of disdain, but Lu Chen directly ignored him. After a moment, Lu Chen brought Lan Weiwei out of the secret realm. They went offline again. The two of them slowly woke up in the room. They found a panda in front of them. It was round and slowly crawled in front of them. Lu Chen did not expect this to happen at all. Raleigh had actually been brought back to the real world. Was this the same concept as what happened to Lan Weiwei? He rubbed his eyes and confirmed once again that this was not an illusion. On the other hand, Lan Weiwei had no reaction at all. However, this girl had never been the brightest of the bunch. It would have been abnormal for her to have a reaction to these findings. At this moment, in the room, Lan Weiwei was poking Raleigh's belly with her finger. Lu Chen could feel a headache coming on. Was he going to have to raise a panda as well? As he pondered, he heard a knock on his door. "Lu Chen, what are you doing? I'm really annoyed right now. Do you take me as your servant? Do I have to take care of everything?" Yes, it was Lu Yuan's voice. Lu Chen opened the door and saw an infuriated beauty. She was glaring at him with a pair of red eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen asked. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "What do you think? You ordered takeout. The food in the living room has piled up like a mountain with what you ordered. I know Weiwei eats a lot, but this much? Besides, shouldn't you do these things yourself? It's your food anyways." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her and said, "Since you want to be my girlfriend, shouldn't you do these things for us?" This sentence made Lu Yuan choke on her anger. Her face immediately turned red. Right as she was about to find a way to refute Lu Chen, she saw Raleigh crawling in the room. "Lu Chen, when did you have a panda? Don't tell me that this is a gift from Gu Yiming?" Lu Chen scratched his head. He had not thought of an explanation. He could only say, "I guess so. Do you by any chance know how to raise it?" Lu Yuan widened her eyes and said, I really don't know what you're trying to imply here. First you want to raise a little girl, and now you want to raise a panda. What else are you going to raise in the future? Lu Chen shrugged and said casually, maybe you? When he said this, Lu Yuan's face turned red. You? Stop being crazy. After saying that, he turned around and went downstairs. Lu Chen smiled. He finally knew Lu Yuan's weakness. He turned around and called out to Lan Weiwei, Weiwei, let's go. Let's go down and eat. Lan Weiwei replied and quickly followed behind with Raleigh in her arms. They took the elevator from upstairs to the first floor very quickly. When they reached, the living room was already filled with all kinds of food. Lan Weiwei was a gluttonous foodie. As soon as she saw food, she threw Raleigh aside. Her eyes lit up, and she started to eat whatever was placed on the table. Lu Chen picked Raleigh up and realized that this little guy basically had no interest in food. After coming out of Second World, this guy seemed to have no energy whatsoever for anything. He lowered his head and lay on Lu Chen's shoulder comfortably. Lu Chen felt that something was wrong. This guy seemed to be emitting a weak aura. Could it be that he was not able to adapt to the environment in the real world? After all, he looked like a panda, but he was actually a species from Second World. With this thought, Lu Chen began to wonder about other possibilities. After a moment, he raised his head and said to Lu Yuan, I want to plant a bamboo forest in the garden. What do you think? Lu Yuan widened her eyes and said, Are you really going to keep it? She was a little surprised. She thought that Gu Yiming gave Lu Chen the panda just for novelty's sake. She assumed that he would send it back a few days later because she thought that he did not like pets. She had done some research on him and could make several judgments based on his interaction with others during this period of time. Lu Chen was the kind of person who would not do it unless there was something that could benefit him as well. Moreover, he was also the kind of person who would not give up until he saw the light at the end of the tunnel. In this world, even if pandas were not particularly rare animals, they were still not allowed to be kept privately. Lu Chen said, I think that Raleigh is very cute, so I'm going to keep it. What's wrong with that? Lu Yuan rolled her eyes and said, You'd rather keep a panda than give me a room here. You still treat me like a servant. Only a ghost would be willing to help you. Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm not chasing you away. It's such a big villa with so many rooms. Aren't you free to pick any room you want? Lu Yuan said, Then why aren't you letting me stay in the room next to you? Lu Chen touched his nose and said, I feel that we still lack some understanding between us. I don't want things to develop so quickly. Don't you think so, darling? Lu Yuan immediately felt ashamed and indignant. Lu Chen, you should stop with this nonsense. Lu Chen said indifferently, Who should stop? Who was the one that said that they wanted to be close to me because they liked me? That person even stole my first kiss. Lu Yuan gritted her teeth and said, Ha! You've never had your first kiss? Liar! How many girls have you met before me? Lu Chen said, Looks like you've done your homework on me. Then you should know that I'm very interested in beautiful women. You're a lone woman who lives in my place. Aren't you afraid that I'll make a move on you? Lu Yuan immediately covered her clothes and said warily, What do you want? Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Don't be nervous. I'm only interested in beautiful women. I'm not interested in you. Lu Yuan said angrily, Don't tell me I'm not a pretty girl? She was very confident in her looks and figure. She had charmed countless boys. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, In the eyes of others, but not in my eyes. Besides, in terms of beauty, Lu Chen gestured to Lan Weiwei, who was stuffing herself at the dining table. You can only be second in this room. Lu Yuan followed his gaze and saw Lan Weiwei eating messily. She had silver-white hair, sapphire blue eyes, and snow-white skin, just like a beautiful human elf. Even if she did not care about her image when eating, she was still so beautiful that it was intoxicating for others were they to look. Lu Yuan's eyes instantly dimmed from Lu Chen's statement. It was true that she was not as pretty as Lan Weiwei. She covered her head and walked out dejectedly. I know. I'll handle the bamboo forest. Lu Chen blinked. This lady actually took it seriously? Lu Chen could not help but laugh. Was appearance that important to her? He stood up and walked to the dining table. Lan Weiwei had already eaten more than half of the mountain-like food that was set on the dining table. Lu Chen picked up a piece of beef jerky from the side and handed it to Raleigh. The little fellow only sniffed it but still refused to eat. Lu Chen had no choice but to put it on his lap. He rubbed its belly and began to eat. In the evening, a few large trucks drove directly to the entrance of the villa. A group of workers got out of the trucks with great fanfare. The trucks were filled with bamboo. Lu Yuan ran over and said, "I spent a lot of effort to find a bamboo forest for you. Tell me, how are you going to thank me for it?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and handed Raleigh over. "I'll let you play with Raleigh for a while?" Raleigh, on the other hand, was confused as to why he was being handed around like a toy. In the villa, the progress of the bamboo forest was very slow. The bamboo forest was planted in the backyard because there was no longer any space for the bamboo forest in the garden in the front yard. Compared to the colorful array of colors in the front yard, the backyard was much more desolate. Because of this villa, the original owner of the yard had already been killed by Gu Yiming before the layout of the backyard had even begun. However, what worried Lu Chen was that Raleigh may not be interested in these bamboos. Even when the bamboo shoots that were brought along with the truck passed by, Raleigh still showed a lack of interest. Lu Yuan also clearly noticed this problem. She said to Lu Chen, "Is this little fluffy fellow sick?" She pointed at Raleigh in her arms. Women generally had no qualms about cute animals. So, after being hugged by Lu Yuan for a while, Raleigh did not let go either. Lu Chen shook his head. He really did not know the answer. This little fellow was different from Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei could at least talk and communicate. This fellow was a beast that could not communicate. At this moment, Lan Weiwei ran out of the villa. "Give it to me." She pointed at the lifeless little Raleigh in Lu Yuan's arms. Although Lu Yuan did not know what Lan Weiwei wanted to do, she still gave the little fellow in his arms to Lan Weiwei. Lan Weiwei took Raleigh and ran to the backyard. Lu Chen was also confused and chased after her. This villa was very big. Lan Weiwei crossed the overgrown backyard and stopped at a corner. She threw Raleigh into the sky. The baby panda was shocked and immediately shrunk into a ball in the air. It landed on the ground and bounced a few times. Lan Weiwei was still holding her hand high in the air, looking silly. Lu Yuan, who was following behind Lu Chen, was shocked. "Weiwei, what are you doing? It will fall to its death." Lu Yuan was about to scold the little girl when she realized that Raleigh, who had landed on the ground, suddenly became energetic. He ran from afar and returned to the corner of the wall once again. At this moment, the moonlight fell from the sky and landed on Raleigh's body at the corner of the wall. The little fellow lay on the ground just like that. The moonlight was like dust as it slowly flowed into Raleigh's body. Lu Yuan, who was standing at the side, watched on. It was not that she did not know that some experts could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. In some places, they could even practice breathing techniques. However, this was the first time she had seen such an animal do such a thing. Could it be that this panda had turned into a spirit? How was that possible? Lu Yuan was shocked by this absurd idea. Lu Chen was just as shocked as her. Lan Weiwei, who was at the side, smiled when she saw Raleigh on the ground. At this moment, Lan Weiwei walked to Lu Chen's side and stretched out a hand. "Bamboo." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Lan Weiwei wanted the 10,000-year-old jade bamboo in his backpack. However, could he open his in-game backpack in real life? If he could directly descend into Second World, he should be able to open his backpack, right? Lu Chen rationalized with this idea. Hence, he tried to call for his backpack. The next moment, something amazing happened. The interface of the backpack really appeared in Lu Chen's mind. With a thought, the jade bamboo appeared in his hand. Lu Yuan, who was beside him, was shocked. What kind of trick was this? Taking things out from midair? Or was it a magic trick? Lu Chen handed the jade bamboo to Lan Weiwei. He was very curious about what Lan Weiwei wanted to do with the bamboo. Lan Weiwei took the jade bamboo, and she directly inserted it into the soil in the corner of the wall. The moment the jade bamboo touched the soil, it immediately took root and sprouted. It grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. An indescribable fragrance spread out to their surrounding. Bamboo shoots also emerged from the ground. These bamboo shoots directly broke out of the soil. They grew crazily towards the sky. This piece of land they stood on immediately turned into a bamboo forest in a short time span. Beside them, Raleigh looked to be completely energized. Carrying these bamboos, He ran back and forth excitedly. Lu Chun and Lu Yuan were both shocked. This scene of the ground taking root and a single bamboo stick turning into a whole forest was really too magical. It was just like the legendary immortal spell. Lu Chun hurriedly said to Lan Weiwei, Weiwei, how did you know that the bamboo could be planted? Lan Weiwei shook her head and said, I don't know. I just felt that it needed to be used this way. Lu Chun fell into silence. He knew clearly that Lan Weiwei had several mindful states. Perhaps the original Lan Weiwei knew how to use this jade bamboo, but the current Lan Weiwei did not know. So everything she did was based on her gut feeling. Lu Chun looked at Lan Weiwei, and then looked at Raleigh who was running around in the forest. Suddenly, he felt that there were a few checkpoints needed to reach White Fog City. Perhaps they all had a special story. After Lu Yuan was shocked, she could not recover from what happened. She looked at Lu Chun and said, Lu Chun, I think I need an explanation. You know, it's impossible for me not to report this situation to the higher-ups. Lu Chun spread his hands and said, I too want to know, but the truth is, I don't know either. Lu Yuan said, then, you should know about her background, right? She pointed at Lan Weiwei and said, don't tell me that she's a god sister that you picked up. Even if I believe that, do you think the higher-ups will? And let me tell you, the higher-ups have already been paying attention to Weiwei. The Dragon Country has compared Weiwei's genes all over the world, but they haven't found any traces. Do you know what this means? Lu Chun was silent for a moment. He knew. This meant that Weiwei's origin was unknown. The Dragon Country's entire database could not find any traces of her, so that meant that she was someone who did not exist in this world. He would have to explain it sooner or later. What would he say when the time came? That Weiwei was the Ashwolf King? That she was brought to reality from the second world? This matter was too surreal to comprehend, and no one would believe him if it was told. Even if some people believed it, it would undoubtedly bring more risks to Weiwei and himself. From what happened to the Shao family last time, there were people from the big families coming to get him. The way of this world was not as simple as he imagined. Lu Chun slowly exhaled and said, Lu Yuan, listen to me. You have to promise me that this matter cannot be spread to the higher-ups or others. Before I confirm certain things, I don't want this secret to be exposed. Lu Yuan said, what do you want to confirm? Lu Chun slowly said, the Shao family still exists. The second world is volatile. Too many things have happened recently. I have to protect what I care about. I want to wait until I destroy the Shao family and understand the methods of the higher-ups, as well as the true attitude of the higher-ups toward me before I tell you anything. Lu Yuan cried out in shock. Are you crazy? You want to destroy the Shao family? I'm warning you. You better not act recklessly. Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you've won against Lin. Everything is not as simple as it seems. Lu Chun's gaze focused. It was just as expected. Lu Yuan knew many insider details. Tell me more then. Lu Chun spoke in a deep voice. Lu Yuan was startled and realized that she had unintentionally spilled the beans. In the villa, Lu Chun looked at Lu Yuan and asked seriously. Lu Chun knew too little about this world. If it was not for the release of the second world, he would never have had access to this information. Lu Yuan found it difficult to speak, but looking at Lu Chun's expression, she could not refuse. She sighed and said, all right then. Honestly, I actually wanted to tell you about these things in the far future when you were more ready. But I guess it's not considered a special secret. You will end up knowing about it sooner or later. It's just that it's too early for you to know about this right now. Lu Yuan's expression turned solemn as she slowly said, this world is different from the eyes of ordinary people. I believe you should be clear about this. Lu Chun nodded. Through the incident with the Shao family, he had come to an understanding. This world was far more mysterious than what he had seen. The so-called Dragon Team, Spirit Team, and so on. All of these existed before the appearance of the second world. Lu Yuan continued, before the appearance of the second world, this world already had extraordinary powers. In the past, the Dragon Country called these ancient martial arts chakra trainers. The Elephant Country practiced yoga. The West has vampires, warlocks, and so on. According to the Cultivation division of the Dragon Country, the ordinary experts in the human world were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The person you defeated last time, Lin, was a heaven-grade expert. Such experts usually require decades of training before they achieve such status. Every heaven-grade expert would become an important figure in various families. In other words, even if you leave the dragon team right now, your value will still be endless. Lu Chen nodded. These were all within his expectations. This world had supernatural powers, of course. It was not strange for him anymore. Okay, you can go on. Lu Chen indicated. Lu Yuan continued. Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Above the 4 grades, there are 2 major realms, acquired and spiritual. The realms are not known by most people. Generally speaking, acquired realm experts are already one of the foundations of the dragon country. People who achieve spiritual realms are only known in the legends. Lu Chen nodded and said, previously, you told me not to underestimate the Shao family. Is there something I should know about? Other than Lin, are there other experts in the Shao family? Those that know about the existence of the acquired or even the spiritual realm? Lu Yuan looked at Lu Chen for a long time and said, yes. I told you not to act so impulsively because of that. Although there is only a difference of 1 level between the heaven grade and the acquired realm, it is still a huge difference in power. Although I don't know how strong you are now, it is absolutely impossible for you to win against an acquired realm expert. Lu Chen nodded and said, according to what you said, the Shao family has a strong master. According to this calculation, every family on the same level as the Shao family has at least the power to contend with them. Otherwise, the Shao family would have broken the balance long ago. Lu Yuan nodded. She was impressed. Lu Chen was indeed smart as he managed to reach this conclusion at once. You're right. However, before the second world arrived, all the realm experts from the major families of the dragon country went to a secret realm. Among them, the Gu family has the most people that went. Therefore, almost all the realm experts are either alive or dead. In addition, there are many reclusive forces that even the dragon country hasn't managed to uncover. Some of the experts from the hidden families are definitely not what we can imagine. Lu Chen's breathing was stifled as he said, are you saying that these hidden families still have existences above the spiritual realm? Lu Yuan curled her lips and said, I didn't exactly say that, but I still advise you to be careful. It's not like there haven't been experts who have surpassed the spiritual realm before. Such figures come and go without a trace, and they have strange temperaments. Once you anger them, you'll forever have a target on your back. Lu Chen placed his hand onto his head. How can I meet them? Although he spoke in a nonchalant manner, he was still secretly vigilant in his heart. It seemed that he had to increase his strength as soon as possible in the future. On the side, Raleigh had already fallen asleep in the bamboo forest. From the looks of it, the little fellow seemed to be fine now. So, Lu Chen decided to let it rest in the forest. What are your plans? Lu Yuan asked. She had shared so much and hoped that Lu Chen would be on guard with a backup plan in case everything goes astray. It was best to keep a low profile and let him know that there was always someone better out there who could easily best him. Who knew that Lu Chen would smile and say, I'm preparing to enter the game and quickly increase my strength. Then, I'll destroy the Shao family as soon as possible. Lu Yuan was so angry that she could not help but retort his plans. So what I said just now was for nothing? You didn't listen to a single word? You know, you really infuriate me. Lu Chen laughed and said, Don't be angry. I'm just trying to improve on my strength to protect what I care about. And if I'm not wrong, the higher-ups have been unhappy with the Shao family for a long time, right? If I have enough strength and an excuse to go fight them, I believe that the organization will definitely support me. Lu Yuan jumped in fright and said, Lu Chen, I'm warning you. Don't do anything rash. The Shao family has indeed offended you, but there's no need to be so anxious about it. There are some things that you should endure as long as you can. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. However, it's impossible for me to turn a blind eye to what they've done to me. In this world, there are always some things that should not be excused. This Shao family and I are already mortal enemies. If a colossus wants to kill me, I cannot sit idly by. If you were in my position, you would understand. The Shao family feels like they've put a guillotine hanging on my head. It could fall at any time. What would you do if you were in this situation? Lu Yuan was silent. Lu Chen's words seemed to be said in anger, but it was also the truth. All the experts of the Xiao family were sent out to take Lu Chen's life. Although they were killed by Lu Chen in the end, it was still a very shocking situation to experience. A large family almost went all out to kill him. What else would you expect Lu Chen to do except retort? Lu Yuan sighed and said, I can understand how you are feeling and what you went through, but shouldn't be impulsive. You must do something you are confident of. And don't hide your plans from us. You have to know that you have the dragon team behind you now, and the entire dragon country. If you have enough strength, you have to tell the organization. We will definitely do our best to help you achieve whatever you want. Lu Chen believed half of what she said and nodded. I understand. After saying that, he walked past her with Lan Weiwei and walked towards his room. He would naturally take revenge on the Xiao family. However, now was the time to raise his strength. Without strength, everything he wanted to do would not be achievable.